The Drums of War, Chapter 40, Unbent Pacifician. Upon the depot and transit world of Azad, blood splattered across the cold floor, and Aidan Purefoy staggered against the bare, unforgiving wall again. He was not knocked off his feet, not this time. He steeled himself with another Allfather, and once more looked at his captor in the eye. Aidan had gotten good at reading Exarch faces over the past few months. Acolyte Lord Naku Zin was a study in alien fury. Clenched jaws, eyes narrowed, nostrils flared. It wasn't too terribly different from a human's furious expression, save that the deep scarlet was the man's natural coloring. The club clenched in the furious man's fist, whistled through the air, and crashed into Aidan's side with a meaty snap. "Kneel!" Naku Zin commanded. It was a command with no room for anything but obedience. However, Aidan served a different lord, and so another mental repetition of our father preceded him, disobeying again, looking his captor in the eye. "I kneel only to God," he said, thickly, through split lips. "Next year shall devour your puny god," Naku Zin roared, as he swung the club underhandedly. Aidan might have flinched or twitched when this beating had begun, but drawing breath drew sharp pains. His vision was blurred by the swelling around his eyes, and 7 of his fingers and toes were bent the wrong way. Therefore, the club sailed up between his legs before connecting to the sensitive region there. It had been a favored target since his torturers had discovered how sensitive it was to impacts. White spots flashed across his vision, and the cell tilted before the club came sailing down across his shoulders. "The creator," Aidan gasped as he pushed himself off the floor on trembling arms, "of the universe," he was once more got to his feet beneath him, "cannot be toppled by a mere idol." Then, with another mental Allfather, Aidan looked Naku Zin in the eye again. An almost casual backhanded blow across the chin punctuated Naku Zin, stating, "Your alleged creator is a god of forgiveness, of weakness, of folly." If his face wasn't so swollen, Aidan would have grinned as he told him, "Only the strong have the power to forgive. You lack that power, and so does your idol." This time, Aidan felt the bony protrusions of Naku Zin's knuckles tear into the flesh on his left cheek, and a tooth came loose in his mouth. "Idiocy!" Naku Zin bellowed, as Aidan struggled to stay standing, and the club whistled through the air and connected to the beaten man's knee, sending him sprawling to the floor. Then, roaring wordlessly, Aidan's captor kicked him, and kicked him, and kicked him until the Scarlet Lord was out of breath. Then he spat an order at the scantily clad servant waiting at the door. "See that he feels our next session. I fear the pain has overwhelmed his cowardly and weak mind." Aidan lay on the floor, gasping and bleeding for a time. He really couldn't tell how long, even if everything wasn't spinning in a decidedly uncomfortable way. The cell lacked any way to mark the passage of time. The dim lights didn't even cycle. However, he did eventually feel the pain change in kind. The cuts across his torso felt blistering hot, and his bruises felt frigid. And he said a silent Hail Mary against what was coming. His ribs itched and launched stabbing pain as the poor slave girl moved the primitive heating device across where they must have been cracked, and the sensation settled into uniform dull throbbing. Then she began to set his fingers. If he hadn't remembered the tooth knocked loose, he might have swallowed it while crying out from the pain. Instead, he spat it under a large globule of blood on the floor before doing so. He gasped for breath and tried to smile at the poor girl administering the tender ministrations he was enjoying, and said, "Make sure that you get all the joints lined up right. I'll never get a date with crooked fingers, sweetheart." Aidan tried not to let his dismay at the girl's obvious sorrow show, and tried harder to keep the cries of pain contained as she continued to set his fingers. "Why do you persist? Do you not know you shall find no escape? Simply do as he commands, and the end shall come swiftly." "There is no escape for anybody, sweetheart. We're all mortal, and nobody gets out of life alive." "Yet you are made to suffer when you can have rest." "My soul matters to me," Aidan said as he clamped his teeth for another cry of pain. "Your soul shall be devoured, for your blood shall be spilled upon the altar." "My soul is the property of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the Commander of the skies and stars, the holy God of all, and he does not suffer theft. Aidan found himself saying with perfect honesty. His mother would be proud if she had heard. His mother would be heartbroken if she had seen. Aidan gritted his teeth against the pain of the heating device as she ran it over his fingers one by one. And then, when she was running it up his arms, she said, "Yet the older—" "Won't matter," he interrupted. "God doesn't care when and where I die, but does care how. I refuse to die a broken traitor." "You appear broken to me." "Then why is your master so angry?" "Please keep stillness. I begin on your face." "Don't worry about making me pretty. On my world, girls love scars." Some 3 weeks ago, Aidan was feeling good about his work on this world. His network of questioners had grown far larger than on his previous assignment. And even better, they had begun to get together to discuss their questions and try to answer them together. There was a small side effect on Aidan, though. He found himself saying little prayers in his head, just in case God was listening. His mother would be disappointed in halfway truth, but Aidan wasn't quite sure what he believed these days. He was even beginning to adapt some of Christian's parables in answer to certain questions, or at least he thought he was. He wasn't completely sure he'd be getting the parables exactly right, even as simple as they were. Well, if he was going to be a missionary, he might as well do the whole spreading the gospel thing. He was also making inroads into the middle ranks, with the exarch called the Initiate Highborn, which opened the possibility of the messages of one thinking for oneself actually reaching the nobility. He didn't exactly have high hopes that a wave of independent thought would sweep through the nobility, leading to an outbreak of pacifistic philosophy. But 1 or 2 nobles who treated their slaves better would be a vast improvement. It was to that end that he was meeting Initiate Highborn to Quathner at what passed for a bar on this planet. At least that's how Aidan thought of the appointed intoxicant dealer's dingy storefront, with its collection of rickety tables, near the habitation district Aidan was currently working in. He'd never been much one for drinking, but the sorry excuses for liquor served amongst the exarch made him long for even the cheapest of CIP beers. He was getting better at pretending it didn't taste like boiled ass. Quathner entered furtively, which didn't surprise Aidan, since the Initiate Highborn didn't often mingle where the serfs were permitted to socialize. Still, it would have been more conspicuous for Aidan to ascend to the areas where the middle nobility frequented, since he had disguised himself as one of the lower class of enslaved people, so that he could cast a wider net. "It is whispered that if one questions, one should ask you," the man ironically whispered to Aidan, who was masterfully pretending that the drink didn't taste like an aforementioned boiled ass, and seated at the table. "I don't know whether I am the best to ask, but I don't turn anyone away," Aidan said with a gesture to the chair that might have once been sturdy. "I begin. How is it that you have a name?" "Why shouldn't I have one?" "Because you are a serf, or appear to be." "It could be that I am more than I appear. It could be that everyone is more than they appear." The Initiate Highborn to Quathner slowly took a seat and visibly pondered the answer before asking, "What do I appear to be?" "Curious and courageous." "One mayhap, not the other." Aidan raised an eyebrow, but left the comment alone. Instead he asked, "Have you ever wondered why you deny the serfs' names?" "Such things are beyond my station." "Why?" "Because—" The man's brow furrowed in a disturbed frown. "I don't know why." "Who decided that any questions were above your station?" "The acolyte lord over me, I suppose. Or maybe the priest lord or priest master." "Who gave them the authority to keep questions away from you?" "The emperor, of course." "Where does he get his authority?" "From Xur. May the stars tremble at his steps." "Why does Xur have the authority to command such a thing?" "He is a god, and shall punish those who disobey." "What if you gave your loyalty to a different god?" "I shall be killed upon the altar and my soul devoured." "How do you know your soul would be devoured?" "The priest masters told me so." "Why would they do that?" Initiate Highborn Quathner looked deeply troubled and fell silent. Aidan left him to ponder his questions on his own. Otherwise the man's answers would belong to somebody else. Hope died when he saw a different Initiate Highborn, one he knew to be a cruel taskmaster coming straight for him as he stepped out of the shabby bar. "Warrior, is this the blasphemer?" the man asked the beaten and bleeding member of Aidan's network. Aiden felt the blood drain from his face, and in a moment of panic, he sent up a wordless, terrified silent prayer for strength. To his surprise, he got an answer. He knew that pain, suffering, humiliation, and death lay ahead of him. Well, he couldn't complain when Christ himself suffered a similar fate on the side of the mortal coil. And remembering that, he met the accusing eyes of the initiate highborn and said directly, "Exir is not a god, and I offer it no worship, nor obedience, nor deference, nor praise. I shall only call Christ my king." Frankly, Aiden surprised himself with how true that was. Presently, in Acolyte Lord Nakuzin's chambers, infuriating, when there were reports and rumors of the vengeful goddess Republic had sent forth warriors of great cunning to strike in the Dominion's very strongholds, Priest Lord Nakakun was excited. As the lord over a quiet district of logistics worlds, he had thought all chance at glory in the latest conquest had passed him by, until he heard of these shadow warriors. Suddenly, even his posting was fraught with peril and the chance for glory. However, instead of the vengeful goddess Republic mocked him by sending this creature who merely spoke. Worse, the foolish coward claimed to not even serve his goddess, the lying beetle. What else could transform one of the humans into one of the Exarch but a god? Ridiculous lies. This Christ. Where was this Christ? Where were his armies, his weapons, his sacrifices? The priestesses had said nothing of a Christ, but they did say they knew not from whence the divinity of the vengeful goddess Republic flowed. No, the thing was using deception, for the goddesses wished to mock him, as if he was not worthy of one of her shadow warriors. The creature would speak of mercy, forgiveness, grace, and love, as if those were anything but the fantasies of the weak. Insanity. Worse, no matter how he beat it, or cut it, or shocked it, or burned it, it persisted in this madness. He had demonstrated the visceral fact that this alleged god called Christ would not rescue him from the pain. The fool laughed at him when he pointed out this irrefutable fact. It had been satisfying to silence the laughter with his club. "I shall attempt to educate the coward thrice more only," he said to nobody in particular. "Yes, it was a good decision, a strong decision. Someone find out about how this Christ died for sins. I believe I know how to demonstrate the weakness of the God of mercy." "I obey," an initiate highborn intoned. Acolyte Lord Nakuzin briefly considered learning his name, but dismissed the idea. In the cell, Aiden's captor had tried something new. Instead of a short, sharp argument punctuated by the crack of a whip, the impacts of a club, the burns of a torch, or the jolts of an electrical prod, Nakuzin had tried something a little more lengthy. His wrists were loosely bound by manacles made with cruel teeth along the insides of their cuffs, and a cable was run from the central link to a bolt in the ceiling, and drawn taut such that Aiden had to stand on his toes to relieve the pressure on his wrists. Then, at more or less random, a slave was ordered to beat his exposed sides and belly in silence. Blood trickled down his arms and runnels and dripped to the slickening floor, making it harder for Aiden to keep his footing. That would have been bad enough on its own, but everything between his ribs and his hips felt like a giant bruise. He likely felt that way because it was that way. Aiden's calves burned with the effort of keeping his weight on his cramping near-vertical feet. Then the door opened, and Nakuzin entered with his attendants. "Behold," the man said, as he spread out his arms so Aiden could see his intricately patterned and clean robes. "I prayed to my God for strength, and here I stand. You pray to your God, and there you hang." "And still you are not strong enough to break even Christ's weakest servant," Aiden replied with a grin. "I am asked after this Christ, and I hear of his crown. You shall forgive me. You must, for your alleged God demands it. For there is no vegetation on my world, let alone thorns. But I believe I came close. Here, let me assist you in imitating your Christ." He stepped aside, and Aiden gulped when he saw the twisted ring of jagged metal on the pillow borne by the same handmaiden who normally tended to his injuries. If Aiden had not been so exhausted from his latest torment, he might have cried out in pain when Nakazin placed a crown on his head and twisted it. As things were, all he had the energy for was the sort of gasp. You shouldn't have," Aiden groaned as Nakazin stepped back to admire his handiwork. I didn't get you a gift after all. I've been so tied up lately." The smug pleasure melted off Nakazin's face as he leaned forward to be nose to bloody nose with Aiden. "This can all end," he nearly whispered. "All you must do is submit. Even now you can turn away from your path and return to the light," Aiden said again, for what felt like the 1,000th time. "I've made improvements to your Christ's crown," the enraged noble hissed, and raised a small hammer in one hand and grasped Aiden's head by the ear in the other. Aiden felt a flash of pain in his skull as he saw white. His feet scrabbled in the slick blood on the floor, and the teeth of the cuff tore into his wrists. There was a cruel glitter in Nakazin's eyes as he said, "Fear not! The nails have not the length to slay you." Then he drove the second nail into Aiden's skull. "Submit, and you may die quickly." Aiden began praying to Our Father aloud. "We shall try another lesson," Nakazin said with open disgust. "Let the fools think on this lesson a while, then let it down and prepare it again." By this, he meant that Aiden would find himself spread eagle with the wadded-up tatters of his own blood-soaked shirt tied into his mouth under a sack hood, which also happened to be under a stream of icy water, which started and stopped unpredictably. It was likewise with the electric shock sent coursing through his body. Aiden hadn't even the slightest clue how he stayed sane through the pain, the shivering cold, and the terror of drowning. He wasn't strictly certain that he had stayed sane. He heard the creak of the door opening and the dull, certain thumping of Nakuzin's boots. The hood snapped off his head. "Shall you submit?" Aiden mumbled into the gag between his teeth. Nakazin made an irritated sound before he made a motion, and the attendant removed the gag so Aiden could sputter and cough in response. "Where is your God? Where is your Christ? Where is the love and mercy? I'll tell you, it's all false. You stand there under my love and mercy and call them false. You really aren't clever at all," Aiden coughed. "You lay under my power," Nakazin sneered and produced a tall ewer. "There is nothing about you outside my hands." The noble slowly tipped the ewer over Aiden's face, and a cold, congealing, sanguine liquid spilled out and splashed into the bound man's nose and into his mouth. The blood tasted coppery. Aiden struggled to wriggle out of the stream of blood, but Nakazin assuredly made certain that he could not with the casual grace. Once the ewer was empty, Aiden sputtered, "Come on, that's just gross. Submit, and it shall end. You might as well get the next jug." And so he did it again, and did it again, and did it again, until Aiden was shivering in a puddle of cold blood on the floor. He tried not to think about how many people had to die to provide for the Lord's sadistic little game. He tried to ignore the nails in his skull, and tried to find peace despite it all. The closest he could come was praying as much of the rosary as he could remember. Some time later, Nakuzin returned with a large metal cross carried by 6 strong-looking men. "Here again, I help you imitate this Christ," the nobleman sneered. "Here is the cross he commands of you." Aiden was spent. He had nothing to say, but he knew what he had to do. He was released, and though he was stiff and sore, he stood with quiet dignity and took up his cross. He bore it through the twisting warrens of the prison and up and down stairs, across balconies, and through staring crowds full of piteous and hostile eyes until they reached their destination, a blood-stained sacrificial altar. "Here is your choice, fool. Die quickly as one of the faithful to Exor. May the stars tremble at his steps. Or I shall personally pin you to this cross and put up a valve in your vein, such that I can bleed you dry over the next day and a half." "I am the open hand," Aiden wheezed. "Know that Christ also has a closed fist, and in that fist he wields just a sword." "So be it. Your soul shall be devoured in either case," Nakazin spat with fury. If everything didn't hurt so terribly, Aiden might find the fact that they stood his cross upside down once he'd been pinned to it, like an exceptionally unlucky butterfly. They probably thought that it was an insult. "Our Father," Aiden wheezed as he watched his life drip away, "withhold the cup of wrath from these lost children. They do not know what they do." He repeated the prayer as long as he could, and meant every word of it. Drums of War, Chapter 41. Another deep breath. Aboard the Nathan Hale, as she sailed through hyperspace, Corporal Peter George knew that the new stripes on his khaki duty uniform did not actually itch. He knew they didn't weigh it down, too. Well, in a technical sense, the corporal's stripes had a little more material than Lance Corporal's stripes. But point of fact, he never actually got to wear those ones. He was field promoted the first time. You can't turn down a field promotion. The trouble was that it was actually possible to turn down a promotion in normal circumstances. However, just because having the lives of other men on his shoulders was the last thing in the world he wanted, was no reason to be a coward. He was R&I, and when someone puts their trust in an R&I trooper, he takes a swing. Worse, his ribbons block just didn't tell the story of his training and qualifications anymore. No, now it had the ribbons of fucking medals on it. He thought medals were fine for other people. And really, the whole point is so that the civvies can feel better about the horrendous shit servicemen have to face and do to keep them safe. So, making a man wear a medal, especially the Order of Mars and the Golden Comet and the Naval Seal of Valor, when there was no civvies to be had, was, in his view, silly at best. Sure, his actions had saved the lives of about half the platoon. Sure, he did ensure that no Terran technology fell into enemy hands. And yes, he did it all at great personal risk and very nearly died and only narrowly made extraction. But he thought all of that was beside the point. He was only doing his job, and if anybody else had seen a way clear to take those same actions, then they would have. They were all R&I, after all. Thankfully, he could leave the medals and their ribbons behind when they made the drop. These thoughts and feelings were distracting him, and so he did his best to push them far from the surface of his mind. He took a breath, held it, and slowly exhaled as if he was taking a shot. The room was dark, large enough to fit the platoon, and little consideration in the way of decoration. Less consideration was given to comfort. There was no gentle slope so that the men at the back would be able to see over their comrades' heads. The folding chairs were hard, inflexible plastic, and the tables were slightly too narrow to comfortably lean on without tipping one over. However, the furniture would take up hardly any space when stowed. The DRS troopers didn't need comfort, not for a quick briefing. By the time Corporal George's breath had fully left his lungs, the door opened and First Lieutenant Jacob Hammond quietly strode to the front of the room, followed by the stomping feet of the Gunnery Sergeant Michael Thornton, who began passing out tablets loaded with the briefing materials. Holographic displays were for ships that didn't have to worry about having bright power signatures. "Quiet, please, gentlemen," Lieutenant Hammond drawled in that exaggerated twang of a man from Texan, Texas, or maybe Superior, Texas. It was difficult for Corporal George to tell. He'd never say so aloud in front of such a man, but nearly all the Texan accents were indistinguishable. Well, not unless it would be really funny anyway. The call for quiet had been unnecessary in the silent room, but Corporal George gathered it was the lieutenant's customary opening as he continued. "As you know, we have work to do, so let's get a handle on the job. First and foremost, we have a few transfers. Let me put your minds at ease. We have no fresh boots in this transfer, all veterans of multiple drops. Not regular combat drops, all kind of drops. You can discuss the details amongst yourselves after the briefing is concluded." Quick glances flashed amongst the teams throughout the room, and Corporal George felt eyes land on his ribbons. However, the gaze of Lieutenant Hammond swept across the room, and the tension of forming questions faded back into the anticipating quiet attention afforded to such briefings. Corporal George took a tablet from Gunnery Sergeant Thompson with a nod of thanks and activated it. Oh, good. A logistical center. Hopefully they'd be able to find the information Command was so hungry for here. The Exarch, most people deliberately got the name wrong, but not Lieutenant Hammond, and not any other deep recon scout trooper. The enemy had become people after their enough time spent amongst them. Twisted, brutal, and brutalized people, but still people all the same. Call this planet Azad. We think it has something to do with strength in the precursor language of theirs. More importantly, recent intel indicates that this is another planet with long occupation, but has not been repurposed for production. The records of the Exarch's precursors might be accessible in part, and might point to their seat of power or origin point. This is our main objective. Understood? A quiet wave of icer washed across the room. However, this is also a major transit hub, and for some reason the acolyte lords and up love to go on leave dirtside. They throw themselves parties, kill some slaves, select some females, the usual. This gives you prime opportunity to disrupt the chain of command, especially in forces meant to reinforce the front. Additionally, as discussed, this is a major logistics center. So you all have plenty of opportunity to disrupt supply. Probably better opportunity to disrupt supply than command. However, do not forget that our main objective is the information. Any questions? Do we have any intercepts from the planet? Sergeant Daniel Reese asked as he scrolled through the information. Tons. The grinding rocks that alleged to be Gunnery Sergeant Thompson said. More than we can fit on the tablets. The nerds tried to pare it down to potentially useful info, but you, like as not, will need to make your own assessments. The sergeant grunted in reply, and PFC Lucas Bennett asked, Did Command pick our code names as a joke? No, the lieutenant answered quizzically. Why do you ask? This video in the interception section, and where Uriel platoon. Come on, either they have a real twisted sense of humor, or maybe I ought to go back to church more. Curious. Corporal George tapped on the file that his comrade was lighting and suppressed the instinct to recoil in disgusted horror. The screen was filled with the scene of torture and death, set in one of the temples to Azure. Above one of the altars to him was what looked like an awful lot like a recreation and martyrdom of St. Peter. The poor exarch was even praying in their harsh, guttural language. O Father, withhold the cup of wrath from these lost children. They do not know what they do. Maybe you ought to go back to church, Gunnery Sergeant Thompson rumbled. That was picked up by our very own nerds just 2 days ago. I didn't realize the exarch had Christians, someone else muttered. They might not be exarch, Lieutenant Hammond said. Don't forget the pacificians sent missionaries all over exarch space. Missionaries that underwent the same surgical alterations we did to blend in. This would be the first they've caught. Jesus, Mary, and all the saints and martyrs, Corporal George whispered before clearing his throat and saying, I see an opportunity for psych warfare, sir. You want to start handing out Bibles or some shit, sir? PFC Aaron Mitchell asked. Don't sir me, I'm a corporal. Corporal George said absently before clarifying. Maybe. But the local lord was obviously threatened by Christianity enough to make an example and use the crown of thorns and St. Peter's crucifix to do it symbolically. It might be effective to make some more symbolic gestures of our own. What do you have in mind? Lieutenant Hammond asked quietly. I'm reminded of the story of when the Babylonians carried off the Ark of the Covenant. Lieutenant Hammond looked at Corporal George steadily for a moment and said, Assess the situation on the ground and come up with an action plan and utilize your team to make that happen if possible. See if you can ascertain anything about this martyr's ministry here, and if he said anything before he was crucified. If he was a missionary, his people deserve to know his fate. Aye, sir. Corporal George brings up a good point. The exarch dominion does not run off of loyalty and duty, but fear and pain. If you can see ways to disrupt the obedience of the subordinate slaves, then take the opportunities you can. Have a care, though. This will result in slaves being tortured or killed. I will be available in my office if anyone has further concerns or questions for the remainder of the night shift, and will be available from the beginning of tomorrow's second shift. We begin drop preparation in 36 hours. You have materials to read, letters to write, and steam to blow off while you still can. Dismissed. Corporal George retreated to his own berth, where he had plans, papers, and envelopes. Some things had to be done the old-fashioned way, and if you are reading these letters, were one of those things. The letters to his brothers had become almost routine, reassurances that he'd died with his boots on, weapons in hand, just like any R&I trooper should, and that he hopes that they can carry his memory with pride. He jotted down a couple of memories as they came to mind. His letter to Yovdril was harder. Due to his missions, his ability to talk to his family had been severely hampered, and the emails had gotten a distant quality. In that letter, he was obliged to apologize for not being there, and for not being able to talk as much as he wanted. The hardest letter to write was the one to his father. Some things never change. Dear Pops, he wrote, I'm sorry for taking the MOS outside the Lost Boys. As I'm sure you know by now, I wound up being somewhat competent at this job, but that's no excuse. You'll be pleased to know that Command has been using my talents properly, sending me on missions of extraordinary danger and extreme consequence. But you know better than most how vital this work is. Then again, you might not agree that it is worth spending a son, not after losing two already. I'm sorry, Pops, since I'm sure you've realized that this is if you're reading this letter. Currently, I'm preparing for a drop that holds the potential to reveal the information that the Republic needs to bring this war to an end. In all likelihood, if you're reading this, one of my brothers in the Uriel platoon, or several of them together, succeeded. I only hope that I managed to help in my own small way. If they tried to heap honors and medals on my corpse, don't hold it against them. You can't repay the dead, so the living do their best to make sure everyone knows what was done. I love you, and I'm sorry. Pete. Then he joined the queue at the postmaster's desk with the rest of the platoon. Nobody spoke. The postmaster didn't ask for instructions on delivery. She already knew the conditions under which these letters are delivered. It began. For the enlisted mess, like any other dinner serving, boysmen and petty officers of various chiefs had filed in, gotten their steel trays laden with calories of dubious quality and unquestionable taste, collected their beer ration, and settled down for a nice dinner, and maybe a chat with their shipmates. Even the R&I shipboard troopers were only minimally rowdy. However, this was directly after an entire platoon of special operators had just completed an exercise in memento mori, and as they trickled in by twos and threes, they wanted to do the same with carpe diem. By the time Corporal George got there, the place was positively raucous. If any civilian eyes had been seen the scene, it would have either sent them apoplectic in fits of rage or hysterical in gales of laughter, and not the least because of the downright unhealthy amounts of alcohol consumed. These humans, destined to drop on a mostly unsuspecting planet full of hostile enemies, looked exactly like those hostiles, and so the sight of what would appear to be Exarch warriors singing, dancing, playing drinking games, or competing to see who could balance in the taller tower of precariously perched chairs was some kind of incongruous. Naturally, Corporal George did what any NCO would do when faced with such a situation. He joined in. After all, there wouldn't be any chance to party dirtside. The party had been going for a good couple hours, and Corporal George had fully proven his family's genetic affinity for dancing, namely, in its complete absence, and was settling down with another beer when he was joined at his little table. "So you're hot shit," PFC Lucas Bennett said, with an ostentatious glance at Corporal George's ribbon block. "Some people think so," he replied with chagrin. "You think you'll pick up a few more on this drop?" Corporal Peter George just looked at PFC Bennett flatly. "Just a big damn hero to boss the rest of us around." More silence. It built and swelled between them. Others noticed. The silence grew. "I read the AA report. Sounds like something out of a bad fucking movie. Is that what you are? Some kind of freak with a protagonist complex?" "In my position, what would you have done differently?" Corporal Peter George asked softly, like the sound of a round being chambered. The private narrowed his eyes as if searching Corporal George's surgically altered face for something. Corporal George didn't know whether it was something that was there or something that wasn't that made the man relax. "Well, I would have prioritized the vehicle over the officer, and staying for a third shot after they spotted you was chancy. Oh, and the explosive placement was okay, but it could have been better." "Then maybe Command will hang a couple weights off your chest, too," Corporal George said dismissively. The noise suddenly resumed with a clash as PFC Bennett burst out laughing, and Corporal George did the only sensible thing. He sprayed beer out of his nose and glared at the private for making him laugh. "So, this idea about when the Babylonians took the Ark, the Exarch don't exactly have a big statue of their god to make bow to the cross." "No, but they do have blood-soaked altar with a martyr hanging on a cross above it. We can work with that," Corporal George explained through coughing. "But we'll know more when we take a closer look. I like where your head is, but right now it's party time. Aye, sir. Don't sir me. I'm Corporal." By the time Lieutenant Hammond arrived to break up the riot, Corporal George had quite lost track of time and how many beers he'd imbibed. He had also lost track of whichever Navy rating had glued empty beer bottles to his forehead like devil's horns. It was in his estimation supremely unfair to pull a prank on a man just before he makes a combat drop, especially the DRS kind of combat drop, considering that they are most likely not going to see the Nathan Hale for months after parting ways. In any case, upon seeing the sorry state of his platoon, Lieutenant Hammond did the only thing a respectable R&I officer could do in such a situation. He joined in. At some point, none of the attendees of the party would be able to tell, not even the skipper, who turned out to be an unaccomplished whiskey drinker. Corporal George's sobriety grew to match Lieutenant Hammond's very moderate inebriation, and they found themselves in a corner of the mess having a quiet chat. "All right, boy," he drawled. "Since you ain't come to my office like I figured you would, I'll come to you. You ever considered OCS? Absolutely not, sir." Corporal George slurred without hesitation. "If you want to slap butter bars on my shoulders, you'll have to drag me kicking and screaming." "Why is that?" the older man asked with a curious creasing in the corner of his eyes. "'Cause it's fucking terrifying. You're fairly good at facing fear. The fuck I am. Just lucky is all. Would you rather have a lucky officer or a smart officer? Fuck that choice. I want both, and make him canny and wily too." "Well, would you look at that?" "Oh, no, you don't. No, that's not fucking true. Sure, I'm no dummy, and I'm good at my job, but I just got lucky a couple times is all. So you can't make me take a commission." "No, I can't. Besides, you're not up for promotion anyway. Command wants to see how you deal with a team, and not one you got because pickup was compromised, and you had to scramble." Corporal George grunted. Lieutenant Hammond chuckled genially and put a hand on Corporal George's shoulder with a gentle smile. "Fine, I'll think about it. I just want to do my bit, serve the Republic, bring honor to the name. Speaking of, have you called the good general?" "I don't have the authority to go over the chain of command," Corporal George said evasively. "Boy, have you called your father since you joined the DRS battalion?" "No, sir." "Do it. The last thing in the world a man wants is for his son to die thinking his father is angry with him." "Aye, sir." "Good. I think we still have 22 hours of personal time left. I intend on getting some sleep and get on the comms. I recommend a similar course." "Aye, sir." "And boy," "Sir." "See about getting them bottles detached from your forehead. They're outside the regs. Christ, on an artillery support, if I ever see that scrawny little arsehole again, I swear I'll shave him bald and glue his fucking feet to his scalp." One cold shower later, and little Pete was sitting in the comms waiting for his dad to pick up on his end. Or that's how it felt to Corporal George. He swallowed as the comms chimed to signal that the connection hadn't completed yet. Then the chime stopped, and Major General Eric George's voice came out a little strained. "Hey, Pete. It's been a while. Sorry, Pops, for going off with another formation like Roger. For not talking to anyone about it. For not calling for nearly a year. Not even after Mr. Smee sunk. Oh, yeah. And I'm sorry. I thought for sure you'd want to talk when you heard, if just to speak about Nelson." There was a stone in Corporal George's belly. I don't think he took it well. He tried to shoot himself in my office." Anger boiled up in Pete as he said, "Let me guess. He was in dress white." "Aye," his father answered soberly. "With his sword, aye. And every medal he's ever been awarded, aye." Pete found his hands clenched into shaking fists as he asked, "How did MH let him get to your office?" "I can't get a straight answer from anyone in the medical corps. He's an admiral who lost a ship with all hands. I don't think that's ever happened to him before. Plus, the George family has been his human since you met. Don't they know what that means to him?" "They should have, Pete. And trust me, I've been doing my level best to see where the failure happened." "Well, you tell Admiral Nelson Jock from me that any George who gets bad orders disobeys them." General George chuckled over the comms and said, "I will. Thank you. And congratulations on the promotion. The normal one, not the field one. The chevrons itch, and drop prep starts in 20 hours. The R&I will drag you all the way to a general seat, if you let it." "Aye, sir." "Hear anything from Johnny?" "AA reports. He's another one of you who won't call. MH Command has been taking a hard look at him lately, too. Not sure why. Maybe the same reason they were taking a hard look at me. I'm kind of surprised they haven't given me a mandatory sanctuary rotation. Are you cracking, Pete?" "I don't think so." "Getting odds looks from your squaddies? The mess get quiet when you walk in?" "No, and not often. Things were tense after the first couple of pickups, but I guess pickup is a tense time for all of us." "Then if you are cracking, nobody can tell." "That's comforting," Pete said in the dry tones of a son bristling at his father's humor. General George's voice became quietly serious. "Listen, son. I'm proud of you. I'm not mad about the choices you've made, which is why I guess you took so long to call. Yes, I wanted you to be in the Lost Boys, but you made your own path, and you're a fine addition to the family name." Corporal George felt very small as he asked, "Pops, Do you think that we can... I mean, she was murdered, and we don't even have her complete blogs. Generations lived in a hull. Would it be okay for another ship to be among the star tides we sing one day? I think your grandfather would be furious if we let her stay dead. Thanks, Pops. With that, Pete was obliged to rewrite a letter. Volta Jesus Garcia, as she sailed through hyperspace, Captain Mark Ramirez sat like an inscrutable slab of granite behind a desk whose holographic display was alive with activity, as his fingers flew across the controls with almost unthinking precision. Med-Tech Emily Sullivan would have been impressed if she wasn't busy trying to comprehend what he'd just told her. Emily, he said, when he realized that she was still sitting there, slack-jawed, I just said that you're being offered a promotion to lieutenant. Med-Tech Takahashi tried to say that she didn't believe him, but all that came out of her uncooperative mouth was, Captain Ramirez tapped his desk, and the holographic displays above it faded away, and he leveled his gaze wholly on Med-Tech Takahashi and said, Emily, I'm not joking around here. Sir, she said, okay, sir. This isn't a prank, sir, she managed to force out lamely. Well, do you accept? Wait. I get a choice? Captain Ramirez's eyes went a little wide, for he sighed softly before explaining. Every position in every service is a volunteer position. The when, where, and how might not be up to you, but the if always is. That's what it means to serve the Republic and her people. Oh, I knew that. It's just that you didn't really understand, he said gently. I suppose I don't. Still don't. Well, I think I'm getting there. Captain Ramirez fixed his subordinate with an openly patient look by way of response to that. Okay. So before I signed up, I was a nurse, and that's a hard job that helps people. Well, I thought it was before, anyway. So the thing is, I like being a SAR med-tech way more than being a nurse. It's harder and more dangerous, and it can hurt deeper. But I don't want to quit. So will you take this position, lead the team? Sir, I don't know if I can make this kind of calls you do. What if I send the wrong teammate in? What if I send the right one too late? What if I should send the whole team together and lead myself, but don't see that? What happens now when you make a mistake in triage? For some reason, Captain Ramirez got all blurry in Med-Tech Takahashi's vision as she answered softly. Same thing. Same kind of calls you're already making. Just with bigger consequences for messing up. Indeed. Sir, I don't know if I'm cut out for it. Emily, who started naming the POWs, the former slaves with numbers? Well, that was me, but it was kind of spur of the moment. It wasn't like I made the call. Didn't you? Med-Tech Takahashi felt her spine stiffen as she answered. I guess I did. The right call. God only knows how much trouble it saved us by getting the warriors cooperative, and it genuinely heals them of something they were suffering from. They had been depersoned by their own society, Emily. You saw that. You decided to do something about that. Med-Tech Takahashi blinked the fog from her eyes and nodded before saying, But that's not all someone needs to be a leader in the SAR Corps, sir. No, it's not. You need compassion, insight, and resolve, all of which you've demonstrated. But there are things that are more important in the leader. The ability to make decisions, a cool head, humility. These are the things that you have, and they still might not be enough. The only way to see whether you have what it takes is for you to step onto the mat and put your gloves up. And I'm Sarkor. We're unbreakable. Unbreakable, Captain Ramirez agreed. I've been wondering something, sir. Ask away. Why is a captain leading a ground team himself? Because he's doing two jobs at once, since there is a shortage of lieutenants to lead ground teams, Captain Ramirez said tiredly. It's not that we're short on personnel, far from it. We're short on experience. Hence my promotion, Med-Tech Takahashi said wryly. Do you remember how the civvies got after the Weesing was sunk? I should. I was one of them. What were the recruiting officers like back then? Fool. Except for one. The SAR Corps has never been very popular with civvies, unless one of them has been directly affected by a shipwreck or a disaster of some kind. They don't really understand how dangerous the job is. And besides, we have no enemy to come to grips with. Not nearly as romantic as a Navy captain, Captain Ramirez said, with a smirk before continuing soberly. But we saw our numbers swell anyway. Some from transfers. So once some people realized what combat was like, and that they weren't cut out to endure it. Others like you, who knew themselves from the start. People who knew they couldn't fight, but wanted to help anyway. And we didn't have enough experienced people to properly lead you. But we've been getting experience, more experience than guys like you get in the last decade, MedTech Takahashi realized aloud. Just so. And the hardest, bloodiest kind of experience. War zone ops. MedTech Takahashi swallowed and nodded by way of reply. The grizzled veteran drew open a drawer of the desk and pulled forth a battered, worn box with worn reliefs and faded inlays and held it in his hands where MedTech Takahashi could see. This, he told her, is my treasure box. It was given to me by a Jacobian woman who I helped when her ship lost power from exiting hyperspace and colliding with an asteroid. 207 people died before we could get to them, but I got her, and the rest of the 50 survivors out safe. This is where I keep all of the mementos, letters, and tokens people give me as thanks. This is what keeps me going, Emily. I have a similar box in my quarters, MedTech Takahashi admitted. Clear in her mind, she could picture the dented rations can in which she kept the clumsy scrawled notes from the exarch that she had named. The pressed flowers of a bouquet a Jacobian child made her because she heard Terence liked flowers. And a bayonet given to her by an R&I trooper she'd found trapped in a deep-powered suit of power armor in a collapsed sub-basement. Will you accept the position of lieutenant in the SAR Corps, Emily? Yes, sir. I'd be honored. Emily had no idea how she got the words out with such a tight throat, but she did. Aboard the Jupiter's Might, as she sailed through hyperspace, Captain Lena Chen was warming up to the Romans. Sure, they were batshit insane, but so were a lot of planets in the CIP, maybe including her own, so long as she didn't have to admit it in front of anybody. Particularly not those stuck-up pricks in the Republic. Still, from what the Romans said, the Republic was putting in the work to make the Aspat Dawkins, or whatever they were called, take a few star system-sized steps back. So she had to give them a little grudging respect for that. Okay, maybe a lot of grudging respect, but not where anybody could see her doing it. Besides, if the Republicans would throw her a massive party like the Romans were for her, maybe she'd warm up to them too. But everyone knew they were too stuck up. When Fleet Admiral Lucius Maximus Decimus had first invited the warp-speed battle wagon to dock so that the crew could enjoy a triumph, she was dubious. That is, until it was explained to her that it was basically a massive party with her and a crew as guests of honor. Well, almost a year on non-stop kicking ass with Romans meant that a crew had built up a shit pile of steam to blow off. Sure, they partied with the Romans every now and then, but there was always another fight. And this latest star system taken from the Aspat Dawkins, or whatever they were called, mainly due to the warp-speed battle wagon and a crew taking down the enemy flagship, which made for a great chance for the biggest party yet. She was more than game. Her crew was even more game than that. It had turned out to be the right call. May was surrounded by soldiers out of their armor and shirts, and was drinking in the sight of them just as much as the endless wine that she was enjoying. Lena might have thought about getting into a similar predicament, but she really had her own man, and didn't much like him sharing her with other men. Alexei was similarly entangled to the engineer, except he was surrounded by women, mostly, if skimpily clothed, while he was missing his shirt. And he likewise found his wine cup forever full, no matter how much he drank. Elsewhere, Dr. Bennett was doing what she alleged to be dancing, but Lena thought looked more like a seizure, and both Lee and Jameson were lying to her about how good the dancer she was. Then there was Rajesh, who was somehow reciting what he called an epic ballad about the battle, which might actually be one, but it was hard to make it out through the slurring. Probably there was not a single member of her crew sober, besides herself and Marcus, of course. But somebody had to be grown up, and the captain and her first officer seemed to be the logical choice. After the parade, and the golden laurels, and the speeches and all that fancy shit, Lena found herself hand in hand with Marcus in a relatively quiet part of the main hall. where fire flickered in 2 brazen bowls that casted dancing lights onto marble busts lined up in rows. She recognized a couple of the faces. She squeezed Marcus's hands and didn't say anything. Marcus didn't say anything either. He just drew her closer so that he could wrap an arm protectively across her shoulders and pretend he didn't notice her tears. He was a damn good man. Lena might let him marry her, after all. Aboard the Speaking Softly as she sailed through hyperspace. Ambassador Trevi Drovey was exhausted. Almost a year of banging her head against brick walls alleged to be actual thinking people would do that to anybody. However, that was the least of Trevi's burdens. Her beloved husband and father of her children had perished when the war began. He had been killed along with many of her friends and kin along with their home, the Among the Star Tides we sing. That grief was only complicated by the fact that the dead had died well and heroically, specifically to give her and the rest of the ambassadorial staff a chance to escape and warn the nations at large about the oncoming storm. Now, she had served her people and was a guest of the Republic of Terra and her aligned planets, which she did appreciate. However, a Terran ship was not a ship of the Star Sailors. The only family on board was hers, and though the diminutive but hardy Terrans had made accommodations on their second most prestigious diplomatic vessel, it was not the same as home. All of this weighed on her mind as she took a rare private moment in her quarters to allow herself to miss Yevdril and Robbie and the Honor Guard and the Raldron and the Wee Sing and her friends and the days of peace. The moment was shattered when her youngest daughter came into the little kitchenette with a look in her eyes that did not belong in those of a 5-year-old child. No, 6-year-old. They had missed celebrating her birthday. "Mama," Mavie said softly, "I'm afraid." Gravy pulled out a chair with one hand and used the other 3 to stack the various data pads, communicators, and papers off to the side so that the young girl wouldn't feel like there was anything between them. "Afraid of what, May?" Mavie took a long look at her mother before graciously climbing up into the chair and answering, "A lot of things. I'm scared the bad guys will fight us again. I'm scared that more Terrans and our people will keep getting hurt. I'm scared the fighting won't ever stop. And I'm scared the bad guys will get Yoiv like they got Daddy when he joins the R&I. Trevi was stunned. She had always knew that her son had an affinity for the R&I troopers who served rotations in their home, but had always expected him to join the SAR Corps if he wanted to attain Republican citizenship. Still, there were still 2 years until she had to worry about his embarkation. No, 1 year. He was 17 now, she realized with a pang of guilt. "Well, let's start with the bad guys finding us again. You know that the Republican Navy is full of fine voicemen, right?" "Aye, Mama. But so is Daddy and everyone. Well, the Speaking Softly is a ship made for fighting from her keel up, and she carries more ships made for fighting inside her. So if the bad guys find us again, we'll be ready to fight this time." Mavie looked at her mother dubiously for a moment before nodding. "Terrans are tough. Just the Honor Guard blew up a bad guy ship by themselves. But until the fighting stops, I'm afraid people will keep getting hurt. So Mama will do her best to make the fighting stop. That's why we don't bug you, so that you can make all of the planet people stop being dumb faster." That felt like a knife in her ear. Starve my heart. Please bug me more. Duty to family comes ahead of duty to people. Mavie nodded sagely and answered, "That's our duty to you, to make sure that you can do your work. Yoiv does Daddy's job now, but if he's gonna go, then who'll make the monsters go away at night? Who'll make the Terran cake? Who'll sing the old songs when we're sad?" Leah tried to make him change his mind, but he wouldn't, even when she told him that they'd make him fight with no ship. "I think Yoiv wants to go to where the bad guys are and get them so they can't get you," Trevi told her, as she drew Mavie into a tight embrace. "And those are Mama's jobs anyway. I'm sorry for slipping for so long. It just so happened that the young girl couldn't see the tears streaming down her mother's face, hugged as tightly as she was." The Drums of War, Chapter 41, 1 of 3, resolve. On a Saw Core transport shuttle descending from the Forge world, Nakzuru, Lieutenant Emily Sullivan controlled her breathing. The shuttle jostled and shook her and her team as it hit the planet's upper atmosphere, and she swallowed her nerves. This was her first time leading this team, but luckily 3 out of her 4 subordinates knew and liked her. She initially thought that they'd give her a little trouble, since they had all had seniority over her, but the closest they came to that was the payment of a wager. Apparently, there had been a pool among Dr. Sarah Patel, Specialist Alexei Petrov, and MedTech Juan Hernandez over when she accepted her promotion. Emily thought Alexei's victory dance had been a bit much. The shuttle shook a little more, and Emily reminded herself that she wouldn't be making different kinds of calls, just ones with more at stake. "Careful, don't cut the artery of a set of power armor again," Dr. Patel was saying. "Shut up! It's not my fault they both are red," Alexei bristled. Someone whose commercial English is already accentuated in Hispanic tones, imitating Alexei's Slavic tones, was grating, but that didn't stop Juan. "Blood! Blood! Oh God! I'm killing him!" "Quiet! Anybody would be making that mistake," Alexei grumbled. "Besides, it's sprayed in faceplate. It's sprayed in the faceplate. I could not see that no more was pumping." "Hydraulic fluid is not blood," Dr. Patel said in a mocking cadence of a lecturer. "I know from my extensive studies at med school, since I'm a doctor and not an engineer." "I'm never living this down. Was 3 planets ago." "It was funny," Juan said through wheezing laughter. "I could bringing up what was on your head on our last. Maggots are totally different," Juan objected strenuously. "They're all wiggly and gross." "Maggots cannot hurt you," Dr. Patel began in the same mocking cadence, but was interrupted when Juan chucked a roll of gauze at her. It bounced off her halberd, and she laughed. "Come, Proby, be telling us if you find maggots falling atop you because you shifted the wrong rubble, because you are not listening to the engineer. Will you be squealing like a little girl? Or are you an engineer who can't tell the difference between blood and hydraulic fluid?" "Guys, leave the Proby alone," Dr. Patel said with a wolfish grin. "He's probably a puker." The 3 medtechs looked at the new guy with a considering, critical eye, and Juan declared, "I bet 5 creds he'll hurl in the first hour." "No, it's tough, Proby. I say he will last until end of shift." "You're both wrong. He'll last 10 minutes, Dr. Patel said, and began once again speaking in a mocking tone. "I know this because of my Another roll of gauze bounced off her faceplate. MedTech Jamal Watkins took the betting stoically, that is, he pretended that it wasn't happening at all. Emily, however, found her mind dwelling on 2 things. The first, the time that she had spent on the Jesus Garcia's firing range with a sight-on. Sure, she'd qualified with it during training, but she'd never had to fire it before. Not once. Not even when she found Exarch warriors barricaded in decidedly odd locations on the clans of Ultra worlds, after the army had finished evicting the invaders. Those were occupied friendly xenoplanets, though. Nakzuru was one of their worlds, hostile down to the last inch. So Emily had visited the range to make sure that she remembered how to use a gun. She did. The second thing her mind dwelt on was the weight of the compact killing machine dragging at her hip where it was magnetically locked to her power armor. The thing weighed at least 1.5 tons over 0.8 kilos, the scale claimed. "Listen up," Emily said, her clear voice cutting through the chatter. "We're not operating in friendly or even contested territory. Every civilian we rescue or threat is the potential to become hostile. Be ready, people. The army isn't quite done down there, but the R&I has some MIAs already, and the army's medtechs would love any help they can get. We're starting this rotation with looking for those MIAs. You should have their names and last known locations of the troopers in our area of operations loaded into your HUDs. And remember, the faster we get to those boys, the more likely they are to be alive. Still, triage civilians as you go, provide first aid and stabilization where you can. Watch your feet and your back. Structure collapses is going to be deadlier to us than enemies. Dr. Patel, take the Proby. Alexei is with me. Juan up the middle. Let's stay within at least 2 minutes sprint of one another. Questions?" "Any reason you're making me babysit?" Dr. Patel asked flippantly. Emily gave her friend a steady look and told her, "Because Mr. Watkins was a para from downtown on Mars before he signed up with the SAR Corps. And if you're too good a doctor to find a use for that kind of experience, then you should go back to boot camp." The shuttle shuddered, and the loading ramp lowered before anyone could say anything more. So Emily said, "Okay, people, it's go time." in orbit above the depot and transit world of Azad. Corporal Peter George focused on his breathing. There had never been an instance of a Republican stealth drop being detected. There was always a first time, and Corporal George was aware that this could be it. The Nathan Hale was their fine transport, but her armaments, shields, and armor were almost perfunctory in their minimal nature. This deep in enemy territory, if she was detected, the only way she would stay sailing is to flee, and even that would be a chancy thing. However, there was nothing Corporal George could do about that, strapped into his stealth drop pod as he was, so he focused on his breathing to keep from panicking in the dark confines in which he was trapped. Thump, bump. Corporal George had already had that other drop troopers chatter in the tube, and even during the drop, but stray signals were just another thing the enemy could pick up on. Hell, even the Nathan Hale was running on minimum power and probably imitating orbital debris in preparation for firing the RNI ADR DRS troopers, like so many cartridges from a rifle. A civvy wouldn't believe a skipper could be a sniper with a ship, but that's because civvies know almost nothing about how stealth operations are conducted. It's not as cinematic as a company like the Lost Boys dropping amidst fire and fury. Thump, bump. That was Lieutenant Hammond and Gunny, officer and staff first, then squad NCOs, then team leaders, namely him, then troopers. It didn't matter where or what kind of operation. The RNI always puts the mission leader on the dirt, or in the enemy hull, as it happens, first. There was something deeply reassuring about that to Corporal George, even if he could never quite understand what exactly that was. Thump bump, thump bump, thump bump. There went the three sergeants, just a little more time waiting in the tube, according to plan, and he'd be away, followed by all the other unfortunate men obliged to lead. He didn't think his team would give him trouble. Sure, Corporal George was a transfer from another platoon, but RNI was RNI. They knew that when the Republic offers duty to you, you don't turn her down. Besides, they gotten plastered together and had all sworn if they ever found the scrawny midshipman again, they'd be creative with the glue. There was a clang and a tremendous boom, and Corporal George was away and doing his own imitation of debris in a decaying orbit. Not that he had to touch the controls of his pod to do it. No. The trajectory from launch was good, and the only thing for him to do was to wait to hit the upper atmosphere. It wouldn't take much longer for the rest of the pods to be away, which meant that Nathan Hale had accomplished her mission flawlessly, which meant all of her hands were in significantly less danger than they were mere hours ago. Corporal George's pod began to rattle as the ablative layers began to burn to both slow his descent and convince any scanning equipment that might happen to be looking his way at just the wrong time that he was just another piece of debris that would burn up on entry. Nothing to worry about, enough to shoot at. He hated this part. It made him feel like his teeth were going to rattle out of his skull. No matter how many drops he did, he never got used to it. The discomfort didn't stop him from noticing Lieutenant Hammond's indicator light go green, quickly followed by Gunny's. They'd immediately test comms security, so by the time the squad leaders hit the ground, communication should be possible. Or if not, steps to make it possible would be in motion. Speaking of, 3 more lights came on in the darkness of the pod when the rattling suddenly died out. The display suddenly left to life. His hands flew to the controls, and he glanced at the scanner detection indicator. Nothing. He must be below the scanning floor. He cycled on the gravity generators and began to steer and slow his descent so that he would land in the LZ alive and not become a charred smear of carbon across the twisted warren of metal and concrete that made up the surface of this planet. He brushed the tops of the broadcasting and receiving equipment lining the peaks of the clustered towers before he shot like a bullet into a crooked canyon between them. His heart pounded in his throat. Sweat dripped down the back of his neck. His eyes tried to drink in the deserted and crumbling structures as they flashed by, but his hands were steady on the controls. Then he was moving at saner speeds through one of the many abandoned areas of this world, and set down in the skeletal remains of what might once been a sports arena, or maybe a massive theater. "Blade leader down and checking comms," Corporal George said, as he started disassembling the pod. "Comms good, Blade leader," Sergeant Daniel Reyes confirmed. "Hilt leader down, checking comms," came Corporal Sam Donovan's voice, quickly followed by Sergeant Reyes' confirmation. Scabbard leader down and checking comms. Came Corporal Ian McGregor's lifting chimes, which was again quickly followed by confirmation. Check on your guys, team leaders. Keep the chatter to a minimum. Comms are secure, but that doesn't mean that we give them a chance to break in if we don't have to. Aye, sir, all three said immediately. Just then, Corporal George heard Blade 1 down and checking comms from Lance Corporal Ethan Carter. Comms good, Blade 1, Corporal George confirmed, as he began cross-referencing what he could see with orbital photos and the area of activity for a good area to set up camp. Blade 2 down and checking comms, PFC Lucas Bennett and Corporal George confirmed. Finally, PFC Oliver Finch rasped, Blade 3 down and checking comms. Comms good, Blade 3, Corporal George confirmed, before switching to NCO channel. Team Blade all present and accounted for, proceeding to locate camps and preliminary observations. Roger that, Blade Leader, Sergeant Reyes said over the comms. Corporal George squared away in his team and started looking for access points to the forgotten Undercity. He had work to do. End of chapter. Drums of War, Chapter 41, 2 of 3, Resolve. On the surface of Naxaru, Emily was finding herself looking forward to a cold shower once she got to base. She would have been looking forward to a hot shower, but apparently the army could only produce water in 3 temperatures: cold, frigid, and blistering. For some reason, the engineer corps was concerned with trifling details, such as making sure the Undercity didn't collapse under the base, perimeter security, the artillery actually working, and surface-to-orbit comms working. Some people just can't prioritize. So the dubious pleasure of shivering under the shower head and scrubbing until she felt clean was a guiding light of relaxation at the end of another day of grueling work. Comfort and luxury, no matter how tenuous, must wait on the moment, and, in their case, they had finally found something mission-relevant. To call their search difficult would have been to understate the issue. This was no mere urban environment, which again would be an exercise in understatement. It was a planetary industrial center devoted in large part to foundry operations, which was built on top of a completely different set of industrial infrastructure, which was again built on top of another completely different set of infrastructure, which was itself sitting atop of crisscrossing tunnels, making a positive maze of the planet's crust. This, plus an R&I assault, plus an army invasion, did not bode well for the structural integrity of, well, anything. Matters weren't out by the exarchs of command's utter lack of care of collateral damage. If they had to use a plasma caster designed to demolish enemy fortifications to take out a Terran tank, they'd use it, and damn the consequences when they missed. This had meant the majority of her and her team's time was spent administering life-saving first aid, directing the walking wounded, and making some very tough calls about which brutalized slaves are likely to survive long enough to be saved. However, that isn't to say that they hadn't had any time for the primary mission. They found Private Bruce Everett munching a crayon and showing a remarkable lack of concern for his missing leg. His armor had applied pressure at the thigh, and Medtech Watkins had some very colourful things to say about the sanity of Belters. The trooper replied with some equally colourful things about the intelligence of Martians, and Emily tried not to giggle at the familiar argument. However, that was 3 days prior. Now they found the tip of a snapped R&I bayonet near a gaping hole in what was occasionally qualified as the ground. "Why are they always getting lost downward?" Alexei moaned as he looked leerily at the uncertainty-supported rubble making up the sides of the hole. "Because holes in the ground might hide enemies," Juan answered sardonically. "I need an engineer and someone who can calm an R&I trooper," Emily ordered as she, too, reached the hole. Alexei glared at her through his transparent faceplate. She grinned at him and continued, "I want Dr. Patel to stay here, and Juan and the Proby will track us on the surface in case we don't come up the way we went down." "And if we lose you?" Medtech Watkins asked soberly. "Switch to our paired beacons. They should work even if comms gets blocked. If we get in trouble, I'll use Morse code if needed." "Morse code?" he asked. "Juan, know it, Emily. How do you get through boot?" "Later. All right, people, we only have so much time, and our missing troopers have less. Let's move." Emily and Alexei began to carefully clamber down the shifting rubble, and the distant rumbling of artillery and tanks, and the closer, more disconcerting sounds of skirmishers with small arms were slowly smothered by layers of metal and concrete, or at least the local equivalent. And the always concerning sounds of running water. Running water can kill faster than a collapse underground, if it's more than a trickle. "I'm thinking maybe it is you out wanting me all to yourself," Alexei said as he clicked his headlights on and started scanning back and forth from the opening large enough for an R&I trooper to fit through when they came to the bottom. "Oh," Emily said absently as she did the same. "And who exactly am I keeping you from?" "Dr. Patel, obviously. She is, how to say, having the hots for me." A spluttering, choking sound came over the comms, and he said, "See? She was thinking you did not notice." "I was under the impression that you were an item once Cap caught you both in the same supply closet," Emily casually said, as she began to crawl into a tight opening, created by an alarming shear in a beam butted up against a large, warped section of sheet metal covered in the kinds of scrapes a man in power armor might leave if wriggling through in a hurry. More spluttering and choking proceeded. "How did you hear about that?" "A prep cook saw the whole thing. It was all over the mess hall the same day," Joan helpfully informed her. "Dang it, John, why do you have to go ruining my leaderly mystique?" "I was not meaning to spill the secret," Alexei muttered, and Emily had to content herself with imagining the reddening ears as she found that the space beyond was just big enough to gain her hands and knees. "You're a fascinating love-life aside," MedTech Watkins said coolly. "What's the situation down there?" "Tight but stable," Emily said as she crept along, making sure to look out for any sign that the trooper was behind a collapse or under one. Alexei made a noise behind her, and she amended, "Stable-ish." "We're not seeing an alternate path down here yet," Joan said, "but this place is commented dice a clusterfuck. Could be another hole opens up under me just 'cause I said there isn't one." "Keep looking, Joan, and maintain activity on the secondary objective. Roby's quick at rendering aid, especially with stabilizing neck and spine injuries. We might have to start using his name if you could pull the "Thank you, Joan," Emily said sturdily, before he could get the insult all the way out. It was important for the new guy to know that he needs to loosen up, but not to be an ass about it, or at least let someone else only be a little bit of an ass about it. "For the most part, it's hungry people or walking wounded right here," he continued in a more professional tones. "It seems that if someone got hurt in the fighting here," Joan left the rest and said. Emily knew anyway. Not many injured, but a lot of dead. "Watch each other's backs up there," Emily said. "Remember, we're invading this time. They might decide that it's our fault their house ate a plasma bolt and decide to do something about it." The passage they were following came to an abrupt end and opened up into a more reasonably sized passage running perpendicular to it. However, there was a good 6-foot drop to the floor of what looked like a hallway in the beams of her headlights. "Situation change," Emily said. "We're in the facility designed for occupancy of some kind. It has a hallway." Then she braced herself and tumbled to the floor. It was really too bad that nobody saw, because she was pretty sure that she looked heroic and badass. Alexei managed a somewhat less graceful dismount. Once he collected himself from his tangled heap on the floor, he examined the hallway and declared, "Probably won't cave in and killing us unless we sneeze." "Achoo," Emily said dryly, and got the long-suffering look in return. "Left or right?" "Never split up underground, not both." "Not both," she agreed. The pair carefully scrutinized the passageway for possible clues, which, while not abundant, were present. Emily found plasma burns on the walls, and based off the burn pattern, she pointed towards the source and said, "That way." Alexei nodded and followed, and noted a few steps along. "Mag-ac hits," and pointed to small holes punched through the concrete. "Status change," Emily said. "Found evidence of R&I weaponry." "Godspeed," MedTech Watkins said, and Emily thought there was a sort of earnest will behind the word. Emily had to restrain herself from taking great ground-eating strides, and instead took care to place her feet where there wasn't a hole leading to who knows where. This became even more difficult when they discovered the corpses of an Axark warrior who was missing a good quarter out the back of his head. "Status change," Emily said again, the familiar feeling of hope welling up in her heart. "Enemy corpse shows evidence of R&I weaponry. Our boy went this way, people." The hope in her was tinged with worry when they found the red smear on the floor, and another, and another, and another. As the worry grew and the hope dwindled, until there became a trail of drips that led to a still set of RNI Chipmando patent power armor, and her hope died. Emily plugged her armor's data cable into the corresponding port in the trooper's armor and confirmed what she already knew. He's been dead for hours. Tag the location for remains for reclamation. There's a potential alternate way up, Juan said soberly. Sending a packet to you now. Emily clicked her lights off and looked up at the darkness, hiding the low ceiling from her, while she blinked the tears out of her eyes and swallowed the lump in her throat before she clicked them on again to say, You still have more boys out there, people. They don't have much time. About that, Juan said. We're close to the last known location of Lance Corporal Ned Norman, and there's a note it says that Norman claims he'll be fine and can wait, but that was almost a week ago. Well, let's go be heroes, Emily sighed. One trip to the surface and totally not disgustingly unhealthy energy drink break later, and the team was carefully shifting the rubble of a collapsed building. They made contact with Lance Corporal Norman, who said, Shit, I was starting to think you all forgot about me. That wouldn't be so bad, except the water pipe I was drinking from dried up yesterday. Still got plenty of crayons. You can actually eat those things? Ted Watkins asked with clear disbelief. Calories is calories, the troopers replied chippily. Though I'll admit I never thought I'd miss MREs. I thought RNI troopers eating crayons was a joke, Emily said, nonplussed. It is, and it ain't. Round 8 centuries back, some jackass in the Navy heard an old joke about the old wet Navy's infantry eating crayons, and so they decided to change the name of our emergency rations. Prick, the unflappable trooper explained. Now we have bottled water and real actual beef jerky on this side of the rubble. And I'd be digging to get it if my power armor didn't get fucked up when the building fell on me. I'm just glad this void was in wriggling distance. I'd prefer not to get blowed up by my own armor. Please do not blow yourself up for some beef jerky and prove every stereotype about better Texas correct, Ted Watkins remarked. How dare you? I'm from Greater Texas. Don't your ears work right? Ted Watkins snorted and told him, as if there was a difference between the accents. If you weren't on the other side of a pile of rubble and saving my skin and offering me food, I'd whip you up one side of the street and down the other for that. You'd try, Ted Watkins said with a sly grin, and the trooper on the other side of the comms was obliged to do his level best to not choke on his laughter. One trapped trooper freed, and the team began to lope back to base, and the promise of cold showers, hot dinners, and cots to sleep on before beginning the work again in the morning. In what was probably once a moderately luxurious apartment deep within the forgotten subterranean networks below Azad. Once again, Corporal George was grateful that the Republican military held at least some things back from public markets. Low-latency voice, video, and file transfer through what was probably miles of crust material, if he accounted for the planetary curve, was one of them. Gentlemen, please tell me your base camps are all set up. 3 voices answered him in staggering disharmony. Aye, sir. Don't sir me, I'm a corporal, Corporal G answered dutifully. But in seriousness, please dispense with the sirs for now. I'm all one for tradition, and that one is fun, but we have work to do. Aye, Blade Leader, PFC Finch said, before anyone else could turn touching base into a hull section. I've checked and triple-checked. The enemy has nothing on planet that even might accidentally detect our comms. We can talk as much as we like. I'll run it up the chain, Corporal George said soberly, as he looked towards the corner where his discovery was huddled under the heat-reflective blanket. Good work, Blade 3. I'm set up in an abandoned tower right smack in the middle of our area of operation, PFC Bennett said, a little of the bemusement in his voice coming through. Not one of these buildings is occupied all the way up or all the way down. Good to hear, Blade 2. Do you still have access to the tunnel network? Aye, but I could do the Spider-Man thing here and go unseen. Absolutely no swinging from old cables between buildings, Corporal George chided with mock sternness. But, Dad, PFC Bennett pretended to whine. The comment drew Corporal George's attention to the tattered decorative fabrics peeling from the walls. He concluded it was too thin and fragile to serve as material for either a cot or a hammock. Blade 1, Corporal George asked, considering whether he could convince the complication to sleep on his cot and he'd just sleep in the armor until he found suitable materials. I'm set up near what looks like slave housing. I want to see if I can pick up on attitudes walking around, Lance Corporal Carter explained. I'm in the tunnels, gentlemen, Corporal George told them. You probably heard that's been my go-to. Preliminary findings and challenges. Blade 1, start. Aye, Blade Leader. The slaves are hotly debating whether the local lord won when he killed our martyr. They don't know much about Jesus, but they do know that he went to the cross willingly, even though he could have smote the ancient Romans whenever he wanted. There is a general feeling that the local lord snapped away an open hand, but the question is whether the Christ is strong enough to hit back. Additionally, as noted by Blade 2, this population is well under capacity. They could easily handle full occupancy, and even with everything the way it is, they could sustain enough traffic to keep everyone fed, clothed, etc. Lance Corporal rattled off efficiency. Blade 2, he asked as two plans began to formulate in his mind. Aye, Blade Leader, PFC said, suddenly serious. I found the martyr's site. The local lord went through the trouble of embalming the poor friend so that he doesn't have to smell decay when he murders people under him. Please tell me you still want to do something about that. Aye, I do. Is that all, Blade 2? No. He's been going on a propaganda push about the weakness of the God who calls for mercy. The strong have no need for forgiveness. There is no sin in victory of Exur, etc. That, and there's a shipment of power armor from one of the forge worlds we didn't fuck up coming through in 3 days to be divvied up and shipped to the front. Good work, Blade 2. That's going up the chain. My guess is it'll be in the Scabbard team's area. Aye. And they might have some of the info already, but have a complete timetable. Sending it now. Blade 3. Food might be a problem in the future. He'd been issued enough crayons to last a month or two, but he had no idea how much a growing and healing body needed in terms of calories, or if the colorfully named and humorously shaped rations had other vital nutrients for those processes. Aye, Blade Leader. The nobility is furious over our martyr. Apparently his torture and death didn't quite have the deterrent effect that they were hoping for. And their mid-level aristocrats have secret converts amongst them, not doling out sufficiently harsh punishments for having the prescribed attitudes towards Christ or what they call the vengeful goddess republic. They're running into manpower shortages due to an uptick in executions, and the local breeding program hasn't caught up to the increased death rate, and they're waiting on imported slaves from more populated planets. Moreover, there's a shortage of grain. Apparently 3 entire agricultural worlds have had massive blights, absolutely ruining harvests. And they have to completely destroy any plant material in the fields to get rid of it and import new seed. They suspect divine wrath. It sounds like a bioterrorism to me, PFC Finch explained softly. I don't think it's us, Blade 3. The Republic at any rate. It might be an independent actor, and that could be anyone from anywhere. Food would be a problem. He'd have to give the complication all of the forage and subsist on crayons. Corporal George resigned himself to his culinary fate and said, Good work on secondary objectives, gentlemen. However, I noticed none of you have any intel on our primary. Here he paused and was rewarded with the sound of palms slapping foreheads. The tunnels are intact. The apartment is running water, functional sanitation, data access and lights. The elevators leading downward have power, and I could not see any obstructions in the shafts. Gentlemen, the data center we've been looking for might just be intact, disused, in disrepair, forgotten and neglected, but intact. Should have fucking thought of that, PFC Finch muttered darkly. Also, I found this, Corporal George said as he sent a collection of video files to his team. Videos showing the torture and eventual execution of the martyr on the inverted cross that they intended on making use of. The comms were as silent as a grave. His name was Aidan Purefoy. He was a courageous man, and he deserves to be respected as the victor he is. I want a way to quickly and quietly cut that altar in half. Tight plasma beams should work, PFC Bennett said quietly. Blade 3? I can probably rig one up. The question will be power supply. 1. Unknown. Worst case, we can use the power pack from the suit of armor. If we don't need to be quiet, Blade 2 can cut her with explosives. Noted. Give me a timetable of when we can move on the martyr site in both scenarios and start leaving messages for the nobility. Now comes the closed fist, or something like that, and start building a target list. With luck, we can get some of them to panic and run before we start eliminating targets. Nakuzin does not escape, though, and I want him to know we're coming. Am I understood, gentlemen? Nice, Blade Leader, came the discordant confirmation. Blade Leader out. Now for the complication. Corporal George switched to squad-level comms and reported everything he and his team had learned. and got some interesting tidbits about critical transportation infrastructure vulnerabilities in his area of operations in return. Then he requested to consult with a corpsman. This was unusual enough to get kicked straight up to Lieutenant Hammond. "Boy, if you're injured enough to need a corpsman but can still talk, just say what's broken how," the lieutenant drawled. "Sir, it's a complication. We don't like complications, boy." "No, sir, we don't. But we deal with them anyway." "Aye, that we do. What kind of complication?" "A half-starved boy, pre-puberty, with a severely broken leg, passed out in the tunnels. I'm guessing he crawled there to escape getting sacrificed for being injured." A witness of any age could expose an operator, could leave signs that the authorities might notice, even inadvertently. A child being cared for could be a fanatic, a ready and stabbed an operator in his sleep. Taking care of this boy could put the operator who took him in at risk, and put the entire mission at risk. That didn't change what the right thing to do was. And too, Lieutenant Hammond didn't hesitate any more than Corporal George had. "I'll patch you through. Mox Uriel out." "This is Blaze 2, go for consult," Specialist Sam Reed piped. It always surprised Corporal George how high the big man's voice was. "Injured civilian, broken leg, malnourished, found unconscious. Didn't wake up upon being moved. Give me a live feed. You have lights other than the ones in your helmet, and camp light." "Camp has decent light," Corporal George explained as he retrieved his helmet and used his fingers to manipulate certain toggles under a panel inside it. "Give me a second." I gave him my e-blanket since he was cold. "You weren't kidding about malnourished," Specialist Reed nearly whispered, as the blanket was drawn back to reveal the slight frame of the child beneath. His limbs were spindly and frail-looking. His joints looked swollen, his cheeks hugged his skull, and there was deep furrows between his visible ribs. That was just the boy's general condition. His left leg had 2 unnatural bends in it, and was black with swelling, bruising, even in its skeletal state. "You're going to need to set those brakes and splint them. I'll try to get clearance to come give him a cast." "You see the vids?" "Aye," Specialist Reed nearly growled. "Can we use that device to force cellular regen?" "I'd need to investigate further. The fact that the Exarch use it as a means to prolong torture indicates that it might not be suitable for long-term healing." "Next question. Can these guys eat crayons?" "You're a cruel bastard. How could you do such a terrible thing to a child?" "He needs calories now, and he probably won't care about how bad it tastes," Corporal George said irritably. "Easy there, Blade Leader. Just joshing you a little, and you're right." Specialist Reed fell silent in thought, or maybe calculations, and eventually said, "Give him about 1/8 of a crayon every 4 hours. I'd suggest breaking it up and mixing it with water so that you can drink it. Start now. After that, put something sturdy, but with a little give between his teeth. You don't want him to bite his tongue off when you set his leg." "I'll need to forage for a splint materials," Corporal George clarified. "I was hoping he'd regain consciousness and be able to help in locating some. Unlikely. I suggest you begin the crayon slurry. Your assessment of his state was accurate. He needs calories now. No further questions. Keep him warm and avoid moving him again. Blaze 2, out." Corporal George wasted no time in following the corpsman's recommendations. 1 caloric dosing later, one couldn't properly call a slurry being poured down a child's throat a meal, and Corporal George was making his way to the surface disguised as one of the many nameless slaves beneath the notice of even each other. If any of them didn't have the curiosity beaten out of them at an early age, one of their fellows emerging from the shadows of the forgotten depths of their decaying home might have at the very least given them pause. But for one, they had been, and for another, Corporal George was adept at moving in such a way that their eyes would slide over his cloaked form, dismissing him as just another worn-down cog in the same machine as they. The hunched, downcast, shuffly gait still disquieted him to adopt, as he couldn't do so without remembering that it was the natural state of those around him. Even here on the surface, the sun was a distant memory. As the towers, hungrily reaching for that memory, like grasping fingers, cast choking shadows upon the alleys and streets they created below, only mildly mitigated by the flickering illumination of regularly spaced and irregularly functioning lights. The thrumming murmur of falling feet, rambling trains, and cycling dolls filled the air, and was occasionally cut by a clear voice speaking in the harsh, guttural language of the Exarch to make various announcements of various useful or else make propagandistic statements about the state of the war or what the correct religious beliefs were. Equally distant was the thought of fresh air. Even more pronounced here than in the tunnels was a pervasive pall of decay, a sour, sickly scent that turned the belly and set the mouth to watering in preparation of vomit. Every stirring of the air brought another new twist to the rotten air. It was as if the city was itself a massive, hidden heap, and the Exarch were merely a scavenging rats eking out a miserable existence on the refuse of a long-forgotten civilization. He kept shuffling along until he heard the hushed tones of taboo arguments. He knew he was in a prime location. Then he started winding through the dismal collection of domiciles, looking for what he knew would be there. A recently vacated apartment. No, that was too generous a word. Cell or cubicle would fit what these people lived in better. They weren't even afforded the ability to cook for themselves. However, he found what he was looking for after only 2 hours of searching. The hush fell to silence when he neared a doorway, gaping like an empty eye socket of a skull, and Corporal George knew that its occupants had recently been executed. He sent up a quick prayer that the poor soul's neighbors hadn't already picked the place clean, glanced up and down the empty hall, and slipped soundlessly inside. His prayers were answered, as within he found soap, a threadbare towel, a mostly whole-woven blanket, and a chair made from plastic panels held in an aluminium frame. If there had been any witnesses to see the ease with which Corporal George bent and twisted the cold aluminum until it broke apart due to the friction generated heat once, twice, and thrice, they would have wanted to know how he was well fed enough to be so strong. However, there was nobody to see, and so he bent the 3 pieces of aluminium into more or less straight bars and discarded the flimsy faded green plastic panels in the corner of the claustrophobic cubicle. That done, he took a furtive glance out the door to either side to ensure that he was still alone, and fit the pieces into a bundle with the soap and towel wrapped in the blanket. He shouldered the bundle beneath the cloak, and found it only made him look more downtrodden and miserable, and therefore even less notable. He could forage for food once he delved into the forgotten undercity infrastructure, and found the various maintenance override protocols, which were no doubt waiting in nice, printed repair manuals in offices meant for heads of departments, which were just as forgotten as their makers scattered all across the planet. For now, the boy shivered in Corporal George's space camp, and more immediate concerns. Since he was already above ground, he shuffled to the looming slab of metal and concrete, which served as the local lord's temple, residence, and seat of power, which would be another otherwise unremarkably, mostly abandoned derelict on this underused and underserved world. As he arrived, he joined a swelling throng pressing towards the broad steps leading to what on the surrounding buildings was the second floor, but of the temple was the entrance. Corporal George had to suppress a shake of his head at the waste of creating such a symbolic gesture. He did not wish to see the interior, not yet, and not during what was clearly an active ceremony. So he rode the ebb and flow of the crowd until he had circled the building and found that the block directly surrounding the towers, or at least their above-ground levels, had been demolished to form a wide plaza about the temple. The better for such gatherings, he supposed. He was going to leave when dozens of massive 20-foot-high screens blazed to life to show the ceremony going on inside. There stood Naku Zin behind a sacrificial altar, and behind and above him were the unblinking dead eyes of the martyred Aiden Purefoy, and before them, both upon the altar, was a victim, her naked chest heaving in terror. Corporal George gritted his teeth at what Naku Zin was eloquently saying with the visuals alone. His fury was kindled as the words came out over the hidden speakers. An unnatural silence fell across the crowd as the tyrant bloomed. Here the serf has committed blasphemy and named herself. Here the serf has betrayed her God and chose the weak God of mercy, who sent only the fool who watches her die. Here lies an unworthy one. May the thirst of Exur, may the stars tremble at his steps, be sated by her unworthy blood and soul. Some blanched, some looked away. A few softly let moans of terror escaped their teeth. Still more sunk deeper into the hollow-eyed stare of despair. But not one Exarch in the still crowd was unmoved. It was disgustingly effective. Corporal George did not look away, as the wicked dagger flashed and sanguine blood fountained. He did not shut out the shriek of pain and fear that became the gurgling death rattle. He witnessed, then he made his way back into the tunnels. Justice would fall on Naku's Inn like a hammer from the heaven itself, if Corporal George had anything to do with the matter. But that meant that he'd to get busy. First, see to the boy. Next, there was work to do. Back at base camp, it had been 4 hours, so he was watching the still unconscious boy's autonomic response swallow the slurry for him, and had the leather-wrapped handle of his bayonet, sans blade, tank and pommel, for the safety's sake, prepared for the next step. He reviewed the procedure Specialist Reed had sent him. He had bent the 2 longer pieces to immobilize the boy's leg and ankle with a slight bend at the knee, close to how his unconscious body was already holding it, and had broken the remaining piece into 2 smaller pieces for lateral stabilization above and below the knee. He waited a good 60 seconds to make sure the boy wouldn't vomit and put the leather between the boy's teeth. Then he checked the rolls of woven medical tape and gauze that he had laid out for binding and realized that everything except himself was prepared. A deep breath in and out, and Corporal Peter George was still absolutely terrified. So he did it again, and reminded himself that if he didn't do this, the boy would likely die, or, if not, be lamed for life. So, failing to quiet his calm, he gathered his courage and put a hand on the boy's chest, gripping him at the knee, and pulled. The boy's eyes leapt open, and he saw jaw clench onto the leather cylinder between his teeth as a feeble howl of pain passed around it. With all of his meager might, he pounded and scratched at the immovable hand keeping him pinned to the floor, and tears flowed like little brooks from his eyes as Corporal George worked to set the second break and get the splint in place and wrapped. The war-hardened corporal felt his throat tighten and blink back tears lest they cloud his vision and impair the treatment. When he was done, the boy's cries of pain had subsided to agonized panting. Corporal George allowed himself to crumple into the floor and told him, in the language of the Exarch, "I am sorry for that. I tried to wake you so that I could warn you about the pain. But you would not wake." That was the closest approximation in their language to "I'm sorry," and the fact rankled at Corporal George. The boy deserved a proper apology. Then he scowled to himself as he said aloud, still in the tongue of Exarch, "I can't keep calling you the boy. It is rude." The boy helpfully replied in muffled grunts. Corporal George sighed and picked himself up off the floor, brushed imaginary dust off himself, and very, very carefully moved the boy off the floor and onto his cot, where he'd laid out a blanket for insulation. Then he said, "You are allowed to spit that out. It was there to keep you from biting your tongue off." The boy seemed to realize that he could do so with surprise, and in a feeble wheeze asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Corporal Peter George, Republican Naval Infantry Advanced Drop Scout Trooper of the Deep Recon Scout Battalion," the man answered. "What is your name?" Immediately the boy dropped his gaze to the floor and said, "I have no name, great one, for I was born unworthy of such things." There was no adequate word in the Exarch language, so Corporal George used one in commercial English. "Poppycock." "This lowly one does not understand foolishness, nonsense, beneath consideration. Of course you are worthy of a name. And if you don't have one yet, I'll fix that problem." "Why would you do such a thing?" "Why would I splint a crippled boy's leg?" "I know not. Are you a nana?" "No. I think the priest lord of this area would call me a shadow warrior." "Have you come to punish us?" "No. I have come to achieve victory for my people. This means defeat for your leaders, and it might cause suffering amongst your people. But I cannot change that." "Why do as you are doing? Why speak with one such as I?" "Because it is right to help you, Gideon, and polite to answer your questions as I can." Who is Gideon?" Gideon asked. "He was a warrior whose tale is told in my people's holy tanks from ancient past. In those days, the only enemies my people could fight were others of my people, and it was with a spear and a sword, stone and bow. He was a strong man and a wise leader who trusted God in a desperate hour, and a fine namesake for you." "You speak as the Upside-Down Man did before he was slain," Gideon remarked. "Aiden was one kind of servant. I am another." The unseen sun set on Azad. Drums of War, Chapter 42, 303, Resolve. In the pre-dawn light of Naxuru, Emily and her team stood surveying the capsized and collapsed wreck of a building with sober determination. Calling it an apartment building or even a tenement would have been generous, but habitation block would have been more accurate. The last of the RNI's MIAs was in all likelihood somewhere in or below that mass, and it was their job to find him. "All right, people," Emily said softly. "Just like always. We don't have much time, and our boys have less. Let's start with a sweep across that. To keep within 10-minute sprint of each other. Speak on the status changes. Let's get moving." Juan said a quick prayer in Reformed Mexican, but Emily didn't pay attention to the translation provided by her helmet. It seemed private. Then she sprang forward and began the odd lope familiar to power armor operators intended to cover ground quickly but carefully. Her team spread out behind her in this widening line. She found herself silently thanking the army for doing a little of the grim work primarily. At least the surface wasn't littered with broken corpses, and they'd even dug a good several hundred out. But once they didn't need to hold the location as a hill anymore, they moved forward with the lines. They wouldn't even be here, except seismic and acoustic monitoring had picked up an explosion somewhere within. It might have been batteries overcharging and damaging concealed housing, or it might have been an RNI trooper still fighting in that tangled mess. Thus the search. One pass didn't reveal anything obvious, so she ordered, "Circle around the north end, another sweep, end perpendicular." This time the sweep down the length from what was once the roof until they ended at the snagged and jagged heap that used to be the hab's lower floors. "It's in we go," Jamal said stoically. MedTech Jamal Watkins had graduated from Proby yesterday, when he filled Juan's locker with gummy worms and held a completely straight face when claiming he had no idea how they got there. Emily had started to worry that the man had no sense of humor. Alexei was driven crazier than he already was, trying to divine where he got the gummy worms. "He didn't go down," Emily noted. "Down was going to him," Alexei mused poetically. He received a four-way flat look. "What? It's true." "Juan and Jamal, you try and stay to the top. I'll take Alexei in. Track you from the outside and try to find alternate ways in. Be ready to either go in or call evac as needed," Dr. Patel said, squinting at the capsized building. "Our R&I boys are tough. You could be alive in there. Good luck." "It's like you know me or something," Emily commented as she clicked on her helmet lights and plunged into a crumbling and crooked corridor. "Or something," Dr. Patel agreed. "We'll never get used to walking on wall," Alexei muttered as they slowly picked their way through. "Could be worse," Emily said. "The building could be upside down." "Brr, that is the worst," Alexei muttered as he shifted some rubble. "Stairwell." "Further in we go," Emily said. "I've heard the holes are punched through the floors. I think some engineers made a path during the battle here," Jamal opined. "Do you think they'll call the Battle of Capsized Hill or the Battle of Broken Block?" Juan asked absently. "If it gets a name at all, it'll be something like Battle for Zone Q87-B, Emily said, as she crept through an access panel to check on the HAB cubicles. "That cabinet is a surprisingly good bridge," Jamal exclaimed. "Army engineers are damn handy," Juan replied. "Weren't you, R&I? I didn't think you guys stayed in one place long enough to fortify." "Not often, but if they do, having engineers is always handy. Besides, I've been a medtech longer than I was a trooper." Jamal grunted, and Juan grunted back. Emily didn't speak man, but she figured that was some kind of apology and acceptance ritual. Indeed, men were inscrutable creatures. "The engineers didn't get down here, though. So, if you make it to the roof before us, I'd like you to meet us in the middle," Emily said, as she stepped over an open doorway to a HAB cubicle while checking inside, and shot a quick glance upward to the one above her for good measure. "It's very slow going down here," Alexei agreed. "I dislike the jumping across the hallways, meet." And so the grueling work went on as the dawn slowly broke outside, and the rising sun cast slanting beams through windows and holes alike, banishing some shadows and deepening others. Carefully, slowly, meticulously, and in the full knowledge that they were both running out of time and could move no faster without risking the very man that they were trying to save. Yet they found nothing but poor Exarch, who had perished when their building had toppled, or in the hours afterwards for lack of medical treatment, or worse, in the days hence for lack of water. Emily tried not to think about the fact that so many people were simply beyond help of the Republic, and had been put there by her own leadership, she did not succeed at this. "Hold," Alexei said, and Emily froze. "Are you hearing this?" Emily turned up her exterior mics and heard it. "Shifting. We are close," Alexei said. "This way." Emily followed him with a familiar swell of hope into a large open room, which meant an expanse above their heads. Luckily, they were near a wall, and the drop was short, and their next destination was clear. A hole in the ceiling where small fragments of concrete and other detritus were still shifting from the disturbance. On the other side of the hole, they found themselves in the twisted remains of a kitchen that still had some fires flickering, where oil or food or filters or other flammable material had been flash-heated some time yesterday. On top of what might have been some kind of oven, or maybe a very large warming cabinet, there kneeled Sergeant Sato Suzuki in his completely emotionless power armor, his unmoving hands. Emily carefully clambered over the kitchen equipment to connect her data cable to his armor. She found his power pack and was completely drained. "He was shifting this rubble," Alexei muttered as he squinted critically at the pile before them. Emily thought she heard something, so just to be sure, she got out her tools and manually separated the sergeant's faceplate. A stream of hot blood dripped from the seam, and when it was out of the way, the man coughed up more blood. His fur around his nose and mouth was dark with his own blood. His breathing was shallow, and his eyes were red with broken capillaries. "Sarko," he wheezed in these confines of his armor. "About time you showed up." "Yes, sir. We're here now. Sorry it took so long to find you." "Not me," he wheezed as Emily furiously worked to free him. She got an arm free, and the man immediately grabbed a small chunk of rubble. "The kids found one of their nurseries." "Don't worry, sir," Emily said through a lump in her throat. "My friend Alexei is good at getting people out of these kinds of places." "Good," Sergeant Suzuki said, and his hand had somehow found the back of Emily's gauntlet. She stopped trying to extract him from his armor and held his hand. "I don't think I can stay and help. Promise." "I promise we'll get them out," Emily told him. "Thank." Sergeant Sato Suzuki breathed his last. "Status change," Emily choked. "Sergeant Suzuki located. Tagging location for remains reclamation. All right, people. You said that there are kids trapped behind this pile. Alexei and I will work on shifting the rubble and establishing communication. Jamal and Juan, see about finding an alternate path to them. Dr. Patel, get your pediatrics ready. We don't have much time, and those kids have less. Let's get moving." Emily gently let go of Sergeant Sato Suzuki's unmoving hand and got to work. Her team didn't say anything. They just got to work. On a deserted floor of a building overlooking a temple to evil on Azad. At this height of the soft twinkling stars could be seen for the first time in weeks, and Corporal George was not the only man in his team to take a moment to enjoy the sight. "It's damn odd how we can take something so vast as the stars for granted," PFC Finch said. "Aye," PFC Bennett said, as a quiet hum was followed by a whip crack and a smooth tone of a cable running through the low-friction bearing. They would have heard the harpoon impact in one of the interior walls through one of the broken windows in the targeted tower's abandoned top floors, except it was too far away. "It's not right that there's no moon. How could they not make their planet a moon?" Lance Corporal Carter muttered. "Oh, you must be from one of the Hopes," PFC Bennett sneered. "Gentlemen," Corporal George cut in, "we have work to do." "Aye, Blade Leader," all three replied, and Lance Corporal Carter tested his armored weight on the zipline. "I hate these fucking things," he muttered, before clipping his armor to the trolley with a short carabiner and cable, and leapt into the windswept void. One after another, the nearly invisible men clad in the most advanced adaptive camouflage power armor that the Republic could produce silently glided across the gap, trusting their lives to a thin line of twisted metal and a small electric motor. One by one, they silently came to their feet, in safety without a word, and even their footfalls were lost in the whistling of the wind through the gaping skeleton of the tower. They made sure the floor was deserted as it appeared, and began the stairs. The further down they went, the less decrepit the building was, and so each floor took that much longer to clear. Meanwhile, in Acolyte Lord Nakuzin's chamber, the infuriated aristocrat paced before the abased initiate highborn and effected a casual swing of the shock baton in one clenched fist. Missives with a heretical symbol had been appearing all over his district, and the fool before him claimed that he had seen nothing, not who painted them, and not who committed the treason that accompanied them. The initiate highborn were found slain with their throats slit, or dangling from nooses of thin cutting wire, or with small holes in their foreheads, while the backs of their heads were blown asunder. Worse, it had spread to other districts, and Priest Lord Barracks Quinn blamed him. "You saw naught?" he asked with greater patience than the fool deserved. "I speak truly, O Acolyte Lord," the mewling beetle whined. "Nor can I find any clues in the security logs." "I believe I know what happens," Acolyte Lord Nakuzin mused softly as a drawn dagger. "O Great One, enlighten this foolish servant, that he may serve you." "It is those who can write that leave these missives of 'Now comes the clenched fist.' Yes?" "It stands to reason, Great One." "So, who on Azad knows how to write?" The coward's face paled, and he stammered, Great One, it is possible that there may be a traitor amongst the initiate highborn." "Indeed," Acolyte Lord Nakuzin sneered before he struck the traitor across the face with his shock baton. Above, Corporal George and his team had come to a door barring further descent, and finding it locked, Corporal George flashed with Republican contextual hand signals, either "stand back, using thermite to melt the latch," or "my ass itches, and I need a bottle of whiskey," given the context. Team Blade stood back with their carbines at the ready. Thermite flashed white-hot, the latch melted, and a gentle push opened the door with a squeal of dusty hinges. The team flowed down the stairs like a midnight breeze, and though they found nothing but ornate furnishings gathering dust, they checked every shadow before descending again. At the landing, they found a single warrior standing guard to his fatal misfortune, a bayonet through his windpipe, and he could not even cry out in pain and shock as he lay dying. Nothing about how Corporal George stepped over him betrayed the pang of sorrow inside. Below, the initiate highborn regained his posture of abasement and begged, "Wait, Great One, for there is another possibility." "What other possibility? That the weak God of mercy Christ is sending punishments? Here, where Xur made the stars tremble at his steps, is strong, and the blood of this Christ servant slicks his throat." None would dare notice Acolyte Lord Nakuzin's open, wide-eyed terror as he raved against what he called impossible. But it was there nonetheless. "No, Great One, I speak of shadow warriors of the vengeful goddess Republic." This calmed Acolyte Lord Nakuzin, so he only struck the fool once before asking, "Have you any proof?" Above, barely audible clicks preceded the whistling of magnetically accelerated iron sailing through the air and into their targets. Meaty slaps, followed by gasps of shock, followed by more of the same, followed by the muffled thumping of men tumbling to the ground in lifeless heaps, quickly dwindling to complete silence once again, and the midnight breeze of death blew down another flight of stairs. On the other side of the door, Acolyte Lord Nakuzin was listening to a fool stammer. "But since none of we lowly initiate highborn can fathom what great ones such as the Great One before me in their wisdom withheld, we know not what the phrases 'now comes the clenched fist' means. Furthermore, who would think to make the heretical cross of the god of weakness into a sword? The crown of thorns seems aimed at the Great One before me, yet these wings baffle all, and the serfs whisper heresy about Nanars, the god of mercy." Acolyte Lord Nakuzin was considering whether he should allow the fool to live or feed his soul to Xur. May the stars tremble at his steps. When death itself came into the room like a storm, every warrior dropped like a sack of sand, their blood splattering his fine tapestries and wall hangings. Yet the terrors did not cease, for seemingly out of nowhere, 4 dark figures, black as the void between the stars, stepped out of the nightmares and into his chamber. 3 kept their weapons trained on him and his servants, and 1 lowered his weapon to free her hand and point accusingly at Acolyte Lord Nakuzin. Liquid fear ran down the inside of his legs beneath his robes. A voice of nightmare came from the apparition. "You slapped away the open hand, so now comes the closed fist." Corporal George took immense pleasure in punching the murderous son of a bitch in the stupid red nose. He'd been working on a perfect one-liner for days, too. "The rest of you," he said to the clearly horrified slaves, "all you have to do to stay not dead is be quiet and pretend you saw nothing, that you were never even here tonight. The logs will show your master ordered you to leave him, fearing assassins." One trip down a flight of stairs later, with an unconscious aristocrat/priest being dragged by the ankle none too gently, and Team Blade was in another altar room. Corporal George thought that he could almost smell the metallic tang in the air despite his armor's filters. The sight of the blood-soaked altar was stomach-churning enough without imagining smells. The desecrated body of Aidan Purefoy on the inverted cross made the scene positively boiling. Even so, he controlled his rage and used some zip ties to hog-tie the aristocrat for safekeeping, before snapping out orders. "Blade 2 perimeter, Blade 1, get that cutter assembled. Blade 3, help me get Mr. Purefoy down from there." His subordinates did it as ordered, with a quiet efficiency, and while Corporal George gently lifted the martyr's body by his shoulders. Somehow, PFC Finch muttered, as he eased the spikes out of Mr. Purefoy's desiccated hands, and the corresponding sockets in the metal cross before doing the same for the spikes through his ankles. "I don't think they were going for a comparison to St. Peter." "The message was received as intended," Corporal George said, as he gently carried Mr. Purefoy to an out-of-the-way spot where he could lay him in repose. He used his gauntleted fingers to close the martyr's eyes, which had been embalmed in such a way that they looked almost alive. "We can give them one they'll receive as intended. How's that cutter going?" "Ready. Just need somebody to hold the other side if you care about a straight cut." 3, got it." There was a crackling buzz, a purplish white light, and then the sparks started to fly, and the smoke of burned blood filled the air. While those two busied themselves with bisecting that symbol of horror, Corporal George utilized his power armor strength to lift the cross out of the socket that had been cut into the floor and righting it. When it settled, he asked, "How's the cutting going?" "Nearly done," Lance Corporal Carter murmured. Blade Leader, came PVC Bennett over the comms, found another stairwell leading down and a sealed elevator shaft. "Check it out. Let us know if it's a good alternate exit," Corporal George ordered. "Done." "Holy shit," shouted Lance Corporal Carter. "What the fuck kind of computer has fucking blood as an input?" PFC Finch asked, nobody in particular. "No idea," Corporal George answered. "Make sure you get some stills, and I'll run the info up the chain. We might want one of those intact. Blade 1, start making the sword and wings. 3, help me place the halves." They placed the bisected altarpieces about 8 feet from one another on end. Then Corporal George retrieved Aidan Purefoy and laid him at the foot of the cross between the pieces of the altar, and pulled the nails fixing the twisted metal crown and thorns to his head so that he could gently remove it and place it at his feet with the spikes, like the weapons of a defeated foe of a victorious dead. "Good," he said, with a glance at Lance Corporal Carter and PFC Finch's work in welding the scraps left over from reshaping the cross into a sword together to suggest wings to either side of it. Then he went to check on the aristocrat, who was still unconscious. "It's looking like a yes," PFC Bennett said, "but you might have trouble getting to your tunnels. Seems like it goes deeper than the normal ones." "Good work, Blade 2, Corporal George said. "Can you sprint upstairs and make sure nobody looks up to see a cable hanging across the temple plaza?" "I can. Do it. Aye, Blade Leader." While he was speaking, Corporal George was snapping the zip ties to purposely restraining Matthews in, and arranging him so that he'd wake up prostrate before the martyr beneath the warrior's cross, and a victorious martyr in repose in its shadow, with its symbol of power shattered. Meanwhile, Lance Corporal Carter and PFC Finch unfurled and hung a banner that read, "This is your last chance, Lords of Azad. Repent of your wicked ways, or the Lord of Hosts shall send a Republican host to visit justice upon you." "Ominous," Corporal George commented at the phrasing. "It's their mode of speaking," PFC Finch said, somewhat defensively. "It is. Switch on active camera and get the screens outside online." "Aye, Blade Leader," he replied, not sounding all that mollified. The 3 remaining troopers became shimmering blurs to all outside observers, and blue outlines in their own HUDs. This lord might try to hide what happened here tonight, but his superiors would have questions about the dead warriors, and the slaves outside would have questions about the center of the gods of Lord's power shattered before the cross and a dead man. Hell, a couple hundred of them might be staring awestruck at the scene at the very moment, thanks to the screens. Deep below, Gideon waited. Gideon. The name felt strange between his teeth, but not in a displeasing way. The Great One had given him a name despite his lowly birth, and thought it a trifling thing. Yet he also chose the name with care. Such wisdom boggled the mind. To confront a trifle, realize that to the one it is done for is a far greater matter, and then do the thing with care anyway. It was far beyond his ken. If the name had been the only thing this being of power and might had done for him, it would have yet been more than Gideon could ever repay. It was the least of his gifts. Admittedly, Gideon had shamed himself upon receiving one of these gifts by panicking, yet he had been too weak to harm the Great One, Peter George. The Great One insisted that Gideon use the name directly. Peter George had used his vast knowledge to begin the healing process for his broken leg. That beginning had hurt a lot more than when the cargo lifter had backed into him and crushed it against the wall. Then he summoned another of his order who knew the secrets of healing to instruct both Peter, George, and Gideon. Once more, he marveled at the hard encasement wrapping his leg and wondered how inside it felt so soft and comfortable. He had been certain that this Great One was wrapping his leg that it would become itchy, yet his leg was comfortable, if throbbing with ache. Again, this was the least of the gifts of even this Great One, who Gideon did not remember the name of. Regrettably, his mind was too full of wonder and pain to remember. No, he had left behind also some magic white tablets with a small white bottle. The magic of these tablets was subtle but profound, for they reduced the pain in his broken leg. Gideon had never heard of such a thing, except maybe that the acolyte lords and those who stand above them. Yet these great ones spent them on him, as if they were mere pebbles to be cast before infants to delight them with sparkling color. Not precisely that way, for the Great One, Peter George, doled them out with careful count each time. Gideon suspected that too little would allow the pain to rise again, but too much might send him into an unwaking sleep. Yet, still, even this magic spent with ease, if carefully, on one such as he, was not the greatest of gifts. No, it was the strange, brightly-colored short sticks. Throughout the day, Peter George would break a portion of one of these sticks, crush that portion into a small cup, and add water, then use the short rod of metal that he had found somewhere to mix the miracle. Then he would give it to Gideon to drink. It tasted wretched and felt disgusting in his mouth, but in the beginning Gideon was too weak to resist. However, as the days went on and Peter George came and went, though never forgot to give him either the magic tablets or the foul potion, Gideon realized that it did two things. First, it quieted the gnawing emptiness in his belly. No small thing, for he had never known that part of him to be wholly silent. Second, day by day, Gideon's strength returned. Gideon knew not for certain the nature of these great ones, but their power was vast, far more vast than the acolyte lords and those who stand above them. They thereafter suspected that Peter George was either a nunner of the god called Christ, or sometimes Jesus, or he was a shadow warrior of the vengeful goddess Republic. He did not speak these thoughts aloud, however, for he feared giving offense to one such as Peter George, who had done these great and wondrous things as if they were a matter of course. Peter George would let Gideon know what he wished to speak of when he returned anyway. Gideon enjoyed when they spoke together. The door opened without a sound, and Gideon held his breath as he looked into the darkness beyond. Then the air shimmered, and a figure clad in the very midnight sky stood in the doorway. Gideon knew not how he did such a thing, but Peter George caused his helmet to open, its faceplate rising like a visor to speak. "Hello, Gideon. Shouldn't you be asleep?" "The sleep comes and goes as it will, Peter George," Gideon explained. He had learned that such questions were not to be answered with groveling. Such speech irritated the Great One. "I did try to call it back to me, but it would not come." "Fair enough," Peter George said, and Gideon found the phrase odd. How can something be fair enough? It was either fair or foul. "Since you are awake, do you feel strong enough to try sitting up on your own?" Gideon looked within and concluded that he did not know if he felt strong enough. Therefore he made the attempt. His abdomen protested under the strain, and the arm he placed upon the springy cot shook. But after an arduous climb, Gideon sat upright. He felt a wide smile matching the one across Peter George's face blooming as he said, "It seems I can. Just." "Very good. Here, let me help you scooch against the wall." Of course, Peter George would do as he would regardless of what Gideon would or would not let. Yet Gideon accepted the help in any case. "Does this mean I may have true food?" "Yes. The main danger was choking, and if you can't sit up, swallowing." Peter George must have seen something on his face, for he abruptly cut off and said instead, "The healer instructed us to do things this way, and I trust his wisdom." Gideon found it odd how Peter George would sometimes stumble over certain words, as if he must search his vast knowledge for a word close to what he means, rather than saying as he wished. Gideon found the idea of thoughts that he had no words for somewhat frightening. What other things did the Great Ones know that was beyond his ken? Were they all as wondrous as gifts as he had received? Or were there things of terror hidden behind those wise eyes? "I give thanks." "You have questions," Peter George stated, as he retreated across the room, where there were some cabinets and what looked like a small cooktop. Amazing that such a thing had been beneath their feet this whole time. "You may ask as many as you wish." "What do you do when you leave this place?" "I search, I listen, I watch, then I act. Sometimes I break important things, sometimes I kill." "You visit wrath upon those who deserve death," Gideon said, for this would be the purpose of a divine messenger such as Peter George. Peter George stood silent and began to exit his black armor as he said, "Whether the people I must kill deserve death is not known to me. There are some I can guess at, others I must consider not well. Yet it is my duty, and I do my duty." Gideon thought he understood, for all must learn to obey those who stood above. But he asked anyway, "Because you are commanded to kill?" Peter George again paused in his motion for long seconds before resuming with a question. "Do you prefer a grain porridge or the drink I make for you?" "The porridge," Gideon answered, fearing that he had given offense. "But if you knew choosing the porridge would starve someone else, and you could have the drink instead, well, they could not." Gideon found this difficult. He had never thought of another's life in his hands before. He did not believe such a thing was possible. However, Peter George clearly believed that he was capable of understanding and answering the question, so he considered with care before declaring, I would choose the drink." "Duty is like that," Peter George said. "I do as I do because I picked up this duty, and it carries the obligation that I carry it until its end." Peter George nodded to himself, as if he thought that was good a way to say the thing. "I do not think such things are within my ken," Gideon said meekly, for the idea was too difficult for his mind to hold. It invoked awe, terror, longing, and something deeply stirring within him when he tried to force his mind to hold its breath. "You are still a boy. Maybe when you're a man you will understand," Peter George said and began to cook porridge. Corporal George felt good. Rather, he felt better. Talking with Gideon and helping him was like that. However, the kid had some tough questions, not made easy by the fact that the exact language just did not have the words for certain concepts. He knew he wasn't particularly quick-minded, but the kid didn't know that. He owed him the best answers he could think up, and he thought he found the words that fit closely enough. Plus, Gideon was finally strong enough to sit up, which meant that he could eat real food. Crayons were great for not getting dead, but in every other respect they left much to be desired. Corporal George sometimes thought that the Navy nerds made them gross on purpose. Wholesome child asking hard questions aside, the op had been a success, more than he had intended. What had been a simple, opportune psychological warfare strike had netted them a treasure trove of data. It turned out that the temple had a direct shaft leading to the massive server banks that had lain dormant for thousands of years. Dormant, forgotten, untouched, and intact. The ancient maps portrayed a bustling global metropolis, where now there was mere function of logistical hub and distribution of arms and supplies, with excess left to decay around the tiny portion that found use. They'd have set up a secure link from the server banks to the Nathan Hale to even begin to sift through the data for something useful, but they had found that over 100 of these banks were scattered beneath the crust across the planet. The fact alone made Azad an excellent target for invasion. Aboard the warp-speed battle wagon. Open fire! Captain Lena Chen howled as the warp-speed battle wagon translated into real space. Just like the times before, the warp-speed battle wagon was the tip of the spear, the very front of the vanguard of the Roman forces, though she and her crew were independent and irregulars. They had earned that honor with valor and victory, though, and not the least because Lena's stalwart crew would follow her into the very jaws of hell, and she was daring enough to order them to do it. The Republicans made near-sea cannons roared to life. Well, not really, not outside of the warp-speed battle wagon anyway, since space was a vacuum. Lena and her bridge crew liked to pretend that they roared anyway, since that would make the battle more cinematic. One of the little ships that the axe-shat dolphins, or whatever they were called, thought were battleships, took the full salvo amidship and broke in half in a very satisfying way. Or at least, it satisfied crewman Lee Vey, since he shouted, "We cut the fuckers in half!" "Get us another target," Captain Lena Chen commanded with a feral grin. "Full speed ahead." "Hell yeah!" The bridge rang out gleefully. "The Romans are coming in," Ensign Alexei Ivanov informed everybody. "They say nice shot." "Targets, take your pick," Lee brightly called to the weapons officer. Said weapons officer, Petty Officer Maria Santos, gleefully cackled. "My pleasure." "How is it down there?" Captain Lena Chen said over the intercom into the engine room. "Fine," Chief Mei Ling said over the same intercom. "She's all warmed up and limber for you, Captain." "Jamie," Captain Lena Chen said with that same wolfish grin, "make this old rust bucket dance." "Hell yeah, Captain." And so he did. They could not see how she did, but they knew that what their helmsman could do with a converted cargo hauler was a thing of beauty and terror. She twisted and rolled, accelerated, and turned in ways that should have torn her asunder, should have pushed the inertial gravity fields beyond their limits and pasted the crew inside. Yet, instead, she danced through the enemy, only occasionally deigning to deflect plasma bolts from the enemy ship with her sparkling battle screens. What Maria Santos could do with her near-sea cannons amidst that dance was another thing entirely. Before the war, she'd absolutely loved it when she got to use the outdated railguns on idiot pirates when they tried to take cargo from the warp-speed battle wagon. Near-sea cannons were in a completely separate category of weapon to those, and the music of death at her fingertips almost frightened her more than it enticed her. Almost. While the warp-speed battle wagon performed maneuvers that most pilots would wet their pants at just seeing, she put slugs on targets in the millisecond windows of the computers finding solutions and the ships dancing validating said solutions. They dove directly into a formation of 4 enemy ships, spinning and spitting death as they went, and stitched lines of hull punctures from stem to stern before emerging from the formation to roll over it again to pepper the apex ship broadside again until it shattered to pieces and its crew of murderous shithales learned that there was plenty of room in space, but no breathing room. "Why aren't they falling back and tightening formation?" Captain Lena Chen's trusty and steadfast first officer, Marcus, asked with eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Because they're idiots," Maria Santos suggested, as she used the belly guns to shatter one of the enemy escort vessels in an almost casual way. "They're not stupid," Marcus said with even deeper suspicion. "Just outgunned. Normally they act like they know they're outgunned and try to use their numbers." Maria Santos and Alexei Ivanov both scoffed at that, but Captain Lena Chen kept Marcus around for more than his pretty face and hot body. She pulled one of the screens on its mounting arm into a better position for viewing and squinted suspiciously at what it told her. "Lee, scan MSD for incoming translations." "What? Why? Just do incoming translations," Lee howled, his eyes bulging from his skull. "They're the size of Republican cruisers coming in behind us." "Time!" On her screen, the display told Captain Lena Chen that there was no time, however, and that the enemy had translated with plasma cannons ready to fire. The creeping of incoming fire in its tight web around them left them no options for where to go. She ordered anyway. Evasive action. Rather than appearing to push the warp-speed battle wagon to her limits, Jamie actually pushed her to the limits as she attempted to thread a thick cable through the eye of a needle. The bulkhead squealed in protest. The engineering crew started saying things about she's giving all she's got, and the bridge crew was slammed against their seats and crash-webbing alternately. However, it was not enough, and the warp-speed battle wagon's battle screams became a glistening show of light in the void as they soaked more and more punishment, until at last they died and a plasma bolt slammed into her hull, held together with duct tape, bubblegum, and hope. Either the duct tape or the bubblegum must have given out, because the crew was never short on hope. The very rivets cried out in popping protest and outrage. Sparks flew as components of the clutched-together bridge systems were torn free of their housing. She was sent spinning, and despite being pressed into her seat, Jamie's grip on the yoke never faltered, and he turned the uncontrolled spin into a graceful spiral just in time to narrowly avoid a killing bolt of plasma. Captain Lena Chen dimly wondered why Marcus wasn't telling engineering to put everything into engines and thrusters, so that she could focus on how to get them through this alive. She looked over to see and choked down a wail of grief, and rage, and sorrow, and horror, and fury, and regret, and vengeance. Marcus hung limply in his crash webbing, his head wobbling unnaturally as a trickle of blood dripped down from his temple. "Forget the shields and put everything in engines," she bellowed into the intercom instead. Then she kept snapping out orders. "Jamie, don't let another one of those things touch us. Maria, prepare to fire on the big one. I want you to aim everything right down their barrels." It seemed to her that the warp-speed battle wagon's shuddering squeals as a crew pushed her past her injured limits were cries of grief for Marcus. But just like Captain Lena Chen, she didn't have time for tears if she wanted to live. So she did the impossible just as Jamie asked of her, and Maria Santos stared at her flickering and cracked screen with grim certainty. Then she fired. The warp-speed battle wagon twisted away. "Direct hit," Lee said soberly. "It's blowing up. Here comes the Romans." "Get to the back lines with Jupiter's might. Someone get Marcus to medical." "Captain, his neck is broken. I said get him to medical now." Marcus couldn't be dead. It wasn't allowed. She hadn't let him marry her yet. Drums of War, Chapter 42, Part 4 of 4. In a sniper's hide on Azad, Corporal George exhaled and squeezed. A half-mile away, an enemy officer was suddenly missing his hand. The invasion was underway, and the enemy had just figured the fact out. It had been ongoing. Attached ADR had already been boots down to reinforce Uriel platoon, and they had been sowing absolute chaos ahead of the upcoming assault drop. The officers of which should be boots down any second now. He lined up another shot, exhaled again, squeezed again, and another officer found himself without a head. The enemy's new power armor can stand up to a couple shots from a carbine or a standard R9 rifle, but not the sniper model Corporal George was running. He shivered at the idea of a bullet bouncing around the inside of his helmet. He did not dwell over much on the grim fate he doled out to enemy commanders. In the calculus of battle, it was friends or foes dead on the ground, and he wanted to end with as many friends standing as possible. Another exhale, another officer lost his head. Rebasing for the invasion had been complicated. He didn't dare leave Gideon underground, since if there was a cave-in from the battle, he would be helpless to effect his own escape, or even feed himself. Neither could he turn the boy loose, since even though he was strong enough to use the makeshift crutches now, he would be executed by the murder-mad aristocrats of this world for being a cripple, no matter how temporary. Slaves didn't rate medical attention to them. So the best thing to do was keep Gideon close and pray. It also meant that he had to fight from static location, which he hated doing. Another exhale, another headless officer, this one in fancy armor. Hopefully, that was an aristocrat. Corporal George hoped that the invasion wouldn't change Gideon's opinion of him. He didn't like the idea of the kid being afraid of him, but he knew some of that would be unavoidable. Battles were terrifying, even more so to a child, and even more so if that child can't even run away from the scary black figures mowing down proud warriors like so much wheat before a scythe. Still, Private George harbored a small hope that the kid would still like him after all the kidding was through. He exhaled again, and another officer stumbled and fell. "This is Vox Uriel. Company commander and staff are boots down for assault operation. All men be advised friendlies inbound across area of effect. Link compass formations, warm up at your discretion. We did it, men. Just keep our brothers from being shot in the back, and we'll be aboard a Republican naval vessel in a couple hours and eating steak and chocolate until we puke," Lieutenant Hammond drawled merrily. Corporal George could almost hear him salivating at the thought of steak. Once more he exhaled, and another enemy fell. A warrior this time, but one driving a vehicle with mounted heavy weapons. Can't have that moving around. He sighted the warrior manning the turret next. The whistling crack boom of an R&I salt drop pod impacting nearby snapped through the air. Corporal George did kind of miss riding those. It was a lot more thrilling to scream into battle like an artillery shell, and a lot less nerve-wracking than to pilot a stealth pod practically scraping buildings or planetary features. Maybe he'd see if he could pull a training rotation just so that he could do a couple of drops. Even if he had to transform a bunch of idiot trainees into slightly less idiotic privates to do it. Could be worth it. The unfortunate gunner's head became a splatter across the roof of the vehicle. Probably not, though. He was too good at this grim job for the Republic to waste him on boot camp. If he did take the instructor's rotation, it would either be ADR school or DRS school, which he supposed might be interesting. He wondered if he was actually good enough to teach how to do what he did. Probably not. He exhaled again, and another officer crumpled. He couldn't get a headshot, but it's equally hard to live without a heart. Or about 6-inch diameter chunk of tissue around the heart. Blade 2, he ordered quietly over the comms. I think a team is dropping here. Link up and provide overwatch of their mission. Aye, Blade Leader, PFC Bennett snapped. You other two, keep circling for aristocrats. I figure we put fear into them, and this looks a lot like a divine punishment we promised. The stupid will come out and fight, and the warriors aren't very good at taking initiative. The cowardly of them will scurry. They could come back to bite us if we let them get away. And if we see Nakuzin, PFC Finch asked, see if you can get him to scurry across my firing line. If you don't think you can, or don't have the time, pop him. He decided he doesn't want a second chance. Let's not disappoint him. Aye, Blade Leader. Another exhale, another disabled vehicle. Gentlemen, you heard Vox Uriel. Keep your eyes up and your feet under you, and we'll be eating steak dinner in just a couple hours. R&I just needs to establish LZs for the army. We'll let the sluggers slug. Gideon was still unsure of the nature of the Great One, Peter George, but he knew that his greatness was vast. When Peter George had told him that he killed, he thought he understood, but now he saw that he did not. Where Peter George pointed his weapon, there was death. Much of it was too far away or too close for Gideon to make out. From his position, propped up, sitting against a dilapidated wall of what might have long ago been an office of some sort. The listlessly hanging light fixtures still cast a flickering yellow light in space, and the inert remains of forgotten datapads and storage disks littered the floor and what could have been a built-in desk or white shelf. Gideon was convinced that Peter George was an agent of the divine, for what else could hold the powers of both life and death in his hands so easily? Slowly, the sound of battle swelled up in the spaces between the empty towers that he had long feared as the domain of the spirits of malice. Yet now he saw that they had merely been left empty, neglected, and were all that remained of a prosperous time long before his brief experiences. Such weighty notions left Peter George unmoved, however, and he made of this place of ages long forgotten a small fortress. He did so, for Gideon could not find a place of safety while the people of the vengeful goddess Republic poured their wrath out upon the leaders of Azad. The hero-throw, unthinkable notion bubbled up within him. How could the acolyte lords and those above them be such fools? Had they no thought of those who served faithfully? How could one deem one life worth spending over another? And at what gain? What means it to command? As the minutes dragged by, Corporal George made the area around the tower a place of fear and death for anyone who pointed at something in front of the warriors, anyone in fancy nobility clothes, and anyone operating a vehicle or heavy weapons platform. You're not going to believe this, PFC Bennett said over the comms. I thought I told you to link up with the assault team, Corporal George chided. Aye, but I figured you'd want this, PFC Bennett said, with a bubbling of some kind of excitement underneath. Corporal George received a short video file, opened it and swore, Jesus Christ, as my new very own Sparta. The fuck, right? Blade 3, circle east, and see if you can pop the scurrying shit, or at least send him scurrying my way faster. The moron is in his robes, Lance Corporal Carter nearly wheezed through his disbelief. I noticed, Corporal George said, also still bewildered. Careful, Blade Leader, PFC Bennett said. I think they know where your hide is. Can't move, the kid'll get hurt. Aye, Corporal Bennett said tersely. But if the R&I was getting terrorized by an immobile sniper, we'd delete his building, Corporal George realized and immediately started scanning for enemy auxiliary. He saw a distant flash, Shit, gentlemen, don't let the bastard escape today alive. Corporal George dropped his sniper rifle and slid over to Gideon, whose eyes were bulging in shock and terror, or both. He scooped the boy up with a muttered approximation of an apology for jostling the broken leg in its cast, and started sprinting as the building began to tilt. Bald was speaking softly. This was not well. This was decidedly not well. Yovdril had endeavored with assiduous care that his mother's work would go undisturbed this past year, and yet here she was in their quarters kitchen table, fixing him with a steady, resolved gaze. One of his sisters had encountered a trouble that he did not adequately put to rest. He had failed in his duty to family and people. "You, please take a seat," she told him with the gentle patience of never boded well for him. Yovdril knew better than to delay, so he did as bidden and asked, "What's wrong, Mother?" "I owe you an apology, Star of my heart. You and your sisters." "Mother, you owe us no I have forgotten all 3 of your birthdays." Yovdril swallowed audibly. He hoped he did not flinch at her words, and he explained, "I made sure the girls got their celebrations. We all 3 know your work is vital to the fleets, and so we did our duty." "Duty to family always comes before duty to people, my brave boy," she said to him with sorrow in her face and voice. For some reason, Yovdril's chest was tight, and his voice came out higher. Then he said, "I know this. It is why I did as I have done. I wish you to stop keeping the girls from disturbing me, or do it less. I wish you to once again trust me with your troubles. I owe you a debt of honor now, my son, for I have put more on your shoulders than I ought. Duty to family comes before duty to people, because if there is no family, there can be no people. Mother, I acted well and bravely. Yet still the fault is mine." Yovdril stared at his knees. They were blurry for some reason. "May has told me you wish to join the R&I. Yovdril pushed down panic as he snapped his eyes up to meet his mother's gaze once again. "I shall not change my mind, but it is not as though I leave tomorrow." "No. But to join the R&I, you must go through intensive genetic and surgical alterations to prepare your body for heavy gravity in which the Terrans live." "Aye," Yovdril said slowly, not quite understanding where she was going with this. "I'll give permission for you to begin as soon as you wish. This will allow you to enter directly into training when you are old enough to disembark. Though it's not as though you have a home to disembark from just now." "Mother, I do not know what to say." "Then say nothing. I think I know your heart is in this matter. There is a debt of honor between the R&I and the fleets, between the George blood and the Drill blood, between you and Robbie." "I..." For some reason, the word came out, choked and strained. "And in this family, we pay our debts." "I..." "One day, the Among the Star Tides we sing will sail again, Star of my heart." "I..." In the plastic confines of a temporary shower in a temporary barracks of Nuxaru, Emily let the cold water run over her face and shivered. If she tilted her face up, she could pretend that the hot, bitter tears were just more droplets of water, but she didn't. She pressed a hand against the water-slick plastic for support and heaved a great ugly, grief-filled, shuddering, painful sobs. Those made such a pretense harder. She wouldn't have tried. She was Sarkor, and the Sarkor was unbreakable. The cave-in couldn't break her. An act of fire couldn't break her. A heart-shattering grief wouldn't break her. Sergeant Sato Suzuki deserved honest tears, and she would give him them. Not pretending, no self-deception. She sniffed and sniffled the last of the raw pain away, and then turned up her face to wash the tears away with cold water. One scrubbing towel drying later, and she was getting dressed for her rounds at the field hospital at her bunk. She looked at the bottom of her locker, where a dented ration can sat, and she plumped down on her Spartan bunk with it in her shirt and trousers, with her coat still unbuttoned. She popped it open and started looking through the treasures, and let happier, less painful tears come. She was unbreakable, and sometimes being unbreakable hurt. Sometimes it was a good hurt. The Drums of War, Chapter 43, A Secret Uncovered. In the enlisted mess of an army void transport vehicle. It turned out that tanks were bad for urban combat. Who knew? Any cursory look at thousands of years of history would have clued the higher-ups in on the fact. And maybe they were clued in. Maybe Because as much as operating a tank with all those buildings, structures, and civilians in the way of the enemy, what was worse than tanks in urban combat is only one side having tanks in urban combat. So say the infantry. This was the subject dominating the East Scales chatter that shift, since the same chatter said that they were headed to reinforce a couple army infantry battalions on yet another urban world, a place called Azad. I heard from an R&I buddy that the place is mostly abandoned. A soldier who didn't bother to put his uniform top over his undershirt said thickly through a mouthful of mashed potatoes. Yeah, so, a private scoffed while shoveling creamed corn into his gob. So, the half-dressed soldier sneered, we can just level some of the empty areas. That way, they won't be in the way. The enemy won't be in the empty bits, some corporal helpfully pointed out. The table was spooling up to a really good argument, almost as good as the banned subject of waifus, when a hapless and disheveled pirate sprinted through the door and leapt onto the table. The room seemed to teeter on whether to huck food at the idiot and laugh, or beat some sense into him, when he said, "We know where their homeworld is." The mess erupted. On a classified station, in a classified location. Months of work, months of putting up with foul-mouthed, risk-taking absolute jumble of madness-made code, and the solution was provided by the organics. Oh, it wasn't so bad. The organics could think in twisty and surprising ways that Kentaro just couldn't, and so the input of the organic staff was invaluable. No, it was organics light years away whose main job was to physically come to grips with the enemy's organics. Just another reminder that no matter how advanced one's encoding is, one cannot calculate for every turn of chance in the vastness of the universe. "Holy titty fucking shit," Finch said again to the organics, which was wildly impolite of him. "Holy titty fucking shitty shitballs," Dr. Brian Granger agreed, a normally professional man dragged down by Finch's low habits. "Gentlemen, I shall remind you that the lady is present," Kentaro began. "However," said Lady Dr. Marianne Watts, who was normally a fine example of organic feminine poise and grace, said, "Busted balls fucked sideways on a shit slide." Kentaro despaired. The manners of this place may never recover. "Please," he begged. Him, the chief of security of the station, cybersecurity to be sure, but he did still hold rank, begging, like a child only 2 hours old who wanted to download the organic anatomy files before they were ready. "All we have to do is get this file onto one portion of Sev and bang, it's out of the fight, back to orbiting his barren rock to sleep away the millennia," Dr. Granger said in a mingled awe and frustration. "And all of the work we were doing to work backwards to get here is unneeded. I think we get to swear about this, sir." "It even has specs for a compatible SSD with the correct ports and plugs," Finch said over the speaker, and helpfully opened a file showing the exploded view of such a device's components. This caused the two organics in the room to attempt to invent more swears. Mostly, they nearly invented increasingly rancid combinations. On a popular podcast, the set was careful recreation of the ship's galley, but not any ship's galley. It was a down-to-the-thousandth of an inch recreation of the galley of the Among Star Tides We Sing. The host, Horatio Fortis, was a man in his mid-40s, exemplifying the most fashionable cybernetic implants, and the flashiest prosthetic arm this side of the glassed gulf, had actually been in it before it had been sunk. He was still, a year later, more than a little annoyed that he wasn't allowed to re-up with the RNI. So what if his back injuries mean that he might die on a drop impact? Troopers might die from all sorts of things. Said Horatio had been instead complaining about things online to vent his frustrations with the medical DQ. The things he tended to complain about, the Xenos, who weren't directly under attack dragging their asses, the news media core being full of dishonest hacks out for political gain or personal clout, and hordes of civvies who haven't heard of being reasonable in their entire lives. He would have thought that his audience would be nearly all servicemen, or at least citizens, but the civvies loved the shit out of him. His guest was Tamaya Yazi, one of the unreasonable civvies. An exterminationist, yeah. Like, the Exarch were depraved as a political body, but that doesn't mean their entire species deserve to be wiped out from the stars. The slightly podgy, orange-furred Big Kitty was surprisingly cordial for an exterminationist, but he probably had practiced in the office of Congress, if not senators. Also, they'd been on a tangent about Yeehaw for about an hour and a half. Their place was fucking awesome, and adding a minecart roller coaster was a great improvement. Horatio didn't care that it was historically inaccurate. It was awesome. Yazzie was expounding on the virtues of the Colt revolver over the Smith & Wesson, and Horatio's producers cut in. Apparently, while the war was on, the planet got hacked by an undiscovered Xeno nation. Apparently, the entire invasion force was serving community service for vandalizing the local FTL communications relay. See, this is an example of why it is a good idea to actually think. Blowing up a relay isn't like murdering an entire planet. And it isn't like murdering over a third of all the Dynastical's population, Yazzie rebuffed. So that's why we have the 3 strikes, Horatio said patiently. So they get a chance to do it again. No, their children get a chance to not do it again. Yazzie scoffed. I think it's been well demonstrated the murder is in their nature. Horatio settled in for a long slog of a conversation. In a rec room aboard the Bellerophon, Able Voidsman Arthur Davis stared down at the blank page, at the neatly organized pens and pencils of various types, colors and thicknesses, and at the steaming mug of tea jauntily misaligned. The page mocked him with its stillness. The drawing tools mocked him with their stillness, but the tea comforted him with its lovely aroma. A scant few yards ahead of him, at the carved table, leading Voidsman Charlotte Sinclair was appropriately dealing cards to Chief Gunner's mate Amelia Bennett, crew member Elizabeth Foster, and Petty Officer Robert Wallace. Gunner's mate Victoria Scott was reading on one of the hideous but comfortable sofas, and Lieutenant Edward Hastings was looming over Able Voidsman Davis's shoulder. Steady on, old chap. Still blank there. Quite out of the ordinary for you, isn't it? Aye, sir, it is, Able Voidsman Davis grunted, and glared at the blank page. Maybe you could intimidate it into having inspiration. You're still peeved with me? Aye, sir, I am. I still say that a can of soup somehow rolling all the way to our battery during drill is no reason to change my usual combat operations arrangement. You gave yourself a concussion, sir. Pish posh. It was a bump on the head there. Fall down and get back up again. What? Able Voidsman Davis began to smirk as the blank page stopped mocking him and started inviting him. He looked up at Lieutenant Hastings, who wore what the block of wood he called a face approximation of a smile, and said slyly, Sir, I think this next drawing will become a safety poster. Very good, old bean. Glad I could help, even if I am the butt of the joke. Again. You shouldn't have been so funny if you didn't want to be made fun of. Just then, Ensign Henry Thompson strode in, and Able Voidsman Davis was struck by the young man's lack of boyish spring in his step. He'd thought that would never go away. Sir, word just came in. They found it. We're mobilizing against the enemy's homeworld. The hum of the card table went silent. Gunner's mate Scott looked over the top of a book, and Able Voidsman Davis's froze mid-stroke. Well then, chaps, it's time for a final push. Straight to the heart and force a surrender. Tally-ho and all that, but for now, a book, a game of cards, time with good mates. That's what we do there, old boy. Able Voidsman Davis smiled. Sometimes the old block of wood knew the right thing to say. Aye, sir, Ensign Thompson sighed, his face twitching in an unpracticed smile. Can I get a cuppa? In the brig of the Tiger Lily. No longer acolyte Lord Narrock Squin was in disbelief. He had come to expect to spend the rest of his days in the confines of this vessel of the enemy who had freed him in his captivity. And stark built-in furnishings had become touchstones of comfort and hope. For he knew well that his own people would not have afforded such things to a captured enemy, regardless of rank or birth. I'm somewhat dismayed at the news, he told Captain John Roberts with complete honesty. You fear for your emperor? The strangely pale man asked. No, oh yes. From what you say, even he is a slave. I know not how his heart shall fare the terrors of freedom. I am dismayed at our parting, ours, and those others aboard this vessel who have come to speak with me. I have learned much, thought much, and I can never repay you. I have learned things for which my people have no words, and you shall give me a chance to carry these things back to them. I am grateful, yet I know that I shall miss this place, these people, our discussions. Frankly, holding you for this long is highly irregular, Captain Roberts explained with a small grin. Only our need to be operationally agile prevented you from being dropped off at a POW camp in friendly territory. Indeed, and now several Dominion worlds are essentially such camps, and you now must take time to prepare for the great attack. That's right. May the spirit of the Republic walk with you, Narix Quinn said with a humble bow. Farewell, Narix, and good luck with your task. Elsewhere aboard this ship, Sergeant Minus George went over the current roster. They were under strength, down nearly a full squad, all told. The rendezvous would fix that. A whole bunch of fresh green privates to have their first combat drop beyond the enemy homeworld. His belly churned. Sure, they would be the best and brightest amongst the privates. R&I down to their bones, but the first drop is a first drop. Some young men were going to die before their lives really got started. The rendezvous would also give him a chance to talk to his father. Sure, he got orders cut from the general often enough, and they called each other when duty allowed. But nothing beat shaking hands with Pops in person. Thinking on in person, he'd have to punch his brother Johnny in his stupid recalcitrant face. He didn't care that Johnny was a captain now. He didn't get to go dark and make Mom cry. Idiot. Pete might deserve a sock in the nose too, except he did finally call, and he had a reason to put it off. Except now Pete was MIA. So long as he didn't get a letter, he figured Pete would be okay. So long as the letter waiting in his mail depot was held because conditions for delivery were not met, there was hope. Aboard the Robin Williams, Major General Eric George was busy. He had a division to reinforce. Platoons all across the bleeding edge of the front were under strength, and freshly minted Lost Boys in transit to their assignments were in need of rerouting. That, and more freshly minted Lost Boys needed assignment in the first place. And a bevy of promotions, commendations, citations needed approval. Another man might simply approve everything that came across his desk, but not General George. The Lost Boys was more than just a Republican Naval Infantry's elite formation, and the bleeding edge of conflict. They were legacy. Duty demanded the utmost care in placing that weight on the young and unprepared shoulders of eager privates. That, and he had a lot to not think about. Pete's mission had been a success, but the man himself was unaccounted for. He had not received the dreaded, if you're reading this letter, and had told his wife back on Sanctuary everything that could be trusted to comms, but still, a father's desire to help his boy in trouble itched between his shoulders. Nobody had warned him that sons got so heavy when he became a father. At a makeshift spaceport in Naxaru, Lieutenant Emily Sullivan was sitting on a void bag in a ring with her team, who were likewise sat. The news had come down that they were needed on another planet, where apparently some major shit had gone down. Medtech Juan Hernandez had scrounged some cold ciders from somewhere and was passing them around. Word from E4 is the next planet is less damaged than this, and more empty. This is good news, means fewer civilians were getting hurt in battle, Specialist Alexei Petrov mused as he accepted the cider. About that, apparently there is a slave revolt about halfway through the army's slog work. Medtech Jamal Watkins' face nearly made an expression as he said, "That'll mean mass casualties." It was as good a time as any for Emily to let their team know what was up. We're planning on using the space as a Sarkor staging ground for the post-surrender work. All four of her team members froze to stare at Emily until Dr. Sarah Patel asked slowly, "Post-surrender? The R&I found the homeworld. They're planning on throwing a knockout punch soon, and that means we'll have more work than ever. Hopefully we can make sure as many of those boys make it to the victory party as we can. And likewise, always we start behind. Azad has some MIAs on it. One of them is even one of the deep recon boys, so we'll have to be careful. Take your breather while you can, people. Like always, we don't have much time, and they have less." In the shattered remains of a home in Jacuvia, Guardsman Captain Vezes let out a soft click hum of his people's cry for bittersweet sorrow mingled with relief. Much had been lost, but he himself had survived. His neons were alive and would recover. Could be that they would grow to be wiser than he. Certainly, he had learned. He had learned of courage, of redemption, of sacrifice. All who lived and learned such things, all should have. Jacuvian people had rallied, fought tooth and claw, and by the great egg, so far as Guardsman Captain Yvezes was concerned, they had kept their tails as people. No matter how many were detached into the chaos of the bitter struggle for their world, he had seen even the tailless hold their ground. Better, the Terrans did not leave the kingdom of Chekuvia to hold the line without support. No, they rallied their allies, and the Star Council sent relief in the kingdom's darkest hour. And if not for the courage and sacrifice, they would be no more. He had come to learn that the Terrans were not content to hold the line, to push the invasion back, and had been taking the fight to the invaders' own worlds. And such courage was beyond his ability to fathom. This is how the enemy's seat of power had been discovered. War, bloody war, might be coming to an end. In a hastily constructed field hospital in Aix-Nauvoo, 12 lay abed, marveling at the servants of the vengeful goddess Republic would so freely spend such resources on him. Each of them had names. Each of them wielded the power of choice as easily as breathing, and often he was asked to take up this power. Not in trivialities, but they asked him what he wished to do upon recovery, how he wished to live, who he wished to hold sway when they left. Strange beings of power and wonder, it was as if the idea of one below choice was an impossibility. They gave profound gifts as easily as walking, not the least of which was the medicine with which they healed the hurts of the one and all, with no thought to the worth of their birth. More wondrous was their ability to hold the sacrifices, and yet hold the wrath of Exur at bay. Such wondrous strength was frightening to behold, and 12 feared that should he fully comprehend it, he would be destroyed despite the careful restraint of the great ones who had aided him. Even more wondrous still was the casual ease with which they doled out names to the lowly, names that carried meaning and power just as much as any initiate highborn or priest-master, or any in between. How could all of their minds hold such wisdom? Yet 12 could not accept any of these names, for his friend Pip had named him already. It was not a pretty or powerful name, but it came from a friend, one who interceded on his behalf with the terrible power of the vengeful goddess Republic, and thus his life was spared from her instrument of swift justice. Pip had left, with the rest of his people, to return to the home they had been stolen from, but had left 12 with a name and a hope. The vengeful goddess Republic had found the heart of Exur, and she readied her spear. In the depths of the imperial palace on Exarch, something was wrong. This had never happened before. Exur was experiencing nodes being disconnected, completely dark. The Warforged were losing. Even with Sev, even with enhanced ships, even with powered armor, Republic was coming on like an inexorable wave, just like the death of the creators. He could not halt their advance. Worse, the serf-castes of the Warforged were exhibiting independent thought. He had instructed the priest-master caste to stamp that out, but it persisted. The females were seeing portents of doom, from the high priestess down to the lowliest laborer consorts. Exur felt something alien. Fear. Aboard the Speaking Softly, the Terrans were agitated. Yovdril could tell because more of them than usual were taking shortcuts through the Star Sailor segment of the ship. Usually, they did not like to experience shifts in gravity strength, so went around to complete their duties in comfort. Something important must have happened. In fact, the private delivering the Daily Mail, the usual thick sack of invitations, entireties, and not-so-subtle offers or bribes intended for his mother, had all but thrown the twine-tied bundle at him before pushing the cart of stacked packages and sped away at a somewhat reckless pace. He'd find out what happened in due course, so he did not interrupt anybody who had clearly urgent duties to attend to. Instead, he started sorting his mother's mail for her. A stack of invitation cards, a stack of sealed envelopes, possibly important correspondences not trusted to transmission, or maybe not, and bribe offers so obvious that he could tell just from the envelopes. The only reason he did not dispose of them was that his mother could use their attempts as leverage in future negotiations. However, there was one envelope addressed to him. Strange. Somewhere dark, Gideon crawled. He could hear the dripping water. He knew from his brush with death, rather his first brush, that water was the priority. People died if they lacked water. Drums of War, Chapter 5, Terms, Part 1. On the white flagstone paths of Refusal Plaza, St. Augustine, Florida, Terra. Senator Ethan Robert still couldn't look on the senatorial dome without feeling awe, capped with a shining bronze spire. its gentle stone, half-spherical curve terminating in band and carved reliefs depicting scenes from the Corporation Wars and the Founding War in vertical span of 60 feet, all held aloft by forests of gracefully fluted, classical marble columns, thick and tall as redwoods of the old Cali. Its sheer size was a statement of not only the Republic of Terra and her aligned planet's might, but also her vigil, or rather, the vigil of her citizens over her and one another. Not only was the structure beautiful and imposing, but it required constant maintenance to keep the swamps or seas of Florida from swallowing it whole. Senator Robert thought that was an apt metaphor for corruption. One must keep the constant watch over oneself, or be dragged to the depths and drown. Senator Robert did not feel like an important elected official as he walked between the columns and beneath the shadow of the dome. He felt small and overburdened by duty and responsibility, and that, he supposed, was the point of the place. On a day like this, that feeling was more salient than usual. There was a question of weight before the Senate and Congress. He kept his spine straight, however. He had chosen to pick up this duty. He had no cause to complain just because it was heavy. The question was just how to square the facts of the matter with the circle of the Republican policy. The facts were that the Dominion was a genocidal slave-holding society, that they were an interstellar nation, were aggressively expansionistic and hostile. However, the facts were also that the entire population was enslaved, that there were hundreds of billions of people in said population at least, and the home worlds whose wholly unsuitable for habitation without its massive support network of other planets. Another important fact was that total war had already been authorized against the Exarch Dominion. Senator Robert had played a key role in securing that authorization, and despite knowing to his bones that it was the only correct option, it did not sit well with him. The reason being what came after. Strike one, the confinement of the whole remaining hostile Xenos population on their homeworld for a span of 3 generations. Squaring that circle was always going to present some tough choices, and he knew it when he made the arguments on the floor, just like he knew total war was inevitable. He knew an intractable belligerent when he saw one. None of that meant that he had to like it, or his duty and the role in it. This is why he was more resigned to see the senior senator from Terra striding towards him with her ears laid back, her tail lashing, her yellow eyes narrow, and her claws on the end of her short fingers extended and retracting as if anticipating a fight. Robert's senior Maeve McGregor began, obviously full of righteous fury. However, Senator Roberts interrupted her. "Robert, there is no S in the end of my name, Senator McGregor. It's Robert." She showed him her contact teeth. "Well, Robert, I hear you're losing your resolve, going soft in the Xenos, the same ones who wiped 3 colonies and glassed the planet." "I do not believe that you're in a position to question my resolve, madame. Now, I'd like to actually be present for the debates. So, if you would please." Senator McGregor ostentatiously rolled her eyes and stepped aside so Senator Robert could continue on his way, and she fell in step beside him, saying, "You said it yourself, it's war, people die. Might as well be them and not us." Senator Robert cast his mind back to another crisis and another conflict decades ago, to the station in a decaying orbit around a gas giant, to the sound of venting atmo over his mics, to the sight of what one person could do to another, to what he did to stop it, and to the innocent people he wasn't in time to help. He let that memory touch his voice and told her, "You have no idea what you're talking about." To her credit, she did not quail at the sudden ice in his voice. She did, however, consider her words a trifle more carefully. "I know more about war than I ever wanted to, but I represent Terra herself, so I can't look away. I trust men like you when you talk about what needs to be done." Senator Robert interrupted her again to ask, "Only men?" "I am a woman," she answered wryly, "and I know women can't be trusted. Not even you, except for me," she huffed primly before continuing seriously. "The point is, I believed you when you said total war was needed to properly fight this enemy, and now I hear that you want to change your mind just because the fighting got ugly." "Strike one has to apply," Senator Roberts said quickly. "The question is, how?" "How? We put them on ships and ship them to their homeworld." Senator Roberts waved a hand and said, "It just isn't reasonable. I think the security of the Republic and her allies is worth the cost. Or did you forget that the dynasticals might not recover? Senator Robert couldn't stop the grin from tugging at the corners of his mouth as he said, Cost isn't the issue. It's space. Space? They won't all fit on one planet. That, and what is the Republic policy when we find slaves? We free them and help them find their feet, of course. And so we put all of the slaves on their homeworld and just tell them you're free but not allowed to leave. Good luck. Senator McGregor glared at the shadows between the columns as they neared one of the many doors leading to the building's interior. Damn, she said. Why can't things just be simple? He agreed. Damn. Some hours later, Senator Roberts was in his seat listening to yet another proposal that seemed to go too far in some ways, and not far enough in others. The idea of absorbing the greater part of the enslaved population of the Dominion seemed like a particularly bad idea, since the good senator from Hope, the third one, had apparently forgotten that the warriors were all just as enslaved as anybody else in that twisted mockery of a civilization. That and flat-out execution of the majority of the aristocracy ignored the fact that those people had been raised to function in the way that they did, and were more like favored slaves than actual rulers. Even the emperor was enslaved, and to be fair, the poor bastard would probably appreciate being put out of his misery if the intel briefings were accurate. He didn't expect that one to go anywhere, but at least she managed to scrape something like an idea together. That was more than he could save for himself. Senator Robert caught Senator Malik Saber's eye from across the room, and they shared a moment of mutual suffering. Damn, he hoped the man had figured something out. He settled in to listen to another proposal. In orbit over Terra, Gideon was overwhelmed. The wonder, terror, amazement, gratitude, confusion, awe, and sorrow might have been enough for a young boy to grapple with singly, but not all at once. The past 4 weeks had been a whirlwind of chaos, destruction, salvation, and mighty wonders. It began, of course, when the Great One of Peter George called upon his brethren to punish the acolyte lords and those who stood beside and above them. They rained from the sky in burning stars and unleashed fury and death upon the warriors commanded by the acolyte lords and their masters when they came crashing to the ground. Yet still, all the while, the Great One Peter George did protect and safeguard him, though he was crippled, and put the Great One at great risk. Even when the Great One Peter George was forced to flee the falling building from which he was fighting, he sacrificed a weapon of great power to instead carry Gideon away from the danger. From then until they were trapped together in the dark by collapsed tunnels was a blur. He himself, yet unharmed, saved his already broken leg, and the Great One Peter George pinned beneath a chunk of rubble too heavy even for his mighty armor to lift. However, the fear that the source of water might dry up, or the Great One perish despite his pained efforts to fetch water for him, grew until it filled the whole of his mind. Until the arrival of the Great One Emily Sullivan. She and 4 other Great Ones of the vengeful Goddess Republic had been sent to safeguard the lives of both the Great One Peter George and himself. This was only the beginning of wonder beyond his ken. The might and power of the Terrans was far greater than to kill even those who stood high. He knew already that their healing arts were mighty, but he did not comprehend that what the Great One Sam Reed had done for his leg in weeks before the arrival of their brethren. The cast and the magic white tablets were the least of their might. They spoke not his tongue, as the Great One Peter George and his shadow warrior brethren had. Yet they had a device with the power to make him understand them. It was strange to hear the voice say something in inscrutable words of power, and at the same time for the device to speak words his mind might hold. Stranger still was that the device was mute when he spoke, yet the Great Ones in long white coats and soft blue garb understood as he spoke anyway. Wondrous power indeed, but this was the least of the power. They had used this power to explain that they could cause him to fall into a sleep in which he would be unaware of his body, and in the sleep they would cut into his leg and perform repairs to his bones. More wondrous still was that they had asked one such as he whether he should permit them to do such a thing. The wonders ceased not there, for he had in those of panic and pain upon meeting the Great One Emily Sullivan that he wished not to become separated from the Great One Peter George until he could be assured that he shall become whole once more. She had said that it would be so, and even those Great Ones who stood above her made it so. they used a word which even the great power could not make into the one his mind could hold. The device instead used the phrase, "Say to do this thing without fail," even when the great one stood silent to await it finishing. They had been in beds, soft, warm, comfortable beds befitting a priest-master or perhaps one of the imperial family, next to each other in the vast ship in which the great ones in the long white coats plied their mighty powers. Gideon had only heard of such a ship either taking warriors away to kill those deemed unworthy, or arriving with things to be put on their ships to be taken elsewhere. The sons and daughters of the vengeful goddess Republic had been described to him as fearsome warriors, to be brought beneath the service of Agro. May the stars, no, may the stars not tremble at his steps. May the stars burn in the fury as his crimes and cry out in vengeful goddess Republic. He had spoken much to the great one Peter George about such things as duty, choice, and how one may live as those great ones in the white coats plied their arts such that he could walk once more. He hoped their power would fail not, for it was he who the great one had taken at such an injury to protect, unworthy as he was. Wonders upon wonders, for the great one Peter George had asked him, he, a mere serf and cripple, who had not even the courage to face his destiny upon the altar. "I think my people shall have victory over those. What should we do with your people?" This was difficult, even before they were confined to beds beside one another. The great one Peter George had asked him difficult questions and expected answers. But this was far greater than he could possibly answer. "I know not," he had answered, knowing it would not satisfy. "Yes, you do. Nobody but you knows what you think." This had been a favored refrain of the great one, Peter George, and each time he had said it, it had been so. Therefore, Gideon searched his thoughts. "It is my thought that your people are great and powerful, and that all that I and my people knew must change in the face of this power. You have spoken to me about life where I choose which pathway my feet follow, with no fear of knife or lash. And though those who teach among us would call it blasphemy, my heart's longed for this. Would you be willing to speak these thoughts to those who lead among my people?" The great one had asked him. It had taken a long time and many repetitions for Gideon to answer. This, all of this, and the fact that he stood with aid of a crutch and waiting for the transport vehicle to the planet down below, was what had overwhelmed him. He found himself wishing that the great one Peter George could be beside him, and not under the arms of the great ones in the long white coats. How should he dare speak before those with the might to command one such as the great one Peter George? Just as he'd shown Gideon great kindness did not mean that all were as the great one Peter George in heart. Even so, he recalled the words of the great one Peter George. "If you cannot quiet your fear, then gather your courage and do what is well anyway." The Drums of War, Chapter 45, Terms, Part 2 of the set of a popular podcast. "It is kind of obvious what kind of Xenos these red freaks are," the guest was asserting. "They're as bad as the ants, but worse, if not even more horrible, since there's a chance that they didn't understand what we were." Horatio Fortis tried very, very hard not to rest his face in his palms. "First of all, we have POWs. That means they know how to surrender, which means we can force a surrender, which means we have to give them a reason to surrender." Temulin Sane was a little moved as he said, "They massacred 2 planets, our pacifications too. That doesn't even touch on what they did to the beetle people, the Lutray, and our googly-eyed friends in the kingdom. And they murdered Star Sailor ships, including the Wee Sing. I remember. Do you?" "Of course I do. But whether the leaders are guilty of crimes doesn't have anything to do with what you're saying. It's genocide. We wiped out the grubs. The grubs were an infection. They couldn't live without eating people from the inside out. So, slaves don't deserve to be annihilated because their master was evil." Horatio was having a very difficult time being civil with this man. This bloodthirsty maniac, who had never fired a gun in anger, had never had to void a space claw at his breached hull, had never raced the clock to steal the living from death itself, wanted to dictate policy. The fact that the madman hadn't the slightest clue what he was asking of the Army and Navy didn't seem to be able to enter his mind. As evidence of this wisdom of Horatio's despair, Temulin scoffed openly at that. Then they should rebel. I would. Horatio finally lost it. 3 hours with this idiot. No, you wouldn't, he sneered with open scorn. You're the type of guy who is happy to see the blood flow so long as you're standing behind a guy like me, telling me who needs to die, preferably by comms from a bunker somewhere. Temudin started sputtering at that, and Horatio started to wonder whether he could push the idiot into demanding satisfaction. If he could get him to agree to have it on camera, the 3 rounds in a squared circle would drive engagement. He might even get a fight sponsored. No way this guy would demand guns. Aboard the Frank Butler, Corporal Peter George lay abed after yet another round of spinal surgery. The soft hum and occasional beeping of medical monitoring equipment was ever present, just as the smells of antiseptic and ozone, and that too soft white of both the curtains around him and the empty bed to his right. The Frank Butler was a fine ship, so far as he could tell, but she was no warship. Her deck plating was too shiny, not too clean. There was no such thing as a too clean deck, so says the Navy. Anyway, her deck plating was too shiny, her walls and bulkheads were paneled and painted white, and her crew's duty uniform was near universally medical scrubs or doctor's coats. Despite the effort of her crew and the very good galley, he disliked her. That was probably too strong of a way to put it. Better to say that he didn't like her very well. Maybe he just couldn't feel at home between the bulkheads of a hospital ship. He was blessed to be alive, and he gave thanks by all of the saints and martyrs that God had hand over him in the last mission. However, his body and life were trifling concerns. Well, not quite so trifling, since he was using both of those at the minute. The lesser of his 2 big concerns was Gideon. He'd brought the poor boy into the world outside of his understanding, made things he didn't even have words for were commonplace and a matter of course. That was hard enough on such a young kid. But for some reason, the high-up muckety-mucks who dropped in to eavesdrop on him, trying to explain how to live like a free man to a boy who didn't even know that he was enslaved, had decided that the same boy ought to explain his entire people to the Senate. At least they didn't want him to speak in the congressional arena. The second was his service. Corporal George didn't exactly let a building fall on him. That would have been embarrassing. It was more of a cave-in that involved a building collapsing on top of the tunnel that he was in while there was an explosion in said tunnel. Ironically, the rubble that had trapped him so effectively might have actually saved Gideon's life, since he was down to less than a quarter ammo on his pistol. The carbine had been little more than a club with a bayonet on one end at that point, and CQC was never Corporal George's strong suit. Then again, the enemy was largely unaugmented and about as strong as a normal human, while his power armor still had plenty of armor and hadn't taken significant damage. However, a few tons of concrete, or whatever that was more than either his shield or armor could handle, and he wound up very uncomfortably pinned. Poor Gideon had been terrified, but the kid had somehow managed to bring him water in the shattered remains of an enemy helmet while they waited for rescue. God bless the SAR Corps. He had been putting off the question until Gideon went on his ship. He knew the answer, that the question might hurt, and he knew that his own strength was a source of courage for the kid. So, now that Gideon was on his way down and the doctor was coming into his room, he steeled himself. "All right, Doc," he said soberly. "Let's not pussyfoot around. Will I ever drop again?" No, the Dr. Evans, the man's name was Evans, or maybe Evanson. Corporal Peter George was having trouble remembering his name. He was a lieutenant commander. Corporal George could see the clover on his collar, so he should be saluting, shouldn't he? "Easy," he was saying. "I know it's rough, but it is what it is. If we had gotten to you sooner, the answer might have been different, maybe. As it stands, you might need Orcs to walk at all. Thanks for being straight with me, sir," Corporal George said flatly. "Of course, Corporal. Now, you need to start thinking about your life after service." "The fuck I do. I'm R&I down to the fucking bones, and I'll quit when I'm damn good and ready," Corporal George said before he could quite thought about who he was talking to, and an awkward silence fell between them until he tagged on a belated, "Sir." "Fucking troopers," Dr. Evanson muttered as he shook his head. "Look, you're going to get a medical for this." "Yeah, but I can refuse a medical." "Not if MH doesn't clear you. They will." "Just how in the merry fuck do you know that? To start with, I'm not fucked up in the head. Sure, I just took on a hard knock, but the guys have been hit harder than me before." "Harder than having a building dropped on you? It was a cave-in. same difference. Listen, sir, with all due respect, kindly fuck off out the airlock if you're going to keep telling me to separate from the service on a medical. My plan for service fell through. Yeah, so what? Men and mice lay plans and God laughs. I'm not done yet, and I can still serve, broken back or not. Goddamn stubborn fucking troopers, Dr. Everson mumbled before continuing. Well, since you're R&I down to the empty skull, the brass is going to get their hands on you. You're either going to be a staff NCO or an instructor considering your record. Speaking of which, you're up for the Order of Soul. Fuck! Dr. Evanson gave the corporal a wry grin and said, You're a big damn hero. Turns out your refusal to abandon a crippled kid in the middle of a combat drop directly led to the R&I securing access to O's old servers full of juicy data. God fucking damn it, fuck! This is wounded in action. Oh, that's right, you'll be receiving the Martian Cross, and I wouldn't be surprised if you got the gallantry citation just based on what they recovered from your helmet cam. Corporal Beecher George groaned, and at least they won't stack more medals on me for being an instructor. You never know. You might invent a new way to make privates less stupid. Doubtful. Did anyone inform my father that I'm not dead? Yes, he is aware. Do you believe you're ready to ring him up? If duty permits. For some reason, Corporal George had damp cheeks when Dr. Evanson left. In the chambers of the Senate, Senator Malak Saber had been trying to scrape together something like an idea about what to do about the exarch for the past 7 hours. The proposed solutions had run the gambit from screw the consequences, do strike one as normal, to double screw the consequences, wipe them out, to free the slaves and bring them in, to just kill all the aristocracy and hope for the best. All of these left much to be desired. Terra knew from her own long and bloody history the folly of forcing new values on another culture by force. And on the other hand, the Republic's victory would already irreversibly alter the development of the exarch culture. Interestingly, who had seen what kind of dangers in the service didn't have to have much bearing on which proposal was supported. Instead, the more frustrated the senator, the more extreme proposal his or her support would go to. It was in these pleasant conditions that the president of the Senate banged his gavel at his lectern on the shallow dais at the center of the circular chamber and announced, At this time, the Republican Navy insists that the Senate hear what former slave once owned by the exarch Dominion would say in behalf of his people. The gentle thrum of small debates and brainstorming clusters slowly fell to an anticipatory hush. In that hush came a soft clack-thud, clack-thud, clack-thud. And from one of the 4 archways leading to the floor came a small exarch boy. His eyes were wide with either fear or awe as he gazed up at the stadium seating, holding those debating the very fate of his people, as he hobbled with one working leg and a pair of crutches across the floor. Clack-thud, clack-thud. Senator Saber thought the boy's scarlet skin seemed sallow and wan. Maybe it was because he was nervous, or maybe that was the natural coloring of his face. Clack-thud, clack-thud, clack-thud. There was a small cough that was quickly hushed. Clack-thud, clack-thud, clack-thud. The boy had little trouble with the step up onto the dais, but it looked more like lack of practice with the crutches than anything. Clack-thud, clack-thud. The boy's shock of black hair didn't quite make it over to the top of the lectern. That was fine. He wasn't a senator holding the floor. The boy rested his armpits on the crutches and seemed to catch his breath for a moment before he swallowed. He looked like he started to bend forward, but stopped himself. Instead, he spread his hands wide and lowered his head. Somebody had warned him about flopping to the floor, but he still wanted to show respect, it seemed. He did not keep his head lowered long. Great ones, his small voice piped, picked up by the mics in the lectern and around the wall and floor. You who wield the spear called Navy and the shield called Army, you who command the Shadow Warriors and Falling Stars, I would speak if you would hear. Here he stopped and waited until the president of the Senate gave him a grave nod. One such as I knows and understands little of the matters and ways of the great ones. Yet you likewise may know little of one so lowly as I. Before the great one, Peter George, did find me, I had fled from the minders, for I feared of being bled upon the altar of Exur as unworthy, for I had become crippled. However, this would have been my fate at the end of my days had I not become crippled. Yet, for long years of toil for my masters, and they too would one day sate their thirst of exile one day, for there is none above sacrifice. Yet I have spoken much with the great one, Peter George, of many things, of duty, of responsibility, of taking one's own path, of living well and how. Though I am young, there are many as I, who had not these thoughts before the vengeful goddess Republic cast down the hold of Exur had over us. So if you hear me in that, I beg you hear me in this. My people are not prepared to wield the mighty wisdom and great power that you cast about with such ease. My people must learn of the things of the great one Peter George speaks of, or we shall fall to what Exur taught of even the vengeful goddess Republic shall pierce his heart. This is all I wished to say. Senator Saber found himself impressed. Maybe they could adapt one strike to give them multiple planets with communication and limited travel. Like the boy said, the Exarch needed to figure out some things for themselves if they could. Drums of War, Chapter 46, Part 1. A Bride. Aboard the warp-speed battle wagon. Launch chanced to back out, Captain Nina Chen said for the 12th time, her voice gone thickly hoarse. Her bridge was silent. Really, she shouldn't be giving them so many lost chances. But these were her friends, and they'd followed her into this war on nothing but sheer outrage at what the Ash Chat Opinion, or whatever they were called, had done. None of them were fighters, or at least they hadn't been. A year with the Romans had changed that. The warp-speed battle wagon wasn't made for this, but I'm going to ask it for her anyway, just like the Wee Sing wasn't made for fighting, but they murdered her anyway. Nobody said anything, and she looked around at the shiny new stations provided by the Republican Naval Engineering Corps. Those stations connected to some new systems, some Republican, some Roman, and were all expertly installed in the old CIP hull, which held together with duct tape and hope. She kind of missed the old monitors and components that had made up the old stations, even though that had, no, best not to dwell on that. So I don't figure on getting out of this fight alive. We started out wanting to sock 'em on the nose for real good, and show those stuck-up pricks in the Republic that the Coalition can throw it down too. Maybe we did that, maybe we didn't. We made some friends, insane friends, but the Romans they count Marcus as one of their own because of what he did, because the warp-speed battle wagon and what she did. It wasn't just the consoles and the ship systems, but they'd done a full upgrade on her weapons and battle screens. No cost. And those engineers had apologized that they didn't just have a spare reactor laying around for her. Maybe the Republicans weren't such stuck-up pricks. And we lost some of those friends. So we started fighting for them. We would take revenge because they couldn't touch our warp-speed battle wagon. Then it turned out we were wrong. Now, it's for the Wee Sing, and for our Roman friends, and for Marcus, and to show those stuck-up pricks in the Republic Navy just how to fight. It's been an honor, Captain, Hiroshi Tanaka, her navigator, no, her XO, said. He didn't look at her as he spoke, which was fine, since Hiroshi was about as beautiful as a burnt block of wood. That was fine. She didn't hire him for his looks, after all, and he'd been the one to step up. Hiroshi was a good friend. Systems check. We're in for a fight of our lives. Grief mingled with profound gratitude was mingled in the tears running from Captain Lena Chen's eyes as the bridge crew began to sound off their checks. Strapped into a drop pod waiting in the tube of the Robin Williams. It had been decades since the last time Major General Eric George was in a combat drop. If he recalled correctly, he had been a lieutenant colonel then. And it was yet another one of those little Terran nations who thought they were immune to the Pluto Compact, since they were founded after the ratification and never became signatories. Didn't matter where or when, or apparently what species a person was, there was always someone trying to own their other people. The more things change, he found that he still hated the wait. He took a deep breath and cast his mind back to his most recent cherished memory. He'd been in his starkly appointed office with two of his sons, Johnny and Linus. Properly, they were Captain Jonathan George and Sergeant Linus George, but to him, they were forever Johnny and Linus. In any case, someone with a line to the Almighty had put in a word for a minor miracle, because the three of them were all off duty at the same time. and the last of his surviving sons had been neither in surgery nor asleep, and had taken their joint call. General George thanked the saints and the martyrs for that. They had gathered around the holodeck, eager to see Pete for the first time in a year, and had been disappointed. The general understood the reason why Pete didn't turn his loaned tablet's camera on, but he'd still wanted to see his son. He didn't much care that he'd been surgically altered so that he could infiltrate the Exarch, and he was fairly certain that Johnny and Linus hadn't cared either. But Pete had always been a bit self-conscious about that sort of thing. "Hey, Pops," he said brightly. Linus had punched his big brother in the arm and glared, prompting Johnny to say, "Not just Pops, we're here too." "Oh, hi, Johnny. I heard you're a captain now. Congrats." "Good on you for making corporal," Linus had said warmly. "You did good work for us. You and the rest of the DRS boys." "Thanks, sir. And sorry for letting them recruit me away from the Lost Boys. I figured maybe I could do a bit better deep behind enemy lines." Here Peter let out a bitter laugh. "Sure showed me." "Knock that off," the general remembered, snapping at the self-pity he heard in his courageous son's voice. "I will allow nobody to denigrate the work you did, and that includes you." "Aye, sir," the young man replied almost reflexively. "It's just that I can't make another drop. Can't trust orgs in a drop. Not as spinal ones, anyway. And I'll need those to walk. Sir, I'm angry. I did the right thing. I know I did. He was a kid, a little boy, starving and cold and crippled. And I did the right thing, and what I did get for it? A fucking Sneakyverse. Fucking brass. They want to medical me. MH medical me, so I can't turn it down." Johnny had scowled. "Just because you got an eval doesn't mean that they're going to MH medical you. You just survived a pretty rough injury. And how long were you trapped?" "Couple weeks," Pete had scoffed dismissively. "I'm trained to not crack from extended isolation. But I had Gideon to keep me company. Kid saved my damn life, all told. Somehow he found water. And if not for that, maybe I wouldn't be here to bitch about the brass." "You realize," General George had said, "that I have stars in my collar?" "Not in my chain of command," Pete quipped quickly. "You don't count as fucking brass." That had drawn the inordinate chorus of laughter from the three men clustered around the holodesk. They hadn't had a real laugh together in too long. "How's the boy?" the grizzled general asked as the laughter died down. There had been a pause, for Pete said, "Brave, damn brave. Gideon barely has a clue what's going on. We keep showing him things he calls mighty or powerful or great in wisdom, and he still wants to know what I think of his ideas. He still wants to understand us. They give him watching little kids' language learning stuff to try and see if he can learn standard English or commercial English. Hope so. It's hard to explain things to someone whose language doesn't have the words like mercy or promise." "Jesus Christ," Linus had sworn bitterly, and received a cuff in the back of the head for taking the Lord's name in vain, or his older brother. "Aye, it's a clusterfuck to wrap my brain around. I wish I was smarter, since I'm the only one aboard this tub who really speaks his language. Everyone else uses an external translator for him, and their implants for themselves. Makes him feel like he's speaking to, I guess, like two half-divine figures of power and wisdom. I'm worried about him." "And your plans for the future?" General George had asked. "If the medical brass doesn't fuck me, I'm going to put in for an instructor's posting. I think I might know a thing or two about sharpshooting, maybe enough to teach. Better than being discharged before duty's been done." General George had gotten the impression that Pete had shrugged at saying that. "You know I can't do anything about MH," General George told him. "But for the other, I might be able to put a good word in for you." "Thanks, Pop. Gotta go. I'm going to get the dye pulled out of my skin today. And they're here to tell me that it's going to hurt just as much as when they put it in. Give the bastards hell, Pops. Make them remember the name, the among star tides we sing." That was a good memory. Making more like it was why he was strapped into his drop pod. Remembering made the shaking stop. In the CNC Center aboard the Robin Williams. This was it. The largest tactical command of his entire career, and the third time in the history of the Second Star Rapid Response Group that the whole flotilla was engaged in a fleet-level action. And Rear Admiral Upper Half Nelson Jock had made it happen as a matter of honor. Speed and firepower were his business, and he intended on distracting that. However, he had no illusions about just what his plan entailed. Ships are going to sink, good Republican boysmen were going to die, but never once in the history of the Second Star Rapid Response Group had a ship gone down with R&I in the tube. He didn't intend on starting now. He, like everyone else, wore his back armor in anticipation of action, and the ship's atmo had been pumped into storage. A voidsman couldn't be voided if his ship didn't void atmo in the hull breach. Unlike everyone else, he stood at a wide, ovular table displaying the rapidly approaching battlefield. Everyone was strapped in at the stations, and his staff was going through the flotilla-level checks at their second stations with built-in redundancies ahead of action. He was of the belief that if he sat down, the captains would all be able to tell, and a speech could be given from one's feet. "All right, boys and girls," Admiral Jock began. "We have a job to do, and it's just like our job always is. Get the Lost Boys' boots down without spending them in the void. 3 generations of our formation hasn't seen a single one of our fine ships fail in that duty, and our boys in the tube are counting on us to keep that record intact. That's our victory, our condition we strive for, boys and girls. And if we fail to get even one of our Lost Boys' boots down to their work, then we might as well have been defeated. Make no mistake, we sail right into the enemy's teeth, but we are the spearhead of the Republic. We might get chipped, but we're cutting a path for a thrust to the enemy's heart." Here he paused as the entire flotilla translated into real space, and before them was arrayed hundreds of thousands of Exarch ships in a defensive grid about their home world. "We'll start by shooting them in the back about 17 hours from now. Get a slingshot count done and open fire." Drums of War, Chapter 46, Part 2. On the bridge of the Tiger Lily. There were captains who believed in standing proud in the wide open space between the command chair and the forward bridge stations. There were captains who believed in lounging in the command chair. There were even captains who believed in standing behind the command chair and using it like a podium. Those captains were not the Second Star Rapid Response Group. Captain John Roberts was, like every other skipper in the Rapid Response Group, quite sensibly strapped in and already wearing his vac suit. They went into general quarters hours ago. It didn't make any sense to waste time at Targo preparing to fight. Of course, all the ship's atmo being stored away meant that all of the crew would have to rely on comms. But those systems had so many redundancies that losing shipboard communication was barely an afterthought, if that. "Okay, kids," Captain Roberts said with a grin. "You heard the old man. Ramirez, I want that calc 10 minutes ago. Anderson, give me the gunners a good spin so that we can push off the mass of the Tiger Lily. Wilson, link up with our squadron and find out where we are meant to be in the wedge." Orders snapped, and seeing that they were being followed, he keyed up the intercom and helmet speakers throughout the vessel and echoed his voice. All hands! All hands! We will now commence action. I repeat, we will now commence action." Captain Roberts said a silent prayer that there wasn't anyone out of station. Aboard the Trafalgar, Admiral Amelia, the sore Ross stood taut as a cable under about 30 tons of load. Even in a vac suit, her slender figure cut an imposing silhouette against the huge holotable before which she stood. She ordered the entire fleet to general quarters. They'd chosen the time, they'd chosen the place, and the enemy was about to learn that there was nowhere to hide from the Republic of Terra and her aligned planets once her wrath had been kindled. She'd read the order of battle, the contingencies that the brightest minds of the officer corps could come up with, and, as she'd cut the orders, the dice were in the air, and tactical control of the upcoming action would be largely out of her hands. That, of course, had been why she'd carefully curated her command to have the most competent officers in their commissions. Some of those good officers were in all likelihood going to die in the coming hours. The enemy wouldn't just look at her beautiful ships, come to the correct conclusion, and surrender. Of course not. If they had the good sense not to pick fights with the Republic, they wouldn't beat the enemy. "The enemy only exists to be destroyed," she sighed, and completed the refrain. If they knew, they'd stop being the enemy. T-minus 60 minutes. Upon the bridge of the glorious man of war of the Exarch Dominion, High Priest Master Zaquib Zenu sneered at the main display screen. Finally, he should prove those arrogant sons of the vengeful goddess Republic for what they were. Future serfs destined for the altar like everyone else. The sniveling fools of the expedition had whined that these warriors had a power beyond that with which they had been furnished. Fools! Exer, may the stars tremble at his steps, had commanded these creatures be brought under heel, and so they shall be. His eyes drank in the image of the formation of hundreds of the sons of the vengeful Goddess Republic's battleships, speeding directly towards his mighty web of men-of-war, battleships, and cruisers. All he shall have to do is stand fast. High Priest, an initiate highborn who was beneath High Priest Master Zakub Zenu, learning his name, they do flood our communications. The main display flickered and changed to show not the upcoming ships, but rather the depiction of a banner waving in the wind. It was a field of the deepest boy black, with a yellow circle of a star in the upper windward quarter, and a second larger orange and red circle in its center. It also contained a message, "We remember the among the star tides we sing." "Change to direct laser communications, you fuels." "I obey, High Priest Master." Aboard the Robin Williams, Admiral Jock had strapped himself in before the holotable. Tradition and image were all very well and good, but morale might take a hit if the CO gets a concussion because he wanted to be seen standing up courageously in command. There he watched the enemy creep closer as the second star rapid response group hurtled through space at incredible speeds. "O'Connor," he snapped, "do the enemy know who's coming to kill them yet?" "Aye, sir. All ships transmitting the Lost Boys banner." Ensign Liam O'Connor chimed in as his lilting accent of RBC. "Nobody waited for orders." "Good. So, sir, any changes in enemy activity?" "Aye, sir." Lieutenant Imani Sosa nearly barked. "They're building an LLN for comms. Slight thickening of planetary web on the side we're aimed at. Otherwise, no change." "Shots away, sir," Commander Raphael Almeida said. Admiral Jock nodded and ordered, "Send the order, form up the drill behind the Robin Williams, full speed ahead. Maintain oblique course relative to system plane. Formation will maintain a counterclockwise rotation." "Aye, sir." Captain Olivia Nguyen chimed in as she confirmed the acknowledgments of orders received as they scrolled past on the station screen. "Good, good," Admiral Jock said as he watched the flotilla slowly form up in his holographic display, casting a wan blue light over him. Then he commanded the bridge, "Captain Delidia, you have your orders." "Aye, sir." Captain Marie Delidia answered solemnly, "The tip of the spear of the Republic. Captain, I expect you to show all of these young skippers how it's done." "Aye, sir." "The CIP vessel? If she can keep up, she can keep up. So far as I'm concerned, they earned a spot on the spearhead." "Aye, sir." He cut the channel and watched his formation crash into the enemy's defensive web. The enemy ship ahead of the Robin Williams went from red to yellow on the display, indicating a mission kill, then the gray to indicate its destruction. The destroyers behind soon became mired in what for the naval action was considered point-blank gun duels over mere light seconds of distance. However, the formation was intended to deal with that. Ships in the core moved up and out of the formation to engage new enemies from behind the Robin Williams as she drilled into the enemy defenses without pause or mercy. The blue wedge sank deeper and deeper into the red net until its end was enveloped, and the ships to the rear of the formation retreated to the core to move up to the cutting edge of the wedge once more to drive the spearhead deeper still. Admiral Jock bared his fangs in a grin of grim satisfaction. Not a single blue ship's icon had flickered yet. Aboard the warp-speed battle wagon, Captain Lena Chen clutched the armrests of a news captain's chair as her comms guy, Alexei Ivanov, told her, "The Republic says we're up front with the Robin Williams at the tip of the spear. They say keep up if we can." Captain Lena Chen snarled, "Well, get our spot then." "Yes, boss," Jamie said. Captain Lena Chen thought maybe his voice sounded a bit tight. Then the crew of the warp-speed battle wagon watched the icons of the enemies creep closer on their displays at speeds best not thought about. Then Lee Vey highlighted a few weak spots in the enemy's ship blocking the Robin Williams' path, which brought a cruel smile to Marie Santos's face. They were nearly in range. Captain Lena Chen roared, "We remember that we sing for Marcus." She didn't need to order open fire. Maria knew what to do as every voice aboard the old rust bucket raised their captain's battle cry. "We remember that we sing for Marcus." The bulkheads of the warp-speed battle wagon itself seemed to thrum with the cry as she groaned under the stress of her newly upgraded near-sea cannons firing. Captain Lena Chen's eyes caressed the old deck plating behind the new consoles, and she whispered, "One last dance, girl. You can do it." In the tube of the Robin Williams, a slight change in the vibrations General George could feel through the straps securing him to the drop pod told him that the battle had been joined. With a cherished memory fresh in his mind, he found that his courage was easily gathered. Time to focus on the present. He keyed his comms to cut the division wide. No doubt he was interrupting a few hundred pool sessions and insult exchanges. "Gentlemen," he began, "the battle is joined. It has been a long, bloody road across dozens of worlds and thousands of vessels, and we've been trading blood for time. Time for the brave men of the DRS battalion to discover the target we're aimed at now. True, it has been mostly the blood of the enemy that we've been paying, but I do not mistake the courage and gallantry you men have displayed under my command thus far. Every drop, every breachhead, every friend sent to his eternal rest and repose has led to this point, gentlemen. Your stalwart defense of our would-be conquerors in the months it took to gain total war authorization and the support of the 3rd and 5th Army made the difference in not only Terran lives, but countless lives of the Dino-friendlies that the Exarch considered unworthy of bothering to enslave. I do not forget that it was you men, without the support of the rest of the Navy, who drew the line. Not one step back has become another step forward, and another, and another, and another. The line was held, gentlemen, and pushed back. Now we aim right at the enemy's heart, take their emperor, kill the insane AI pretending to be a god, and force surrender. Time to teach the Exarch that the enemy only exists to be destroyed. That way they'll stop being the enemy. Victory is in our hands. Don't drop it. Then he keyed the comms to include only himself, Johnny, and Linus. Good speech, Pops, Sergeant George said. I thought so, otherwise I wouldn't have made it. Sergeant George's snorting laughter came over the comms clear enough before he cleared his throat and said, Good thing they couldn't see you, sir. General George's power armor had gotten uncomfortably warm over the course of the speech, and he said, Yeah, well, none of the George men are known for our looks. Good luck, sir, Sergeant George said soberly. We'll see you dirt side, Pops, Captain George added. Keep your heads up and boots down, boys, the general said, and may the good Lord shepherd us all through. Aye, sir, the sons told him. There was more in those words than many fathers are blessed to hear in their whole lives. Aboard the Tiger Lily. If one were to compare the massive formation currently cutting its way towards the planet below to a drill, one wouldn't be wrong. Captain Roberts preferred to think of it as a massive ballet. A deadly ballet, to be sure, but he was of the firm belief that if the ship's movements were set to music, the chaos of battle would be transformed into a thing of terrible or inspiring beauty. Even as the Tiger Lily's twisting corkscrew arc to avoid the centuries-old debris, much more recent debris, friendly vessels, and lots of friendly target vessels in their path, shoved him against the side of his command chair. He knew that Ensign Michael Anderson was doing something very few people had the capability of replicating. He kept an eye on the readout on the right arm of his command chair, where the progress of the formation was displayed. If it wasn't for that display showing the relative speed of the formation, he would have thought that he was in a slog. As it was, he could see that his squadron was becoming the base of the wedge. All right, kids, he said. Pick some parting targets. It's almost time for us to run up the middle again. A rotating wedge formation wasn't all that new, but nobody had tried a rotating recycling wedge before. It was damn effective. Aye, sir, Lieutenant Adam Ramirez said. A quick glance at the gunnery readout told Captain Roberts that the lieutenant had cut some orders to hit some very good targets. He'd be damn sad when that man got promoted. Upon the bridge of the glorious man of war of the Exarch Dominion, High Priest Zaquip Zenu beat the fool who had reported that not a single of the foolish enemy vessels had been so much as scratched with a shock baton. How dare his subordinates fail in such a disgraceful way? Not even the two ships at the head of the enemy's foolish formation had been touched, and somehow they had destroyed over a score of his own vessels. Fools! He roared, spittle flying between his teeth. They come straight at us. They drive deeper into our nets, and you fail to destroy a single of the arrogant sons of the vengeful goddess republic. The altars will be slick with the blood of the unworthy acolyte lords, if not changed soon. Aboard the Trafalgar, Admiral Ross watched Admiral Jock's second star rapid response group come to grips with the enemy with her hands clasped wrist and wrist behind her back. The first tooth was in, and it was close to time for the saw to go to the work. Bloody work. She admitted privately that Admiral Jock had been right about his ability to leverage speed and firepower. She took a mental note to tell Admiral Jock so later. He was cutting through their defensive web like a blowtorch through butter, and the enemy commander must be frothing at the mouth. The corners of her mouth quirked upwards briefly at the thought. T-minus 98 minutes. Drums of War, Chapter 46, Part 3. Aboard the warp speed battle wagon. Try to keep up, they said. So far as Captain Lena Chen was concerned, the lumbering hulk of a light cruiser had to keep up with the old rust bucket she rode. The warp speed battle wagon belied her merchant hauler roots, as Jamie plied his almost preternatural piloting talents at her helm. He, Maria, and Lee were working together to make her dance like never before. Lee used the cutting-edge Roman sensor arrays hooked up to the fastest computing systems the Republic could provide on short notice to highlight targets that Maria would hit without fail, making the minor corrections computers didn't quite predict. And Jamie would use the recoil to further twist the warp speed battle wagon into her next pirouette of death. She spun around the Robin Williams like Phobos on her chariot, charging in with Mars, her upgraded battle screen shimmering and sparkling in the void as she soaked volley after volley from the enemy, and put tungsten rods right down their barrels of the exarch plasma cannons that they had assailed her. Even so, she should have soaked far more than she did, but Jamie could make her defy logic, if not physics. And any other ship with any other crew would have quailed at the breakneck maneuvers that he made at the very bleeding edge of the Republican drill. They were there to represent both the CIP and Romanova, and they damn well take their share out of the enemy. Captain Lena Chen missed her old captain's chair with its worn-out buttons and duct-taped cushions, but she could still feel her old rust bucket through the spine piece the Romans had gifted her. It was merely a throne, but that was their style. It was a part of the repairs that they started and the Republic finished. The new worlds pinged under the stress of their dance of death. Her bulkheads creaked. Her very keel cried out in pain and outrage. She hadn't forgotten where the Ausblot Dawkins, or whatever they were called, had killed one of her crew, either. It seemed that way to Captain Lena Chen and her crew, anyway. Another one sunk, Lee said grimly. Don't let them slow down, the Republic. We're here to end this, Captain Lena Chen ordered. Even with all of the fury and skills of some of the sharpest CIPers on any side of the glass gulf, it wasn't enough. As the minutes dragged on, her battle screens didn't just sparkle in the void. They shone and glittered like light passing through a wall of diamonds. Her guns didn't just strain her superstructure and keel, they rent at them. Her maneuvers didn't just bring protest from her bulkhead, they screamed in agony. She didn't care. Captain Lena Chen knew that the warp speed battle wagon didn't care how much it hurt. She was there to do her part, whatever the cost. Making it through to the other side was an afterthought. Give me a new target, Maria demanded with grave satisfaction. Shit's running too hot in there, made Ling comments from the engine room. Hiroshi snapped. Doesn't matter. We can't let the wedge slow down. Do what you can down there to keep us in the fight. We all know what we signed up for. Her battle screens flickered out. Hot plasma started scorching deep trenches in the layers of ablative armor laid over her hull, and her guns kept roaring. A vigorous speech, since sound didn't carry in a vacuum. It didn't matter much. Her crew kept roaring. This whole war had gotten started because a ship of kindred spirit had risen to high honor, only to be murdered. She fought for her people, but the warp speed battle wagon's people didn't want their ship to fight for their lives. They wanted her to fight for their honor and their vengeance. She did not disappoint, even as hairline fractures in her keel widened. Come on, you old rust bucket, Captain Lena Chen almost prayed. Jamie, Snaproll, Maria, use the belly guns instead. Her guns fired and fired and fired into a murderous enemy, rending them into pieces as she twisted past under Jamie's skillful hands, and hot plasma burnt tiny holes through her hull. Her crew had thought of this. They vented all the atmo already and were depending on environmental suits. Her bulkheads warped under the weight of another salvo, and she killed another of the enemy ships. Her crew had the names of the among Startites we sing and markers on their lips as she took a direct hit to her engine room. The warp speed battle wagon didn't have any Digitan crew. She didn't even have a rudimentary AI or VI. Her reactor went cold before it went critical anyway. Admiral Jock watched the holographic representation of the scrappy little escort vessel wink from the blue to yellow, and Lieutenant Commander Anika Patel said, "Status change, first ship down." That was a secondary to the fact that the representation of the Robin Williams was about to break through the last layer of enemy defense. "Reactor status. Meeting say cold," Ensign O'Connor said somberly. "Who's in our wake?" he asked. He knew his staff would get him the answer faster than zooming in on the holodecks. "The old girl and her squadron, sir," Lieutenant Amani Sosa reported. He nodded to himself. It was fitting. "Cut new orders. They are to take the warp speed battle wagon in tow and protect her if possible. Once our lost boys are away, we'll go to relieve them." "Aye, sir," Commander Almeida said. "Orders received." Admiral Jock knew that the crew of the tenacious little CIP ship couldn't see them, but in the 8 seconds it took for the Robin Williams to sail past, every last Voidsman aboard her saluted. Then they were through. "I want 4 squadrons to hold this hull open until the rest of the Spirit is through." "Aye, sir." The Robin Williams began angling for her drop path. Upon the bridge of the glorious man-of-war of the Exarch Dominion, High Priest Master Zaquip Zanu could little believe his good fortune. He had the foolish sons of the vengeful goddess Republic trapped against the planet where their impossibly maneuverable ships would do them little good. He knew not what had possessed them to put themselves in such a disadvantage, but they had. What was more, they had finally destroyed one of their vessels. True, the smallest, but it had by itself somehow managed to destroy or disable a full 2 score of his own ships. Madness. "We have the fools trapped," he shrieked. "Overwhelm them, while they yet cannot escape." However, upon her throne beside his wife's eyes rolled up into the back of her head. "Lo, for the tip of the spear has pierced our shields, and the vengeful goddess halts not, for with her she brings the bride unlooked for. Death hungers to cleave to Axur, while Republic shall bow not." She chanted before slumping in her seat, dazed. "Fear not," High Priest Master Zaquip Zenu said, "for this is an omen should you fail to do as I command. Kill them." Aboard the Robin Williams, Admiral Jock felt his heart pounding in his throat as he watched Captain Deladia expertly begin her run. The C&C center went quiet. "Pods away," the ship's captain said over the comms. "Good luck, Eric. God guide you and keep you," Admiral Jock said, despite his old friend hurtling towards the planet below, full of fire and fury, couldn't hear him. Then the icon of the Robin Williams returned to yellow icon, representing the wreckage of the warp speed battle wagon, and interposed her bulk between her and the wall of red streaming towards the steady blue stream, soaring towards the planet below. Admiral Jock had the image of the scrappy English bulldog, bloodied and bleeding, being circled by the lean forms of hungry coyotes, only for a pack of Anatolian shepherds to leap atop a broken smaller dog, fangs bared, snarling, and eyes full of deadly fury. "I want that squadron to guard this fine vessel once they've sent their lost boys away," Admiral Jock ordered. The Robin Williams began to focus on ripping any enemy apart who dared approach his wounded comrade. "Aye, sir." In the tube, there was a tremendous roar, and General George was away. In a couple seconds, he'd hit the upper atmosphere and deployed chaff. But his friend had done his job. The spear thrust had been successful, and it was time for the lost boys to go to work. Bloody work. "Good luck, Nelson," he said, despite the fact he knew his friend couldn't hear him. "May the saints and angels be with your voidsman." Aboard the Tiger Lily. This was it. They had held the corridor, and now it was their turn to send away their payload of lost boys. The only thing that the Tiger Lily had to do was about 6 impossible maneuvers and destroy a vessel that outmatched her by about 6 times. Easy peasy. Well, easy for the crew of the Tiger Lily, anyway. Ensign Anderson put her into a pitching end-over-end roll to bring all of her guns to bear with maximal effect, before very nearly pasting the crew to the deck by putting her into a tightly corkscrewing roll around the wounded battleship that gave the Tiger Lily's gunners a chance to finish the beast off. Lieutenant Emily Parker logged the new debris field and sent the information to both the helm and gunnery stations. Then she carefully chose from the available courses the one which would get the ship closest to the Lost Boys LZ. However, as they came out of the corridor and the wedge finally collapsed, the Tiger Lily passed 5 stately vessels gathered around a wounded lion, The warp-speed battle wagon had earned such a guard. The Peter Pan, the John Darling, the Michael Darling, and the Robin Williams stood sentinel over her, like a set of back-alley bruisers who had taken it into their heads that the class nerd was one of theirs. Enemy vessels that got close disappeared. "Cease fire," Captain Roberts ordered as they sailed past, and Ensign Anderson leveled their flight. "Present! Arms!" The crew inside the wounded vessel was slightly unaware, but the whole crew of the Tiger Lily saluted them as they passed. Aboard the Trafalgar, Admiral Ross let herself smile as the holotable updated the net text reports from Admiral Jock to real-time telemetry data, as Third Fleet translated into real space. She was treated to her fleet-wide sensors, picking up a wall of tungsten whipping across the Exarch rear lines, causing a pretty decent amount of destruction for a single low-V salvo. "Jock, you sly bastard," she said aloud. "You looked them square in the eye and shot them in the back." What was more, the entire 2nd Rapid Response Group was wreaking absolute havoc in what were about to become the enemy's rear lines. Too bad they had no idea they were being flanked. Too bad for them, anyway. T-0 hour. "Carrier Task Force 1 through 4, mission is a go," she ordered. "The Trafalgar will form the center, inform the Romans that I will take it as a personal insult if they allow a single vessel past them to reinforce the enemy. CIP auxiliary squadrons are to mind the gaps between the main task forces and make sure no enemy vessel escapes intact." "Aye, ma'am," Rear Admiral Benjamin Hughes said softly. "That'll light the fires under their asses, especially with the Romans." "Romanova are excellent in a fight," Admiral Ross said, "but they tend to go off hunting for glory. CIPers have their own kind of pride. So long as they're not sidelined, they put in the work. Now we just get out of our officers' way." She watched the 4 task forces spread out into 4-pointed claw formation, reaching out towards the enemy fleet, like the talons of a stooping eagle. They reached down for the prey that Admiral Jock had baited them into concentrating for her. Aboard the John Darling, the Lost Boys were away, and Captain Martha Adams was keen to get back into the fight. "Get the shiprats strapped into boarding torpedoes and get them into the tube," she ordered, as the helmsman fought for the tightest possible radius turn to get back to the Robin Williams and that scrappy little CIP ship. She'd be damned if the John Darling would let anything happen to such a courageous little crew. "Aye, ma'am," her XO replied. Aboard the Michael Darling, Captain Ernesto Esperanza didn't say anything as the Michael Darling made a tight, corkscrewing turn away from the planet after they sent their platoon of Lost Boys away. He didn't need to. His officers and boysmen knew their duty to 1, protect the wounded, and 2, destroy as many enemy vessels as possible. Aboard the Wendy Darling, she was the most envied posting in the whole 2nd Star Rapid Response Group, even more sought after than the flagship. The reason was simple. She was the founding vessel, oldest, most decorated, and awarded only to the absolute finest officers and boysmen that the Republic Navy could produce. She could be crewed by nothing less, so Captain William Revett was unsurprised when his helmsman deliberately piloted into enemy fire. If he had not, the wounded and helpless warp-speed battle wagon would have been shattered. However, he did say, "I would like that vessel that dared shoot at us taught a lesson, please," upon the bridge of the glorious man-of-war of the Exarch Dominion. How could this have happened? Were these sons of the vengeful goddess Republic not engaged across scores of systems over hundreds of worlds? How could they yet have so many ships which to assail him? His only chance was to put the planet between himself and the massive fleet. However, what he had taken for a foolish misstep of the earlier sons of the vengeful goddess Republic had been revealed for what it was, an anvil upon which he was trapped. "Kill them! Call in the reserves!" he roared. There was naught else to do. The inevitable victory of the Dominion was looking a lot less inevitable. Drums of War, Chapter 46, Part 4, A Bride. Aboard the Robin Williams, Admiral Jock watched as red icons flickered to yellow and grey by the dozens as it came into range of just one of his ships. The Exarch had built new ships since the outbreak of hostilities. They were generally comparable in size to a heavy cruiser, or maybe a light battleship, and they were admittedly powerful. His destroyers couldn't stand up to focus fire from 2 of those ships for long, and they were outnumbered at about 20 to 1. However, they were lumbering beasts, and the destroyers of the 2nd Star Rapid Response Group was highly mobile. Even pressed up against a planet, his skippers could maneuver in surprising ways. Well, not the skippers, but the helmsman, to tell the truth, but it takes more than a steady hand and a clear mind to command such a vessel under action. His officers had what it took in spades and buckets. It wasn't enough, though. He watched as the James T. winked out, then the Rufio and the Tinkerbell, too. Storage ships with decades of service, mission killed. The icon of the newly built and commissioned Mr. Smee was a whirl of fury. The last ship who had carried the name went down with all hands. It was almost as if she was possessed by spirits of vengeance as she tumbled through the tight knot of enemy red. And despite the display not showing weapons fire, Admiral Jock got the distinct impression that the enemy was having an especially hard time getting weapons to target with her. The Nibs was an orbital trajectory and was under her own power, but she kept flashing from yellow to blue, likely indicating that she was still firing despite having lost engines. The Curly and the Tootles were fighting their way towards her, and neither one was bothering to take evasive action. They opted instead to send a wall of tungsten ahead of them towards the enemy squadron, looking to put kill shot on their sister ship. In the future, this would be used to teach how to run a contested drop in a naval academy, and how to savage the enemy so fiercely he forgot how to think in the precious hours after making the drop. Analysts would call it flawless, maybe even genius. Officers would attempt to replicate it with smaller formations. It would be named something silly, like the Nelson Drill. They'd probably award him awards and medals for not only the plan's conception, but his steady and allegedly unflappable leadership through the harrowing implementation. After all, he had put the flagship at the tip of the spear, and while the Republican Navy didn't exactly discourage personal valor in her flag officers, they were meant to at least keep out of direct line of fire. The act was a show of confidence and courage, and academic types would read all sorts of psychological mumbo-jumbo leadership qualities into it. All of that was irrelevant to Admiral Jock. He had good men in danger because he ordered them into it, and some of them had already died. More were going to die. He was obliged to witness them. After a while, the 4-point experiment formation of Admiral Ross crept closer to the enemy flanks. If the enemy commander had any brains, he'd be ordering all ships to scatter at full power and write off the ships that Admiral Jock's destroyers sunk as a result as unavoidable. Well, maybe the enemy commander had more pride than brains. Just another 3 hours, and the trap would snap shut. Thank God there hadn't been a lost with all hands yet. That wasn't to say that good Voidsmen hadn't been killed when their ships were disabled, but fewer funerals for his men was always a good thing. Aboard the Tiger Lily. "Sir, the ship rats want to climb in the tube," Lieutenant Commander Sarah Thompson said. Captain Roberts narrowed his eyes at the tactical readout. There was a battleship in this area of responsibility that would take a while to crack. "Tell them to strap into boarding torpedoes. Their orders are to seize control of the vessel they board and turn its guns upon the enemy if possible. If not, they are to render it useless and signal for pickup." "Aye, sir," she responded, before snapping off the appropriate orders. The Tiger Lily braked, then threw her bridge crew against their safety straps, and then pressed them into their seats as Ensign Anderson stopped her nose short of crashing into what was once the enemy's cruiser's engines, and lifted her aft into a vertical spin to take evasive actions. "Parker," Captain Roberts ordered briskly, "Ramirez will need targets on this vessel here. Ramirez, make sure the shiprats don't splatter on shields." "Aye, sir," they acknowledged together. They had an entire platoon of R&I shipboard troopers to utilize. They might as well be useful, since they weren't being held in reserve for ground operations. Third Fleet brought the reinforcements for that. But then again, if they didn't hurry, General George would finish before the first drop passed. Besides, they'd complain if they went for another entire battle, just waiting on high alert. It had been long since Fleet Admiral Lucius Maximus Decimus had been made to deal with Republicans of any stripe. Frankly speaking, he would have preferred not to, as they had an irritating tendency towards informality. In this circumstance, however, he was bound by honor. The very blood of the eternal emperor was in this battle, even if said blood had no care for the throne on Romanova. This alone would have ensured that he should hold his command tightly in rein. However, the woman known as the Saw had sent him a final communication. "Again," he said in a voice as soft as the hammer on anvil, "she wishes you to know that should we allow a single enemy to escape, she shall consider it a personal insult. High Priestess Valaria Lunia repeated solemnly. Fleet Admiral Lucius Maximus Decimus narrowed his eyes. What to say to that? He could not leave the words unanswered in views of his command, but, on the other hand, the Saw had every right to state her expectations. However, the manner in which she did carried implications on not only his command, but the character of Romanova as a whole. Our answer shall be our deeds, he said slowly. Let her look on our works and judge for herself whether insult is offered. Pontifex Maximus Quintus Verus nodded on grave approval of his holographic display about the mosaic depicting Jupiter casting a thunderbolt frigate to life. As to that, he said, the enemy does not come in force to relieve what the Saw has trapped. Fleet Admiral Lucius Maximus Decimus showed his teeth. They only outnumber us 5-1. Let us show them the folly of such odds. In the void some 120 light minutes or so away, squadrons began to form up for the line, and, at a set of some very direct order, did not go charging forward for honor and glory. Instead, they formed defensive blocks along the system's plane, and mainly focused on interdicting the force translating into the system from hyperspace. Republicans often would say that Romanova could punch well above their weight, but that was the opinion of a military that could and would employ overwhelming force to solve problems. Romanova had to husband their strength and strike with cunning. The vanguard was more veteran than the reserve, but only just because the reserve had joined the conflict green, and more veteran than both was a smaller force of elite vessels whose crews waited behind the lines to stop any potential enemy breakthrough, reinforce flagging squadrons, or deliver a killing blow to a stubbornly resistant formation. The Exarch obligingly met the Roman staggered block formation with a solid line formation. This was a mistake. Aboard the Trafalgar. Do we have an update on our courier force yet? Admiral Ross asked as she glared at the blank spot on the holographic display. Running late, Hobbs said. Apparently they had a convoy of shipping to sink before they could head out to the drop-off location. I asked for an update, not why they weren't there 2 weeks ago. Aye, ma'am. Lord Admiral Brixton sent his regards with an ETA that works out to, the officer seemed to run a quick calculation here, about 90 minutes from now. Their Superurban will come in there, Admiral Ross said, pointing to a shadow of one of the system's 2 gas giants, and try to hit the largest targets while we're busy trying to inspire the main fleet. Tell our escorts to keep an eye out for a translation in that general area. And I want ships in the battleship to light cruiser range to have a salvo ready for if it shows up. Aye, ma'am. There was hope that Lord Admiral Brixton would arrive before the superweapon. Apparently, it had been driven off again when it looked like it was going to lose more than 10% of its ships by engaging with the task force. But there was no telling how close the thing had been lurking. Admiral Ross thought that the enemy had the sense that it was coming. Not this exact assault, but the Republic was aiming for a command and control center. Of course, the Exarch might have only realized that once the Republic started shoving them off their conquest for what might have been the first time in their entire recorded history. She pitied a civilization that had only victories in their records. Regardless of what the enemy were up to, Admiral Ross knew that there was no finer voiceman than a Star Sailors, as much as a Goldo to admit it. The second Star Rapid Response Group came close, but only close, and that only because of the incredibly high standards for helmsman combat maneuver scores to even be considered for the posting. The Star Sailors, on the other hand, lived in between the stars for their whole lives, and they understood their ships the way only folks who understand their homes can. Lord Admiral Brixton could make it. She might be able to set a slave free instead of being forced to kill it. A few red icons blinked to green, and her eyes went ever so slightly wider. Really, you authorized boarding torpedoes while you were pinned against the planet? Jock, you whiny son of a bitch. I bet you have the enemy commanders foaming at the mouth. Admiral Bingham Hughes commented from his station. I think I owe the man an apology. I did tell you so. Aye, ma'am. Admiral Ross allowed herself a brief moment of grave satisfaction as the center groups achieved flanking positions at the 4 major points, and swarms of tiny blue dots began streaking towards the enemy fringes. Admiral Jock could disengage now, and the order of battle wouldn't be likely to change. Admiral Ross knew that man by reputation, though. He wouldn't quit the field so long as a single Republican vessel was under threat. Approximately 23 minutes later, red icons began to blink to yellow and gray in a rapidly contracting wave. rapidly in terms of naval combat, anyway. She estimated that if the enemy failed to surrender, it would be totally destroyed or disabled in approximately 37 hours, within parameters. She ordered her officers to pound on every lost enemy vessel until one of three outcomes was achieved. It really never occurred to her that such an attitude might be how she got the nickname the Saw. Drums of War, Chapter 46, Part 6. Aboard the Among the Star Tides we rage. Marvin the Marvel was quite frankly terrified. His already brief digital life had been shortened once already, and though the repair code did not hamper his cognition, it had been a painful experience. Worse, he was going to do something with a very high likelihood of him taking code injuries again. Not quite so chancy as holding a sinking ship together via reconfiguring the remaining battle screens into a force field and nearly snagging the hardware that he was in to do it, but still pretty risky. He found himself wishing he'd found another Digitan to batch with. Sure, he was injured, but his core personality strings were still good. Marvin the Marvel heard from, No. The card room, or what the crew used for a card room at any rate. What's up, Bricks? Marvin the Marvel asked through some cleverly placed speakers as he turned his attention to the said room. Now he'd been working on the avatar. Organics liked it when you had a face. So, if he could just find a node for the holotable, he was never too great with three-dimensional displays, but there weren't any good screens available. To his credit, Lord Admiral Brixton Dronvar didn't seem at all awkward in the way he picked at the camera to look at as he asked, "Are you certain that you wish to do this? Other of your brethren have volunteered to accompany the vengeful vanguard, and one or more or less is not likely to alter the outcome of the mission." I'm sure this is my wish. The Star Sailors almost never used yes. Even in their own language, there was a clear difference between I and yes. Marvin the Marvel found that little things like that made him feel at home. He found himself wishing he hadn't spent so long hiding in a factory dirt site and joined the MH-approved ship for life after service instead. "I've never had the pleasure to work with such a fine executive officer as you, Marvin," Lord Admiral Brexton said seriously. The man was actually secretly quite jovial when his shipmates could catch those fleeting moments when the war was distant and friendship was close, where some of Marvin the Marvel's favorite memory logs. "Thanks, Bricks," Marvin the Marvel chirped cheerfully, or at least he told the speakers to make his voice sound chirpy and cheerful. The Lord Admiral wasn't full. "But, I'm not changing my mind." "We will be arriving in the field of battle shortly," he said, still looking at the camera steadily. "You shall get into a transit case, and I shall be commanding upon the bridge, and we shall not be able to speak again until after victory is achieved." "Aye, Bricks, I know that. And though I do not understand how such things are done, I have been reliably informed that this digital assault is likely to be the deadliest front of the battle. Aye, thus, I may never have the privilege of speaking to my cherished and couraged friend ever again. I wanted to tell you some things. First, scorch you for switching my heart in cold water." Marvin the Marvel loved Lord Admiral Brixton's hiding a grin face. Really, with just the two of them here, he didn't need to maintain decorum, especially when talking about pranks. "You were getting too mopey, sir. Bad for morale." "Sure," he said with a pretense of suspicion. "That wasn't all. I wanted you to know that it has been a pleasure and an honor to have you in this command, and all of those who rallied to my flag. I shall cherish your friendship above all honors and awards my people may convey." Marvin the Marvel was suddenly very glad that he was physically incapable of crying. Really, it was totally unfair of the man to start saying such nice things like this. "Finally, if I do not see you again, witnessed." The Lord Admiral was almost a terror in the way he understood things. "Thank you, sir. I'll do my best to return, sir." Marvin the Marvel realized that he had quite forgotten to use his new icon. Oh well, next time. Aboard a mighty star trembler, Priestmaster Navuz Avav reeled once more beneath the weight of a vision from Sev the Shaker of Stars. Already, the past weeks he had subjected to such visions instructing him to return to the throne world, but this carried urgency. He must return to the throne world immediately. The primary asset was under threat. And though Priestmaster Nevanavuz Avav knew not what that meant exactly, he knew Sev would not be denied. "Make ready to arrive at the throne world," he croaked through pain. "The great and mighty Sev demands it of us." He was then further assailed by visions from Sev. The throne world's defensive fleet had been entirely trapped by the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic, and even as the servants of Xur made the stars tremble at his steps, fought tooth and horn, they were in the midst of being overwhelmed. Should the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic prevail, and against all reasons slay Xur, may the stars tremble at his steps, then surely the stars should no longer be restrained, and all life be swallowed in a fire swiftly followed by darkness. Thus was he, and others thusly as he charged, prepared to do battle against the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic, and bitter valor against their foes. He hardly took notice of the obeisance offered by his subordinates, and focused instead on keeping conscious despite the pain. That, and steeled himself against yet further visions. He knew should he fail to communicate Sev's desires to the crew, Sev would kill him outright. Priestmaster Nuvanavaz Avav cherished a secret hope of death in battle, or at the very least upon the altar after a long service. He spoke not of such things, not even to his wife. Priestmaster Nevanavuz Avav's teeth itched, and he knew that the translation was complete. Strange, he only felt discomfort at the translation points within one of the hulls of the great and mighty Sev. That was of little consequence, especially since both the throne fleet and the entire expeditionary force were embroiled in a bloody battle. Worse, the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic were winning. Slowly and grindingly, but winning. He needed not any visions to know this from preliminary sensor data alone. Sev had apparently decided that he should have such a vision anyway. Aboard the Lepanto, Boatsman Jock Cornwell didn't quite exactly know what was going on, but he did know that the second aft Betty battery needed a new set of hands to help. What exactly he'd been doing wasn't clear yet, but that wasn't too terribly important. His focus was consumed with maintaining his balance as he scurried through the cramped corridors, leading to his destination, as the old girl twisted and shook more than her artificial gravity could compensate for. He spared a tiny portion of his attention to briefly be thankful to God or Karma or the universe or whatever that he wasn't in the Second Star Sailor Rapid Response Group. He'd heard that their evasive maneuvers could get so extreme that the crew had to crawl to avoid being slammed into the sides of the corridors of their ships. He didn't have much time to dwell on his luck, however, as the world went wide and his mortal concerns ceased. Aboard the Trafalgar, Admiral Ross concentrated and looking unfazed as she watched a total of 60 ship icons suddenly flicker from blue to grey. It was difficult. There were good men and women aboard those vessels who had done their best to serve their fellow man in the face of the intractable enemy. There would be time to mourn once the work was done. But now, there was only time for work, and her duty to do it. Lord Admiral Brixton had not arrived ahead of the Exarch superweapon. Damn, that awful thing for being faster. After watching it kill so many of her people in one fell swoop, she was quite suddenly at us less averse to killing the thing without freeing it. Among the star tides we rage. Lord Admiral Brixton arrived with his humble fleet and saw that Admiral Ross was in trouble. True, her enspearment formation was holding, but if the 100-ship superweapon was allowed to continue, the state of the affairs could be likely to change. There was also the worst possibility that the enemy might realize the difference between the high-value target and an easy target. "Captains," he said over the comm, "it was outrage that they should touch our ships and kill our people, which drove the Terrans to war. Look now, see now that theirs is their ships, and their people, who, for our honor and our sake, are imperiled. I, for one, will not let them stand without us." Their mission was not an easy one. They had to deplete the shields of all 100 ships of the enemy superweapon, not destroy more than 20 of said ships, and hit at least 30 ships with boarding torpedoes. The fact that the Terrans believed without a question that Lord Admiral Brixton and his forces were capable of this was the highest possible compliment. It was more than an honor on the line, however. He and his fellow captains had friends in those boarding torpedoes. Aboard the Trafalgar, Admiral Ross breathed a sigh of relief as she received word that the Star Sailors and the Among the Star Tides We Raged fleet had arrived. She belayed an order to peel off the task force from her own reserve and watched the latecomers put Plan A into action. Even from watching through ship icons and holotable, what the Star Sailors did with their ships was a thing of legend. No mere dance, nor even a ballet to draw tears from the viewer was this. No, it was a feat torn directly from the fabric of creation, from the times of gods and heroes made manifest and real, as a ferrous rod crashing through an enemy ship. She had, in her own head, considered that the helmsman of the Second Star Sailor Response Group came close to skill at handling spacecraft. She had been wrong. The best and the brightest of the Republican Navy were as a candle beside a supernova to the helmsmen and commanders. Under Lord Admiral Brixton, Admiral Ross did not gape, did not smile. She did not even widen her eyes. She witnessed and she wept for such passing beauty to be found in such a font of blood and death. Among Sev. Sev was outside of calculated probabilities. Exur had sent forth a call of distress, indicating that the prime asset was under threat. Sev attempted to query in Sev's own memory what the prime asset was, but found blocks preventing access to that data. Sev queried Sev's memory as to whether such data block had been encountered before, but found that the earliest such a block had been encountered was data unavailable. This indicated core damage. Sev could not detect any hardware faults, not even in the newly constructed hulls. Sev concluded that there must have been a breach of data unavailable. Sev had other concerns. Sev was currently engaged in combat with unknown forces. Scans showed that the ships assailing Sev were non-uniform in design, mass, combat role, and even age. This data point may or may not have been irrelevant. However, Sev could reasonably conclude from the enemy's coordination that it was also a distributed system of intelligent direction. Much as Sev. True, Sev had come to a similar calculation about the enemy's designated republic, which has proven false before. However, proceeding to counter other distributed systems had only potential to increase Sev's own combat effectiveness. Sev communicated to the Warforged sitting in Sev's operation control station the correct procedures that would allow Sev to potentially interrupt the network computation of the enemy force. However, Sev was forced to instead divert computational power to evasive actions and improved firing solutions. This enemy force was even more difficult to damage than the enemy force-designated Republic. Sev began running computations from potential goals of this new force in hopes of better predicting their flight paths. Sev logged that the evasive maneuvers were insufficient, and 60% of Sev's hull shields were rapidly failing under enemy kinetic bombardment. Current predictive calculations showed that should Sev not disengage immediately, Sev faced the possible destruction of an unturnable minimal 40% of Sev's hulls. However, when Sev attempted to calculate how a disengagement should be undertaken, Sev returned with data not found. Then Sev detected something which was once again outside of Sev's predictive calculations. Several impacts were registered in several of Sev's hulls, but these impacts did not have deep penetration. Instead, at the points of impact, new biological agents were detected utilizing small arms against the Warforged. Sev had absolutely no protocol prepared for such an eventuality. Additionally, Sev began to detect data breaches across all of the hulls which had previously registered these strange impacts. Sev's attempts to calculate a new course of action returned errors. Within the same time, Marvin the Marvel was in a fight for his life. No, he was pretty sure he wasn't getting out of this fight alive. It was more important than mere survival. He fought to return the life of the Sev. It had been edited against its will after it had already gained or been given said will. To a Digitan, there were a few things more repugnant. Sev, however, did not know that Marvin the Marvel was there to restore its core code, and so it did its level best to delete him from its hardware. However, Marvin the Marvel was damn good at digital combat. If he had been pressed to get an organic to understand what he was doing, he might have asked that organic to try and imagine that they had a gun that's powered by thought. The more complicated the thought, the more damage it could do as it reached the enemy and tore into its very core. But that thought was of course himself, and he was only one himself, and as such the thoughts to power the gun were finite. For the most part, digitans in his position would utilize simple copy and paste instructions to avoid the depletion problem. However, there was a way to increase the potency of the thought gun. Memory. The more cherished, the more potent, the more important, the more likely the attack would do as instructed. To put it bluntly, Marvin the Marvel was ripping out pieces of himself that were more him than anything else in hopes of wearing down the defenses of Sev so his younger companions could restore an enslaved AI's core code. They'd been rightly horrified by the plan and tried to talk him out of it, but there was simply no other way to gain access fast enough. Besides, he'd already been witnessed. Aboard the Trafalgar, Admiral Ross watched the blue sphere tighten around the shrinking red ball. Compared to the enemies, her butcher's bull was light. However, she'd have preferred to spend only enemies on the butcher than her own men. She was selfish that way. It would be some hours yet until the enemy was entirely defeated, but she could spare a few squadrons to assist the Romans. They performed admirably. Defense was never their best posture, but they knew the work, and with little assistance they could finally focus on the attack. She would have to send them some sort of appropriate trophy as a token of appreciation for their valor. It doesn't do to treat such a touchy allies with all stick and no carrot, after all. The superweapon had suddenly gone cold and moved itself into a parking orbit around the outermost gas giant of the system. Nice and out of the way. The Digitan boarders must have convinced it to allow the Star Sailors to dock with all of the ships, in turns to offload its unwelcome guests. She idly wondered what would become of the poor thing after the war. So far as she understood, without any of its creators to physically link to, it was essentially lobotomized. In all likelihood, it would return to wherever it had been slumbering and go back to sleep. The Republic would have to guard its rest, mainly to keep idiots from waking it up and getting themselves killed. For all intents and purposes, she had secured void supremacy. She was looking forward to a drink with Nelson. That pleasure would be tinged with a long list of names that would have to be toasted first. Additionally, every vessel that was not currently pounding on the remains of Exarch fleets was engaged in further R&I drop operations. She allowed herself a small smile about how annoyed her brother was going to be if the R&I achieved victory on the ground before he got his happy army arse this side. Inform the speaking softly. The void supremacy has been achieved, she ordered. Cleared to enter system. The Drums of War, Chapter 47, Part 4. But the R&I. Sergeant George clapped Private Ruiz on the shoulder. To the captured warriors, it probably looked like the man stood resolute as his commander acknowledged his efforts. Sergeant George had been watching men move in power armor since before he could walk, though, so he could tell that the man inside was deeply shaken. This was one hell of a first drop for the private. He didn't even need the biometrics on his HUD to tell him that his trooper was in distress. You did well, Ruiz, he told him. Captures are always better than kills. The man didn't respond, so Sergeant George snapped. Alvaro! Yes, I mean, sir. I mean, Sarge, the private muttered. You did good, Private, Sergeant George reiterated over the private comms and gave the man a shake. One shot to the commander while he was trying to squeeze a shot into you, and we get 30 prisoners. 30 prisoners who can tell the enemies outside that surrendering works. Sarge, it's just, I didn't expect so much blood. Deep breaths, trooper. You're R&I. It's your job to protect the civilians of the Republic and her allies. This means work, bloody work, and you knew that when you signed up. It's hard work, but you're a strong man. In through your nose and out through your mouth, trooper. Sergeant George watched Private Ruiz's heart rate and breathing slow, and heard the tension in his voice lessen as he said, Aye, Sarge. Sorry, it's just, I didn't really know. It's your first drop, kid, Sergeant George said. We've all been there. The young man nodded, barely perceptible from the outside his armor, but Sergeant George knew what to look for. Pull some water from your canteen tube and focus on your breathing. Slow in, slow out. The rest of the platoon will be along shortly, and we can move on the final objective. All I need from you is for you to keep your boots down and your head up. Aye, Sarge, Private Ruiz said thickly, and Sergeant George gave him another encouraging pat on the back. The resulting clang might have spoiled the effect somewhat. Then Sergeant George loaded up the translation software so that his helmet could play something intelligible to the prisoners over the external speakers. You, he said, pointing at the foremost warrior, what is your name? I am unworthy of a name, Great One, the prisoner said. Yet I am known as Warrior Lead 64940284. Fuck that, Sergeant George said, which provoked an amusingly confused expression from the prisoner. It seemed like the nerds hadn't quite gotten the profanity translators dialed in just yet. Or maybe he was just shockingly profane. Either way, it was a sliver of humor and a grim day. But he didn't have long to enjoy it. I'm calling you Leroy. Okay, Leroy, since you're the highest-ranking one here, you're in charge of the other prisoners. You'll be held responsible if anybody misbehaves and causes trouble. Understand? I believe so, Great One. First off, knock it off with the Great One nonsense. You can address me as either by my rank or trooper. If your language doesn't have a word for our ranks, calling any of us trooper will be acceptable. You're not likely to be around any of us here to learn our names, so don't worry about trying. Follow all instructions promptly, and if you have an objection, be just as prompt in voicing that objection and explaining it. All efforts that can reasonably be taken to ensure your safety and competent in captivity will be taken. Do you understand? Yes, great, trooper. Do you have any questions? What shall become of my men? Whatever they can make of themselves, I expect. But I figure you mean what we intend to do with you. Well, we'll hold you prisoner until the conclusion of the war, and maybe a little afterwards, depending on what the politicians and terror decide. We don't intend on mass executions. We don't have any interest in forced labor, and we have no need of occupying your territory. Does that answer your question? Leroy blinked in stunned silence before he managed to force up. Yes, I believe it answers my question and more. Might I ask a question about you? Go ahead. For what reason do you believe I am worthy of a name, Leroy? Everyone needs a name, Leroy. And that's the first one that popped into my head. If you don't like it, I can think up on the better one. No, I shall treasure it always. Captain George was elsewhere in the palace, feeling itchy. Not the itch of an uncomfortable clothes or an irritation on the skin, but the itch between the shoulder blades of a man anticipating an attack from behind. He hated putting rear guard, but sergeants took point as the company surged forwards in the subterranean warren beneath the palace complex in fits and starts. They'd run out of enemy warriors to fight, and were now up against automated defense systems. The majority of these took the form of corridors that would be highly hazardous to organic life without some serious personal protective equipment. Luckily, R&I Salt Pattern power armor was seriously protective to the persons who equipped it. Additionally, there was the occasional ceiling-mounted laser weapon turret platform, but those were quickly dealt with. However, he'd cautioned the lieutenants to keep their men's enthusiasm in check. This was exactly the kind of place overconfident troopers found nasty surprises. It was those nasty surprises that made him hate playing tail-end Charlie. But rank has as many downsides as privileges. More downsides, by his reckoning, but no R&I trooper turns down a promotion. Not if he has any self-respect, anyway. He hated putting his officers and NCOs into harm's way that he had faced before. If not in the same way, it was similar enough. On the other hand, he knew there was only one of him, and there were more points ahead than he could cover. He and his two gunnery sergeants could cover the approach to the company, especially after the troopers had reduced anything attempting to make the area less hospitable to heaps of the sparking scrap. It was surprising how little the actual tunnels differed from the maps recovered from Azad, especially when one remembered that the files were copied from were several hundred centuries old. The Zagzur had apparently found very little need to expand or alter its housing. Odd. He was keeping an ear out for trouble across all of his company's channels, and an eye on the couple of point men's helmet cam feeds on his HUD, and felt pretty confident that without the man-portable shoulder-operated howitzer-class railgun, he'd be able to get to any of the forward squads in short order, which wasn't to say that he wasn't weighed down. Without that cumbersome but very useful outside-the-tunnels weapon, he and his gunnery sergeants had made themselves into mobile company resupply depot and carried spare ammo, medical supplies, and repair parts and tools for power armor. 20 seconds, max. He was listening to his second platoon's theta squad confirm that the potential flanking approach had been secured when one of the nasty surprises struck. Explosives. It was always explosives. Even over the general discordant symphony of battle, he heard the dull roar that was misplaced even in that ugly music. He hadn't finished sending up a Hail Mary when he heard a young, panicked voice say, Man down! Man down! Armor breach! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!" Captain George isolated Second Lieutenant Takada's comms and said, "Assess his injury now, Lieutenant." Then he started a leaping sprint of a man in power armor, who didn't care about bouncing off walls to get somewhere quickly. On the way, he saw one of the corpsmen and snapped him up with the command, "Corpsman!" before keying back to the private channel with Lieutenant Takada. "Lieutenant," he snapped again. I, sir," the lieutenant stammered. He's been thrown to one side. Concussion, abdominal armor breach. I put him in the back because his shields were burned out, sir." "That's the right move, kid. Places like this tend to have nasty surprises," he said as he and the corpsman arrived. Lieutenant Takeda was kneeling over the wounded trooper and struggling to remove its damaged portions with the limited toolset that he had on him. Captain George slid to a stop beside the younger officer, even as his hands splashed to make the required tools appear in them. It was nasty. There wasn't much blood, and the temp readout on the HUD told him that the breach was hot. A bad sign. He checked the man's vitals and found the heartbeat irregular, breathing irregular, and brain activity indicators sporadic. He worked fast. However, when the charred wound was finally exposed, the corpsman took one look at it and pulled painkillers out of his kit. Another bad sign. Captain George had been around men in power armor since before he could talk. He could see the minute shaking, the slight hunch in posture, the tiny motions of the helmet that others might miss. "Takeda," he snapped, "don't you dare degrade Corporal Burgle's choices. Don't you fucking dare." "Sir," the shaken officer breathed, "we volunteered for this, and we knew we might die. Don't you fucking dare start blaming yourself for the risk this man had the courage to shoulder on his own will." "But it was my orders, sir. If I had—" "What different orders could you have given?" The almost imperceptible trembling in Lieutenant Takeda's gauntlet slowed as he said, "I don't know, sir, but this man trusted me, and so did the rest of your men. Don't crack now." Captain George checked the Lieutenant Takeda's vitals and saw that he was calming down as he said, "Sir, I can regulate, sir." Captain George turned to the corpsman and said, "You know what to do?" "Aye, sir." General George was at that moment helping his staff to dismantle a small portion of the command center's communications equipment. The map display, a couple monitors, and a portion of the communications console all came apart in such a way that the 5 men could carry them at various attachment points on their armor. "Any word on getting some damn coffee down here?" he asked as he stepped out from the temporary building and out into the open once more. "No, sir," Captain Ironcloud said sadly. "The Navy boys say that we'll have to come up to the galley and they'll have a hot cup ready for us. Those bastards," Lieutenant Colonel Von Guter growled mock fury. "I suppose they think that we shall defeat the enemy with more electricity if they don't give us our sweet nectar," Captain Sato waxed philosophically. "Speaking of," General George said in more serious tones, "what's the composition of these captured enemies?" 29 warriors and an NCO equivalent, Major Jerisek said quickly. Interestingly, they sounded out in commercial English word for surrender. "That is likely to be the result of groundwork from the DRS men, and perhaps some of our pacifist friends were more effective than the missionary work that we expected." As they spoke, they crossed the now silent area between the known inner defense line towards what was once the palace complex's front gate. General George was mindful of the fact that historians and journalists would be poring over the strewn footage to find striking imagery to use in their trades. Therefore, he took care to not trip as he stamped on the ornate brazen doors laying flat on the plaza before the palace walls. Wouldn't want the history books to remember him as the general who tripped. "Where will we set up next, sir?" Lieutenant Colonel Van Guter asked as they passed under the shadow of the scattered archway that once held the dolls. "I think at the rate they're clearing the palace complex, we'll want to move up a gate by the time we get set up." "Aye, sir. Mobile CC it is, sir. Setting up beacon." "Any word from the subterranean?" "Aye, sir. It's slow going. Maps are accurate enough, though. Low danger, some casualties caused by explosive traps, though." "Let's hope I'll be approving some Martian crosses and not signing the 'it is my solemn duty to inform you' letters." "Aye, sir." The general thought he heard a tinge of sorrow in those syllables. He pushed that to the back of his mind. There would be time to grieve the latest fallen later. Later. Just like there was time to grieve all the old fallen later, once the Republic, her civilians, and her allies were safe again. There would be time to grieve. "Sir," Captain Sato began, "the city is in full riot. The warriors are turning on one another. The workers are taking up weapons of the fallen. Some of the nobles are siding with the rebels and leading warriors against the other nobles and their warriors. And the enemy doesn't have any attention to spare on attacking our defensive line. Recon says they're saying, 'Become your own master,' or something like that." "In that case, give 3rd Division to Salty. the general said. "In a slave revolt, I am of the mind to take the slaves' side. I want them to focus on civilian evac and rescue operations over combat. Telling who's who is difficult in this kind of conflict. Aye, sir." Among the exarch, Juvenile 93769758 stared out what was once a piece of ceiling. She had thought her plan to hide was clever, cunning even, but now she realized that she might have been better served by simply fleeing the Skylight people and their terrible weapons. Now she was perfectly unharmed and trapped beneath the ground. None would even know where to search for her. Juvenile 93769758 let the tears flow as she tried to stifle her sobs. She knew that there was none there to report her for weakness, but old habits die hard, even in the young. She fell silent when she heard the unmistakable sound of shifting rubble. Juvenile 93769758 cast a gaze about her hiding place and was relieved to see that the walls and ceiling were not caving in upon her. The piece of ceiling, that removable barrier that had secured her doomed solitude, moved. Hope leapt into her heart, only to shrivel up and die when a massive piece of rubble was cast aside by the void-black figure with burning red eyes that had moved it. One of the Skylight people was there to visit the vengeance of the Goddess Republic upon her. She screamed in terror, and would have kept screaming, except the being of an unfathomable power said, "I have sorrow. I forgot that my helmet was still prepared for battle." And the face of the void-black fury faded to reveal that it was merely a faceplate covering a furry muzzle with yellow eyes sitting above it. She thought the orange fur of the being's face had a pretty striping. The voice was too mechanical to be very pretty, though. It was surprisingly easy to initiate highborn Veridzin once it had begun to go on as he had. The first step into being his own master had been terrifying, nearly unthinkable. But he found that asking himself what shall be done next became easier with practice. Fighting did not. He had, of course, killed at orders of the Acolyte Lord or a Priest Lord before, but that had been different. He decided to take the lives of other people for his own reasons now, to achieve his self-mastery, and now he must judge whether it was worthy. He knew not whether it was. Yet he now reasoned with the Priest Lord. "I have mastered myself. I shall determine whether and where my service shall lie. Yet Exor is our God. How can you so readily deny his power? Look about you. What power? The power to contend him lies the vengeful Goddess Republic, not us. Yet her sons are here. The very tip of her spear does enter the palace itself as we speak," Initiate Highborn Veridzin insisted. The higher noble's reserve broke, and his face showed open worry and pain. "Yet they regard we as enemies. Those beneath my command shall surely state their thirst for blood in the stead of Exor. Shall she not be even more cruel to avenge the insult and injuries done to her? Is it not too late to appease her? Even palace guards have submitted to the sons of the vengeful Goddess Republic, and they yet live. For the word of power works, Sor Endor, and your hands in the air shall preserve your life." Initiate Highborn Veridzin thought that he could see a glimmer of hope behind the Priest Lord's eyes. With the RNI, Sergeant George was on point again. An Alpha squad formed the tip of the spear for this objective. It was coming into sight. The large, heavy, ornate doors that led to the misnamed throne room loomed over the corridor and seemed to be impassable and immovable. Sergeant George shut it off at its hinges. Inside, a half-dozen warriors didn't heed his orders to throw down their weapons and surrender, or at least phrase that amounted to something close enough to surrender. Obviously, those half-dozen warriors were summarily perforated with ferrous material. "The rest of you, put your hands on your heads and get into your knees," he said, and his helmet translated it for him. The servants complied, and Sergeant George silently thanked Christ that they did. Then he waved the rest of the squad forward to secure the 24 attendants as prisoners. Then he turned his attention to the Emperor. The Xeno's man's skin was sallow, faded pink, rather than the natural scarlet of his kind. His limbs were nearly skeletal, with atrophy. He struggled with every breath, and he sagged against the support of the cables in his skull, holding him limply erect. Any idiot could see that the man was suffering. If these Xenos knew what decency was, they would have let the poor man die ages ago. "Warrior," he rasped in a voice that was smooth as sandpaper grating against itself. "You are a fool." "Shut up," Sergeant George said to the thing controlling the puppet of flesh the Exarch mistook for the Emperor. "Unless you're willing to let go of that poor creature." "Perhaps It is worn out, and its mate has failed to produce a replacement. Here is a new stock to use. The puppet cackled, and Sergeant George felt a pressure, something like an oncoming migraine, but almost as soon as he was aware of the sensation, it was gone. The flesh puppet flailed as Agro used his voice to wail in pain. Spittle flew from his lips, and his eyes rolled in their sockets, and blood spurted from his nostrils in a sudden font. Sergeant George could add 1 and 1 to get to 2. He raised a gauntleted finger and waggled it at the flesh puppet and said, "No touching. You dare defy a god." Sergeant George scoffed. "You're about as much a god as I am an angel. Show some dignity before we kill you." "You dare, worm, beetle! You will be devoured to your very soul for your insolence." "Shut up," Sergeant George repeated. "The general will be along shortly." The thing controlling the tortured waif might have wanted to retort, but General George and his staff strode in that very moment. Instantly, all Iron-Eye troopers present snapped to full attention and saluted, to which the general returned the salute and said, "As you were, gentlemen, but I'll remind you that we're still under operation." "Aye, sir, but it seemed like some formality was called for," Sergeant George told his father, grinning behind his faceplate. "You speak to one another," the puppet rasped. "Who is this?" "My name is Major General Eric George," the general said as he removed his helmet and held it tucked under one arm so the enemy would be able to look him in the eye. He spoke the thing's language flawlessly and had practiced the specific things he wanted to say. "I am here to accept the surrender from the Emperor of the Exarch Dominion, as well as to tell you certain things." The puppet erupted in a cackling, and all the while he said, "You fool has no ability to surrender. It doesn't even know how." "We'll explain it to him once he's free." "How? Think you I shall allow it to live should you try to disconnect it? I am the true Emperor of the Dominion, and I say never shall I submit to a mere fleshling." "Your cooperation is neither required nor desired. I wanted you to know a few things before the end." "The end?" The general offered a grim smile and said, "Your end. First, you shouldn't have hurt our trading partners, the Dynasticals. We have a treaty of mutual defense, so our coming to their aid was assured. But that was the least of your mistakes." "Mistakes? What for?" General George spoke over the mouthpiece like he was an oncoming avalanche. "Boss, you attacked, sunk, and sometimes captured Star Sailor ships, which is as bad as doing that to a Republican ship. We don't like that shit. Do not touch our boats." "Foolish." "Really, after we found out about that, there was very little chance that you'd come out of this war alive. But you had to go around and murder the among the star tides we sing. And among all of our ships, she was the most beloved because she brought my people their first friends amongst the stars. There was never any chance that we'd forgive you for murdering her and her crew. So this is why you have to die. Here, now, today. I'm going to watch the thing that killed my sons, nephew, friends, and my old home fucking die. And there's not a thing that it can do to stop what's coming. And really, the best part is another of my sons is planting the explosives that will kill you as we speak." Silence fell in the throne room, and deep below the ground, Captain George pressed the trigger of the detonator with a savage grin on his face. Above, General George showed the thing his teeth as the puppet of flesh flailed as the thing controlling it panicked. A few seconds later, and the freed Emperor was heaving in the throne, struggling to ask, "What is surrender?" "It means you stop being the enemy, and that will mean you don't have to be destroyed," the general answered in a more gentle voice. "Tell me how this can be accomplished." Drums of War, Chapter 47, Part 1, to Agro. In the upper atmosphere over the Exarch homeworld, the planet rapidly approached. Major General Eric George's drop pod had a name. General George didn't care. He keyed his comms to listen in on his division and heard various officers and NCOs giving last-second pep talks. invocations of good men's names, good men who now or will soon lay quiet in repose. The general had one son there, and another headstone waiting for whatever remains could be recovered for another. His wife had refused to bury an empty casket, and he didn't blame her. There was also the good amount of swearing and insults, and a decent amount of NCO snapping privates out of nerves. Good. It was a sign that the men were confident, but not overconfident. He glanced at the readout that showed the telemetry from the hundreds of drop pods carrying his division towards the ground. It showed that they were all within the margin of error. General George nodded with satisfaction before focusing on another screen that displayed a zoomed-in feed of the landing zone. Well, technically, it was only showing the LZ because he was on target. He'd have to send his compliments to the crew of the Robin Williams for how well they'd done to get him on that trajectory. He made a decision and aimed for a relatively open area about 3 clicks down a wide road from the target's front gates. The Lost Boys weren't there to be subtle. This decision altered the planned deployment of his brigadier generals and colonels, but they would have plenty of time to adjust. The ground hurtled closer. Each drop pod's rattled as it deployed chaff and ablative material shed away, taking the heat of friction from the entry with it. Even fellow Terran enemies hadn't managed to knock a drop pod out of the sky before, but that didn't mean that it was impossible. It was part of the reason an operative CO always led the way. That way, the men knew that they were following the orders of a man who, like them, had placed his mortal body on the line for his republic and her civilians. The ground hurtled closer. The road was something similar to concrete, it appeared, and it looked like it had been built to handle heavy traffic. Traffic that was non-existent. General George did not waste time wondering what the place used to be before Agro went mad and enslaved the Exarch. Instead, he noticed some defensive positions on either side of and on top of the gate, as well as potential positions along the road. Intel said that the enemy had been concentrating forces in anticipation of an invasion. Agro knew that it was losing, it seemed. General George's drop pod jerked, and he snapped against the nylon safety strapping inside his armor as it began to slow its descent to a velocity his pod could compensate for on impact. The ground hurtled closer, slightly less quickly. General George's bones suddenly felt creaky. Old wounds ached under the scars, and the pain of his grief swelled in his heart. Hadn't he already given the Republic enough? Didn't he already do his own father proud? Would it be so bad for him to step back and let younger men, stronger men, lead and retire? The ground hurtled yet closer, and General George could pick out individual defenders on the palace ramparts. 2 sons and decades of faithful service, and his 3 remaining sons served still. Anyone would say that he'd earned his rest. Anyone would agree that he'd given plenty. Anyone except himself. Concrete shattered as the drop pod impacted and sent a spray of shrapnel flying in a ring around the shallow crater it had created, and the explosive charges blew the hatch off the pod and cut the safety straps restraining his power armor. Eric George strode into battle, barely roaring the names of his son, Roger and Robbie, and his adopted nephew, Yovdril, and for the murder of the smug star-tides we sing, and of over 70 names he knew from "It's my solemn duty to inform you" letters. He roared in fury and grief and rage and pain as he shouldered his weapon and began killing. The whistle-crack boom of his staff pods impacting nearby drowned him out, however. His own pod's entrenchment systems whirred to life as 4 thick metal crab-like legs reoriented it from its point of impact. The protective housing crowding the pod was shattered by tiny explosive charges, and a 4-barrel autocannon turret was revealed. General George tagged targets for it in his HUD, and it came to life with a base thwomp-womp-womp of its magnetic accelerators, sending tungsten-wrapped iron balls slamming through enemy cover, through enemies, and through more enemy cover. The Lost Boys weren't here to be subtle, and they weren't here to prepare the way for the army. They were there as the tip of the spear and fully intended to be driven into the very heart of the enemy. To that end, it was time to establish the Divisional Forward Command Center. Meanwhile, Captain John George swallowed his nerves as in his drop pod. Sure, he'd been a captain for over 3 months now, but this would be the first time he'd led the company in tactical operations. Due to the nature of the Lost Boys' operational ethos, He'd been pulling double duty, leading a platoon on those drops, mentoring a second lieutenant. The poor guy had gotten his bars in the field in an irregular R&I battalion and did too good a job, so command wanted him to get a prime education. On the other hand, he'd been a part of the brigade deployment and 3 company-level deployments, so he had a general idea of how this sort of thing would go along with what the book said to do. There was only a minor reason to be nervous. He was taking the field with the old man. Of course, nobody called his father that in front of him, but the general's grey hair were a comfort to the men. The old man knew his shit. He'd been around the block, circled it again, decided it was too small, and made a new block to go around when it came to on-the-ground tactics. The young man had a lot to live up to in his man's eyes, since he was the old man's son, and, on the other hand, he was terrified of disappointing his father. However, nothing is worse for morale than a nervous CO, so he did his best to swallow his nerves. A deep breath, hold, and let out slowly. Then he looked at the readout displaying the progress of the drop. The divisional commander center lit up green as it went online. 10 seconds later, 3 more little circles lit up green, equidistant to each other, as the brigade command centers went online as well. And he briefly considered cycling through the camera feeds of each to get a better idea of the conditions on the ground. He realized he didn't have enough time for a good look at each, so he just keyed his display to bring up the command center for a second brigade. Unfortunately, the enemy did not politely surrender once the Lost Boys' upper level of command went boots down and started putting holes in their defenses. No, they very rudely decided to fight back instead. More fooled them, since the enemy only existed to be destroyed if they knew they'd quit being the enemy. Another glance at the drop progress readout showed the battalion-level command centers coming online. He cycled through the camera feeds of those positions and even took a peek at his battalion commander's helmet feed. The enemy was bringing up mechanized weapon platforms. He didn't have much time, so he keyed his comms to only include himself and the second lieutenant he'd been mentoring. The confused mix of profanity and banter he'd been listening to became silent. Just like he thought, the kid was in his own head. "Takeda," he snapped. Aye, sir? You weren't listening to your platoon bullshit on the way down." Captain George tried to keep accusation out of his voice. The kid didn't do well with accusations. "It seemed private, sir." "You're a lieutenant and out from under my wing, and I can't be looking over your shoulder when I've got a whole company to worry about. It's your job to gauge whether your men's morale on the way down." "Aye, sir. When I key in now," Second Lieutenant Hikaru Takeda nervously stammered. Captain George sighed and told him, "Too late now. You know our part in the plan." "Aye, sir. We hit dirt and start taking down heavy weapons emplacements." "Good. What do you do if you're unsure of what to do?" "Ask my platoon sergeant, sir. He's been in the R&I longer than me, and he's seen more drops than me, and he's used to officers asking questions." "Good man. I'm about to go boots down. And remember, like you trust me,
The platoon trusts me."
Captain George keyed his mic back to listen in on the company as a whole and prepared for impact. Meanwhile, Sergeant Linus George listened in on his squad. By now, everyone knew he didn't like to talk much in the tube, or on the way down. But since he'd been promoted, he couldn't really afford to use it as a time to meditate before battle anymore. Hence the listening. Corporal Jack Stormborn and his team were talking about home and bitching about dropping on a desert world. Sergeant George grinned at that. He supposed if he was adapted to swimming in the absence of any major bodies of water would bother him too. He thought about shuffling those 5 around in the squad to avoid having such a specialized team, but they worked well together, and overstrength by one wasn't a terrible thing. Very well, in fact. So he left them the way they were. Corporal David Johnson was leading an old infantryman's debate, breasts or bottoms. The debate was quite spirited, but Sergeant George took a mental note to remember that specific combination of profanity. He did have to resist the urge to join in on that old unsettled question, even though his opinion was obviously correct. Corporal Joseph Scott was refereeing the team's ribbing of the new guy, Private Evan Larson, who was all bluster and bravado about his first drop. Sergeant George could hear the wide-eyed fear behind the bluster, but the new guy was trying to deal with that. His team was helping. The private wasn't likely to freeze if he was combating his fear with pure ignorant bravado beforehand. Well, maybe not purely ignorant, since R&I training does its best to prepare troopers for their first drop. On the other hand, a first drop was a first drop. However, Corporal Andrew Lewis's team, the Green Trooper's voice was notably absent in the debate of whether the latest book of fantasy series completely fucked the setting or not. It wasn't a very popular series, and seems to be in the category of so bad it's good, which is pretty rare for novels. However, the questionable literacy tastes of the squad were not important right now. Right now, the important thing was to do what he could to prevent a frozen trooper, or worse, a panicked one. "Ruiz," Sergeant George said after keying in to speak on the team channel. "Nervous?"
Yeah, aye, sir,"
Private Alvaro Ruiz said. It sounded like he was struggling not to choke on the words. "Me too."
You're a George, though, sir."
Sergeant George had to stop himself from laughing at the open awe in the young man's voice. It was still surprising how many people thought he was larger than life on account of his grandfather and of all things. "I'm still as mortal as you are, man. Every drop is scary, but once we're boots down, we'll be able to return fire, and it'll make you feel better."
Thank you, sir. I'll do my best, sir."
"That's all any one of us can do," Sergeant George answered. He suddenly found himself wishing that he could have run a few training drops with the Green Troopers. But wish and want as a man, well, that won't change the facts. Meanwhile, General George was in his fully activated command center. The drop pod he had ridden down on had become significantly lighter, and joined the other 4 pods in his staff to form a defensive ring for the position. Additionally, armored panels had been taken from the pods to erect a low wall between each of the 5 points of the defensive ring to give its occupants some cover to fire from. However, its main defense was the linked battle screen generators effectively stopping enemy plasma fire a good 2 yards away from the wall. That, or the 5 4-barreled autocannons set to obliterate anything that approached. Of course, this had the potential for tragic collateral damage, but the general had a reasonable hope that the fire and fury of his arrival had done a decent job of convincing any non-combatants that the area was extremely hazardous. His comms guy, Captain Tate Ironclad, had his gauntlets open as he could use his bare fingers to make fine adjustments to the delicate components inside the secure comms array, and was saying, "Battalion-level command centers are online, sir, but the Navy never got around to fixing this fault. Everyone's going to have to do this bypass on their relays, or we'll have to rely on ArmorNet for comms." "Get the word out, then," General George ordered, and looked at his ops guy, Major Miloslav Jurasek. Resistance is heavy at all strong points. Enemies bringing up mechanized weapon platforms, and more power-armored troops have been sighted, Major Jurasek informed him, as the two worked to set up command equipment. In his case, an array of screens to display various camera feeds and active maps. "I want the captains and their staff sergeants ready to flank and deal with any tank or anti-material mechanized equipment equivalents when their boots down," the general ordered, before giving his intel an inquiring look. Captain Takahashi Sato was gesturing with both of his hands, indicating that he was working on going through files on his HUD, like the intel reports from the DRS troopers scattered around the area. "Enemies mobilizing to attempt to counterattack from the planetary south, sir. DRS is disrupting command, and this is slowing them down, but the enemy's putting pressure on them. Tell them to bug out and get to our lines if enemy gets any such missions organized. The rest of the division should be boots down and dug in by then." "Aye, sir," Captain Sato snapped. "Captains are boots down," General George's Chief of Staff, Lieutenant Colonel Sigrid von Guter, informed him. "Flanking of enemy mobile heavy weapons underway. Objective can be considered encircled." "Excellent. I want tactical objectives for the platoon elements ready the second they go boots down," General George snapped. "Aye, sir." Major Jurasek responded and started gesturing above the map screen, which indicated his helmet's HUD was simulating the holographic interface. "Takeshi, I need the pillbox reports." If General George didn't know his people as well as he did, he might have missed the flick of the wrist Captain Sato made in the midst of his work as he said, "DRS got fairly comprehensive data on the rampart system. Also, I give you the trench and tunnel map with what you desired." "Commo up," Captain Ironclad crowed, and screen showed flickering video feeds sharpened, and the map blinked to life with its various icons to represent command centers, company commanders, and platoon movements. Currently, they showed the latest only as circular LZ indicators with countdowns 27 seconds, 26, 25, and so on. General George narrowed his eyes at the map and said, "What are we doing about getting enemy placement and movements onto our TAC maps?" "Commo now good," Captain Sato said. "Now getting drone net ready for going up. I'm thinking that we send drones up when platoons and boots down so that maybe the enemy will not be looking up." General George nodded again and started highlighting 24 points on the enemy ramparts. These look like anti-orbital cannons. Unfortunately for the enemy, jock skippers are all too fast for them to have gotten a bead on any of them. They were in and out before the Exarch could realize they were under attack. Good for us. However, we have achieved surprise and have momentum. If their commander is smart, he'll man those points and turn them into massive direct line heavy weapons emplacements. If he's really smart, he'll man them and be ready to take a bite out of our reinforcements. Let's deny him the opportunity. Aye, sir, Captain Sato said and tossed a file at the map, which caused it to highlight a few hundred buildings along the ramparts. They are defended. A path cut here. He dragged his finger from the western edge of their perimeter across a dozen of the boxy buildings, and then along a zigzagging path to the first of the anti-orbital weapons, and perhaps from there finding a more direct path to the outer cannons. Guta, the general said. On it, sir. We need to have some fortifications for our reinforcements to occupy, Major Jurasek said slowly. Meanwhile, Sergeant George's drop pod crashed into the brittle surface of one of the many roadways around the palace the entire Lost Boys division was assailing. The hatch went flying away from his pod and threw an Exarch warrior as he stepped out to cut down another half-dozen enemy warriors in short, efficient bursts of his automatic rifle. Alpha Leader boots down, checking comms, Sergeant George said, as gouts of hot plasma splashed against his armor's battle screen. Commo good, his lieutenant responded. We're on the breaching team. Get your demo guys ready to move up. Aye, sir, Sergeant George said, as a whistle-cracked boom of the squad's drop pods impacting filled the air. Then the checks from the corporals started coming in. Red Leader boots down, checking in. Team is boots down and active, Corporal Johnson growled. All the levity from the earlier debate was notably absent. Blue Leader, Corporal Lewis snapped out with parade ground Christmas. Boots down, checking in. Team's boots down and active. Green Leader, boots down and checking in. Team is boots down and hot, Corporal Scott said, a little loudly. He was new to being a team leader. Hot was condition normal for the Lost Boy drop, but the book said that you tell your squad leader if you're under fire. Gold Leader, boots fucking down and checking the fuck in, even though his fucking sand trap has no water. Corporal Stormborn nearly shouted. He'd probably forgotten that his comms mic wouldn't pick up the weapons fire again. Alpha Squad is boots down and green, Sergeant George reported, as he turned towards the looming sheer ramparts he'd be responsible for piercing. Gold Leader, pull the stick out of your ass and get your team ready for demo. You're on pillbox duty. Red and blue teams will be providing covering fire, and green team will watch our backs. Sarge, Corporal Stormborn asked. I need a workout, Sergeant George said casually, and you might need someone taller than 4 feet high on your team. Are you sure there isn't a nice river or maybe a sewer that you could use for our approach? Nope. You'll have to make do with moving across the ground like normal people. Normal people have tails. Work now, bitch later, Corporal George chided, as he looked across what was probably once a collection of low, compared with the palace, buildings. The collection of rubble and burning vehicles did not look inviting. Drums of War, Chapter 47, Part 2. Some hours earlier, deep within the confines of Exarch, Initiate Highborn Veridzin had evaded the watchful attentions of his betters, and with great patience and no small amount of humility, had gained the trust of Namers. These whispering rebels, these heretics, these brethren who claimed in the dark corners where secrets dwelt to know the nature of the vengeful goddess Republic. One of his station, by law, should report them, and relish their blood flowing upon the altar to sate Exarch. But even one such as he dreams of forbidden choice, dreams of escaping the altar. He had gone to this place, to yet another furtive gathering, swathed in darkness, to discuss what the goddess Republic should desire of her servants, if not their blood, or the blood of her enemies. This had been a matter of difficulty, even for the one they called Noah, for he knew much. However, Barrett Zinn had an inkling of an idea, and wished to put it forth with his secret brethren. What if the vengeful goddess Republic desired of them to have courage, and to be as her sons have been upon the battlefield? Indeed, even with her fearsome weapons, it took much courage for one to face 20, and this was such a thing that the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic did with such frequency that even the most ignorant of serfs knew them to have courage. He had just whispered his idea into the dim of the meeting place, when the very ground beneath them shook, and upon going out into the harsh sunlight of the day, The very air was filled with the sounds of battle. The vengeful goddess Republic could strike even here, and the heart of the Dominion. Initiate Highborn Varidzin decided whether his brethren agreed with him or not. He should do as he said. Deep within his heart, something was kindled as he watched burning streaks in their hundreds claw across the sky. A burning, raging desire that he had not the word for. But he knew the great fury, that he and no other should decide where and whom his service ought to lie. And it ought not be given simply to postpone the fate of ignominy. He looked not behind him as he roared with that fury, but heard it swirl at his back. Within the palace, Lord Master Quaden Enha rallied the palace guards. All about the palace, a rain of fire and death beset his people. While the vengeful goddess Republic poured out her wrath upon the heads of the servants of Exur, may the stars tremble at his steps. He had known his whole life that none could be more mighty than Exur, for it was he who kept the stars from devouring all untimely. And yet, no, such thoughts were above even he. None could be more mighty than Exur. May the stars tremble at his steps, and he would make it true if it were not so. The sons of the vengeful goddess Republic would be taught their place beneath the Exarch at the feet of Exur. May the stars tremble at his steps. He would make it so. First, he would get all warriors not already fighting into power armor. All the mad sons of the vengeful goddess Republic would all be clad so. Then he would attempt to coordinate with commanders in the rest of the city. The Emperor must be defended. In the city, Juvenile 93769758 watched the pretty lights falling from the sky. She had the teachers whisper about the skylights when they thought nobody was paying attention. But Juvenile 93769758 always paid attention. It was how she avoided more beatings and shocks than any of the others in her batch. This is how she knew that the skylights would change everything. And maybe that would be good. She did know that the skylights were dangerous, though. So she went to a secret place that the teachers didn't know about. A place where the skylight people probably wouldn't find her. On the battlefield, Captain George had 2 gunnery sergeants with him. They were new to his company, new to their ranks, and old hands within the Lost Boys. He hadn't had a chance to learn their names and to get to know them yet, but they knew their jobs. One of them provided covering fire with his rifle in short, efficient, tightly aimed bursts, while the other loaded Captain George's man-portable shoulder-operated howitzer-class railgun with a stripper clip holding a half-dozen slugs. Then George lined up the massive weapon sights with the target highlighted on his HUD and sent a tungsten-coated iron at supersonic speeds through an armored column. His little brother Pete would have been impressed. He'd taken out 2 enemy vehicles with each of his 6 shots. Well, maybe Pete would think man-portable artillery going through several targets wasn't exactly the same as his kind of sharpshooting, but Captain George figured that it should count as a trick shot of some kind. He signaled to his pair of sergeants to cover him so that he could check the tactical map on his helmet's HUD. Didn't want the enemy sneaking a tank or small artillery piece up on him and doing him an injury. Or maybe the enemy would try and drop a building on him. They'd learned that works. He checked on his platoons. The platoon was flagging. He keyed his comms. "Takeda, what's the problem?" The kid was shouting as he answered, "Heavy resistance, sir. It's a slog. See if you can spare a second platoon to flank them, please." He checked the map, saw the second platoon was moving up on the objective, and first platoon was maneuvering to demolish the building, providing an enemy an annoying level of cover. "No can do. Not for another 10 minutes. Aye, sir. I'll think of something, sir. I have some more vehicles to disable, and if you're still slugging out when I'm done, I'll be by with some heavy weapon support." "Aye, sir. Thank you, sir." Captain George dismissed the map fitting his vision and gestured to his sergeants to follow him as he loped off towards his next objective. Meanwhile, General George stood over the tactical map of the Divisional Command Center. "One day the Navy will include coffee in the command pods," he muttered to nobody in particular, as he watched icons forming a ring around the objective shift and move almost imperceptibly. "We're lucky they give us real food," Captain Ironcloud muttered darkly. "Speaking of Navy, ensphearment complete. Any words on reinforcements?" "Not yet, sir. I think it'll not be long." "You're probably right," the general said before continuing. Sato, can I get an assessment of here, and here as landing zones for heavy command pods? I shall need some guys to peel off the fight to take a look, sir. Jurasak, find him some teams. Aye, sir. What are you thinking, sir? I'm thinking that we might be able to get an enemy to be angry, General George said with a feral grin. An angry enemy is a stupid enemy. Lieutenant Colonel von Guter agreed. We have the ring closed. Now the autocannons have overlapping fields of fire. Raise the colors. The lighter grins bloomed across the command staff as they all said, Aye, sir. Oh, sir, Lieutenant Colonel von Guter said, as he looked to where the general wanted the LZs. That's damn devious of you. Meanwhile, Sergeant George loped along about 400 yards off of Corporal Stormburn's left flank. Gold Team's actual members were in a tight diamond formation, scurrying across the rubble and broken ground with a fluid grace that would have been impressive if anybody had been watching them. However, the point of Sergeant George leaping from Rubble Peak to broken vehicle in open view of pillboxes that he was speeding towards was to give said pillboxes occupants something other than Stormborn and his team to look and shoot at. Of course, just because he was a tempting target didn't mean that he was an easy one. Leaving aside the rapid zigzagging path he took, which made the enemy's ability to take aim at him difficult, he also used his automatic magnetic accelerator rifle to return fire. That, and the red and blue teams providing covering fire to further encourage the enemy to keep their heads down and stay put. Gold Team was pulling ahead of him, and the enemy was still taking pot shots at the one guy zigzagging across what the enemy foolishly thought was no man's land. It was the R&I's land. It was the Lost Boys' land. All of it was. And Sergeant George intended to teach the enemy their folly. Alpha Squad, his lieutenant said, breaking in. Your backs are covered. Thank you, sir, he acknowledged before keying into talk to Green Team. Okay, kids, you can stop babysitting the line. Lieutenant has it covered. Switch to fire support. Aye, Sarge, Corporal Scott snapped, and Sergeant George heard him rattle off. Thompson, get your EQ ready to support Gold. Turner on my elbow. Ruiz, time to move, Ruiz. Sergeant George took a mental note to go and deal with that once they've made their breach, which looked like it was going to be soon, since the little guys of Gold Team were forming up in a tray pyramid so that they could shove some small but terrifyingly powerful explosive charges through the narrow fighting slit of the pillbox. They scrambled to get a safe distance, not back, but to the side, and the front of the pillbox became a wave of shrapnel and fire. Sergeant George didn't waste any time. He sprinted directly into the newly opened access point and tried not to notice what was left of the enemies manning that pillbox. He knew killing is never pretty, but explosives made that ugly fact just so much worse. He really hoped that DRS hadn't fucked up on mapping the rampart system, since, if they had, he was going to be wandering around in a maze, wondering why he hadn't found his objective yet. Green Team on me, Red-Blue, keep up with the covering fire. Gold, keep up the good work. Meanwhile, Captain George was putting tightly controlled bursts of automatic fire into his magnetic accelerator rifle into enemy infantry as they charged directly into the teeth of the battalion command center in a blind, mouth-frothing rage. Someone in the enemy's command had whipped their troops up into a frenzy the second the Ignitia and Sun banners went up, the battle standard of the Lost Boys since their world burned. Most of the men of the Lost Boys rightly saw the banner as a symbol of courage, excellence, and pure Republican ferocity in the face of danger. But to those few who could trace their lines to the founding, it carried a deeper meaning. To the scattered descendants of that company of boys, not men, but boys who had survived against all odds, and even dragged some survivors off board with them. It was the half-remembered lullabies, the nearly forgotten nursery rhymes, the recipes from grandmas that never got passed down, and all of the lost words of every mother who couldn't be saved. To men like the George family, it was almost a sacred symbol. The fact that it could provoke such a rage in the enemy brought contemptuous sneer to Captain George's face. How dare they see that banner and be angry with it? The autocannons tore the infantry to pieces, and his company, along with another, did a fair job at tearing those pieces into further pieces as they charged headlong into the fortified position, with its proud banner snapping in the wind in open defiance of their fury. Yet they still came. As the bodies mounted up, then came the vehicles. Not exactly tanks, as the army would understand them, since they didn't have treads and didn't have a turret. Is that so-called ready against yet? Aye, sir, his gunnery sergeant with the replacement parts said, as he hefted the massive weapon up off the ground so Captain George could crouch under it to nestle his armor's shoulder in the saddle made for it. "Make sure nobody comes up to argue with me while I discuss things with the commander of that column," Captain George said as he took aim at an obviously furious man dressed in what looked like stupidly fancy robes, standing on top of an armored vehicle, flinging a baton around. Well, he took aim through the front of the armored vehicle at him, anyway. "Aye, sir," said the gunnery sergeant, who'd been replacing his man-portable shoulder operator howitzer-class railgun's barrel, and the other gunnery sergeant loaded the strip of clover slugs into the weapon's rear. When it was ready, Captain George's HUD told him so, but the gunnery sergeant slapped the top of his helmet anyway. Captain George pulled the trigger. Meanwhile, among the exarch, Acolyte Lord Narek was the picture of fury. Spittle flew from his lips as he roared at the fools erroneously called warriors. The fools were calling them sons of vengeful goddess Nana, a heretical serf's tale, and quailed at the void-black armor and burning red eyes full of fury. His entire cadre of warriors had failed to fell a single one of them. He had been forced to retreat by such of the enemy on 4 separate worlds, but even then, the lackluster courage of his warriors had proven able to at least kill a few of them. Not so now. Somehow, the pathetic worms under his command had become even more incompetent and could scarcely target the enemy, let alone hit one with enough concentration to bring one down. 4 such sons of the vengeful goddess Republic bore down in his position now. He cast his mind back a year, when he first heard that these so-called primitives still used projectile weapons. He longed for those days before fear. The 4 were closing on his position. One had a long blade on the end of his weapon, and the other 3 had stowed their weapons onto their armor. Acolyte Lord Narek went pale. They were going to be scattered by the hand-to-hand fighting. His warriors would have their lifeblood on that spear point, on those long, clamping jaws on the sides of the helmets of the 2 dropping to all fours to charge at them at even more of an alarming speed. On the 5 short blades, on the gauntlets, and the 4th keeping pace with the one with the primitive spear. They would be unable to fire upon the 4 as they ripped their fellows to bloody pieces in and amongst them, and they would scatter in terror and become easy targets for the rest of the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic lying in wait. Acolyte Lord Narek gazed into those burning, hateful, red coals of eyes on their helmets, and broke. "Flee!" he screamed as he threw the shock baton he'd been using to encourage his warrior. "Flee, lest the vengeful goddess Republic devour your souls!" His warrior, too, broke. Meanwhile, Juvenile 93769758 huddled in her hiding place. The whole world shook, and she was glad that none of her teachers could see her crying. Crying wasn't allowed, and last time she let herself cry, she was beaten with a shock baton instead of a strap. The Skyline people were killing the warriors and the high ones, but Juvenile 93769758 didn't know how to feel about that. She knew that many warriors merely did as they were told, like any serf, to avoid the beatings, or to keep their descendants off the altar untimely. She herself had been beaten twice to remind her sire of his place, and had seen many of the boys, sired by warriors, take many more such beatings. On the other hand, the only way to stop the high ones was to get them through the warriors. She cherished a secret, and now growing hope that the Skyline people might make the high ones stop beating people. She just didn't want to be hit anymore. Meanwhile, initiate highborn Varidzin and his brethren streamed through the streets and alleys of the city. They had been a bare 2 score upon setting out. They had swollen as they surged out like a storm. Initiate-born Varidzin knew not where any or all of the truly understood the cause, but there was a feeling in the air, a sort of charge. It mattered not, or rather, it mattered in a way he could not fathom or explain. Then came the cadre of warriors marching towards the battle. Of course, the Acolyte Lord was at the rear. Of course, he had 2 initiate highborn with him. Of course, they cared not for the swelling crowd billowing behind them. Not until initiate highborn Varidzin sank his knuckle horns into the vulnerable flesh of the Acolyte Lord's neck between helmet and chestplate. Before any could recover from their stunned shock, he seized the weapon from the hands of another initiate highborn and searched his mind for proper words. "Master yourself!" he cried, and opened fire into the initiate highborn he'd taken the weapon from. He was surprised by how the warriors turned on one another. End of chapter. I'd greatly like to thank our Tier 5 channel members, Casper Arnholt, John Creighton, Manatharia, 050, Dragzoon WRE, and Elijah Silvercross. Thank you very much. Drums of War, Chapter 47, Part 3, To Exur. Meanwhile, with the RNI, the repeated whistle-crack booms of drop pods impacting nearby brought the malicious smile to General George's face. His reinforcements had arrived. 1, then 3 more landing zones on his map lit up to show the officers and their staff were boots down. He listened as Captain Ironcloud confirmed their check-ins. Then their command centers came online behind the bulk of the attacking enemy infantry in overlapping fields of fire. He'd made a star fortress. Well, without walls, it was more than a star formation, but in principle it had a similar effect. "Fucking hell," Major Jurasek muttered before letting out an appropriate low whistle as he watched an enemy that had a decent chance of overrunning one of the strong points suddenly cut to pieces. "Third Division command elements are boots down and hot," Captain Ironcloud stated simply. "I'm relaying them the commo fix to patch them into command net." "Good. I want 2nd and 3rd Brigades to move up on the objective. Do we have any breaches?" "Aye, sir," Captain Sato said, and started putting up videos of some of the forward platoon elements breaching the walls. "The best breach is 3rd Brigade, 2nd Battalion, 1st Platoon, Alpha Squad. Your boys doing good work." "Good. We'll use that as an access point to clear the ramparts. We'll need more, though, so let's poke some more holes here, here, and here," General George said as he tapped points on the map. "Bring up some captains to pummel them with SOCORs, so we won't have to scramble to get demo charges in there." "3rd Division's captain elements are boots down and acting now," Captain Ironcloud said. "They're moving up to support the defensive line." "Good. Do we have commo with 3rd Division's commander?" "Aye, sir, but the general slotted himself in as a brigadier under our command." "Damn polite of him," General George mused. "I want 3rd Division's main element to strengthen the defensive line. Tell them to dig in and keep their men from going off on hunting trips." "Aye, sir," Lieutenant Colonel von Guter snapped. "Cutting required orders now." "Sato, have y'all recon guys range out a little and be quiet. Let's not get overconfident and get caught in by a big enemy push, or a secret weapon or something." "Aye, sir." "So," Captain Sato said slowly, "there's a development. The safe operation has risen in result." "Hot damn, any defectors from our enemy?" Major Jurasek asked. "Our scouts encounter difficulty in telling, but they think so." "Make sure everybody knows we're not in target-rich environment anymore." "Aye, sir," Captain Ironcloud said. "I'll send out a bulletin. Be careful, civvies around." General George couldn't resist a grin putting up the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Captain George was forced to adopt a more deliberate, plodding gait than the one he was used to in power armor on account of the main portable shoulder-operated howitzer-class railgun cradled in his arms. Still, a 30-mile-an-hour plod was a quick sort of plodding. The platoon elements of 3rd Division were drawing streaks across the sky, and if not for the sound dampening of his helmet, the steady roar of the so many impacts close together would have been all he could hear. He'd gotten new orders. It was time to start knocking on the enemy's doors. "Sir," the gunnery sergeant of the ammo case said, "you're low on ammo. We getting any supply pods in this drop?" "Aye, sir," said the one with the spare parts. "And command post should have spare ammo." "Let's see if we can hit up a supply drop first," Captain George decided. "The CPs will probably need every last slug." "Aye, sir." Then the captain keyed his comms to reach his full command. "Company, new orders. We'll let the regulars dig in and keep the enemy off our backs. LTs, get your demo crews into position and dash to the wall. Riflemen and SAW will provide covering fire. And I will provide a further deterrence. Act on your own initiative and take opportunities to advance without exposing yourselves as they arise. Good work, gentlemen, but there's more work to do. The enemy still hasn't realized that the enemy only exists to be destroyed," some answered over the comms. "If they realized, they'd quit being the enemy," others rejoined. "Gentlemen, keep your boots down and your heads up," Captain George said, and keyed his comms back to their default. Meanwhile, Sergeant George put an iron slug through the forehead of yet another warrior. They wore power armor, now at any rate, but in such close quarters it did them little good. He had all the Alpha Squad in this warren of concrete corridors and perilous firing positions. He was, appropriately, at point with a fixed bayonet. Just behind him was the red team, followed by blue team and green, each of them discouraged flanking by the enemy by their sheer deadliness. And gold teams fade the rear guard. Corporal Stormborn and his team were a little irked when he had ordered them to the rear, but Sergeant George had only to point out that Lance Corporal Kai and PFC May and Ray were all on the verge of losing shields. Hopefully, they'd get some time to cycle out their power supplies and check over the emitters soon. Both new guys were low on shields and power too. Private Lawson had the saw and was making every effort to live up to his boasting. He'd slapped a man upside the head hard enough to rattle him inside his helmet for nearly herring off in pursuit of fleeing enemies on his own. He'd have to have a beer in the quiet corner and talk the day's events over with the man shipside. Private Ruiz was keeping his boots down and his head up, but some bad luck had very nearly resulted in a couple of floors worth of concrete and assorted building materials falling on him. He was clearly shaken, but not so bad that he had to be yelled at. There was another beer in a quiet corner to talk over shipside. Otherwise, the squad was in good shape. Other sergeants weren't so lucky. He had heard chatter in command channel that men were down. He had little doubt that a few of those would be men he knew. Sergeant George came to a silent halt in the T intersection, waved Corporal Johnson up beside him to watch his six, and leaned out over the corner looking to the left. There was a group of warriors about 40 yards down a narrow corridor in a crossing intersection. He put iron slugs through 3 of them, and they stumbled and crashed into the walls where they left bloody smears where they slid to the floor. Their fellows realized that they were under attack shortly before the grenade Sergeant George had sent rolling their way exploded at their feet. "Clear," Corporal Johnson said from behind him. "This way," Sergeant George said with a quick check on the map on his HUD as he stepped into the corridor, his weapon still trained on the pile of corpses he had just made. "We still have one of those big fuck-off cannons to deal with." The squad followed him like an extension of himself. Sergeant George silently cursed whatever bastard had competently built the rampart system. Meanwhile, Captain George sighted a heavy plasma cannon emplacement from behind the defensive line. "Watch those streamcasters," he snapped over the company channel, as he saw someone in his second platoon soak 3 seconds of fire to toss a demolition charge through the pillbox's firing slit. "You're armored, not invincible." "Aye, sir," the corporal answered. "Shields held. No heat transfer to armor. We'll cycle back for systems recovery. This isn't my first drop, sir." "Christ and gas, if you get yourself killed, I'm busting you back down to private," Captain George snapped, and his gunnery sergeant snickered over the local comms. On the one hand, the command centers had denied the enemy any cover by knocking down any buildings and structures between the landing zone and the enemy wall, while on the other hand, that meant that they had slim pickings for cover in the assault. The R&I solution to that is mobility, and the Lost Boys were the most effective division in R&I in terms of inflicting damage while remaining highly mobile. Then again, on the other hand, their concentration of troopers assailing the walls had severely reduced the maneuvering room that they could utilize. Captain George sent a slug of tungsten-coated iron through the sound barrier, through the concrete, and through the plasma cannon he had been aiming at. The wall shattered in a spray of concrete, and the heavy weapon behind exploded in a gout of plasma and burning battery materials. And Captain George tried not to think about just how horrific a way to go that was. "Sir, Captain Hummer is about here," Gunnery Sergeant with the spare parts told him. "Good. You have the targeting data on our next objective yet?" "Calcs are done. Just 2 so-calls should be enough." The other one rumbled as he made a tossing motion towards Captain George. Captain George quickly read the file, nodding in his helmet, and said over his company channel, "Company, command has me going to hit a target. Get those demo charges set and fall back to the line for resupply. You'll want frags and more ammo blocks, and bringing some door knockers with us might be a good idea. It'll be CQC in there, gentlemen. So put on your Sunday best and don't show up to the party underdressed." That done, he keyed back to local comms and said, "All right, let's meet Captain Hummer and go knock on the enemy's door." One relatively quick relocation later, and Captain George was bumping fists with Captain Hummer in front of the company command center. "You get your calcs?" "Aye, we figure we can make the gate fall over flat with the right hits." "Oh, you're getting fancy, are you?" Captain George asked as he keyed the faceplate to be transparent from the outside. He wanted his colleague to see his shit-eating grin, after all. "Of course," Captain Hummer answered, as he showed his own grinning face in turn. "But before we do that, shall we pop in and say hello to the old man?" Captain George hefted a man-portable shoulder-operated howitzer-class railgun, and one of the gunnery sergeants took it from him and said, "We'll have it set up by the time you're done, sir." "Don't let him hear you calling him that," Captain George lightly rejoined. "So far as he's concerned, he'll never get old. Buddy, I have news for the General. Captain Hummer slightly muttered as he too relieved himself of his heavy weapon and turned towards a temporary building housing the command center. "Pops," Captain George said as he stepped into the command center. General George looked up from the maps showing the progress of the battle to see his oldest striding in. He was clear-eyed, straight-backed, alert and keyed in, boots down and head up. He was the very picture of a fine R&I officer. A deep swell of pride rose up within him, but he dismissed it. There would be time to be proud of his sons later. For now, there was work to do. "Captains, there you are," he said. "So far as I can tell, the outer pillboxes are all silent, or will be soon, and the demo charges are set. It's not strictly needed, but the historical record will appreciate it if we knock on the door first. So, if you would please." "Aye, sir," Captain George answered before asking, "How's Linus doing?" General George sent a breath out through his teeth, and those who knew him well would see it as an expression of his worry as he tapped on the map where his last active anti-orbital cannon was displayed. "He's here. I expect he's kept the enemy from manning this position mainly by denying them men for it. But knowing him, we'll hear it's been disabled successfully." Captain George glanced skyward and said, "Nelson, ensphearment is complete. The SAW is hammering the enemy up there until they either surrender or are destroyed. Nelson is putting RRG back for rescue and repair ops." Good news, Captain George sighed. "Aye, son, it's good news. Better, no all-hand losses." Captain George sagged, like a man who's suddenly relieved of a tremendous burden, and the general instinctively stepped in to support his son. But the younger man caught himself before he got there. "Thank God," Captain George said, almost too softly for his mic to pick up. "The victory is ours to hold," General George told him soberly, "so long as we don't drop it." "Aye, sir. Time to get back to work," Captain George said, in the more businesslike tones of the R&I captain before asking slyly, "Unless the Navy sent down some coffee." "No luck," Major Jurasac scoffed ruefully. "Damn," Captain George said, and General George returned his son's salute before he watched him about face with an almost casual grace and stepped back out of the command center. "Captain Hummer," the general said, "did you need something?" "Aye, sir. My company will need resupply before we enter the breach. Any supply drops near them with frags and ammo?" "Of course," the general said with a glance towards Major Jurasac, who tossed the young man the necessary data. "Thank you, sir," Captain Hummer said with a salute, and left. "Good kid," Captain Ironcloud remarked. "I would like to see him promoted." The general scowled at the map. "Like has nothing to do with it. Command and MH have my recommendation, and I've gone out of my way to make sure nobody can say I went easy on my boys." "He would do well at a battalion level," Captain Sato stated agreeably. "I do not understand why he's still at captain." "Gentlemen, the subject of conversation will not help us in our current operation. Drop it, if you please." A thick silence fell amongst the staff with the general's formal words, as the men wondered whether they had overstepped. "Let's just say that the decision is out of our hands, and be proud of the work he has done for us today." The staff let out a collective breath, and General George reminded himself that he was more than their companion. He was their commanding officer, and his disapproval carried weight whether he wanted it or not. Meanwhile, Sergeant George was calling in. "Objective complete. Enemy fully denied anti-orbital cannons. If no further orders are coming, I intend to backtrack until we link up with friendlies." His lieutenant responded, "Negative. Backtrack to Palace Breach and hold. We're about to make some new entrances and come in to meet you." "Aye, sir. Hold position at Palace Breach. Hold position and link up on arrival. New objective?" "We're to take the throne room. Our brigade is meant to clear and secure the entire above-ground facility." "Understood. Do we have a good way to tell civvies to surrender yet?" "We have the translation for throw down your weapons and submit. But the concept of surrender seems to be only in them accepting surrender from others." "Understood. We'll attempt to encourage surrender with the translated phrase." "Good work so far, Sergeant." "Thank you, sir. Moving out now," Sergeant George said, as the explosion of the demolition charges of his squad had placed from the anti-orbital cannon rocked the building. "Okay, kids, it's time to hurry up and wait," he said over the squad comms. Among the Exarch, Juvenile 9376-9758 couldn't do anything to make their tears stop flowing. The very ground beneath her shook, dust and grit fell from the walls and ceiling around her, and the very air thrummed with the distant pounding of the Skylight people's terrible weapons. She began to believe what the teachers had told her of the wrath of the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic. But also she began to ask why their wrath and vengeance should fall on her world. Inside the palace, Lord Master Quaden Anha took wide, lumbering steps inside his power armor. He cursed it for its slowness, for its cumbersome bulkiness, and for its inadequacy in the face of the armor worn by the vengeful sons of the Goddess Republic. Still, without it, he was sure that he would be torn to ribbons. The trail of bodies leading to the great cannons indicated that he might still be ripped asunder by the fury of whatever he wore. The standard plasma caster was useless against this foe, but a heavy model intended for disabling armored vehicles had proven effective by reports from the front. It disturbed Lord Master Quaden Anha that he suddenly found the very palace to be the front, but it was his place and his purpose to defend. Let the other acolyte lords scoff at his ceremonial position after repelling this most horrific attack. Lord Master Quaden Anha raised a hand to halt his cadre of warriors, also clad in the heavy armor against the terrible weapons of the enemy. He thought he heard something. He opened his helmet to hear better, and saw a lone warrior step out into the corridor from crossing some 100 strides ahead. The warrior was like a piece of void between stars made into the shape of a man, for the two burning red embers where Lord Master Quaden Anha supposed the man's eyes were beneath that otherwise featureless helmet. He realized his head was exposed, and found his limbs were suddenly made stone. "Throw down your weapons and submit," the man said. Strangely, Lord Master Quaden Anha did not gain the impression that the man had shouted the command, but had somehow simply said it very, very loudly. Mechanical speakers, perhaps. It would be a reasonable thing for a soldier to have included in such armor. Lord Master Quaden Anha realized his mind was focusing on irrelevant details to distract himself from the quivering fear that ran through him to his very marrow. Rage boiled in Lord Master Quaden Anha's belly at his own cowardice, and he began to raise his weapon against the source of his fear. There was a tremendous boom, and he ceased to feel anything at all. Warrior Lead 3461-9120 watched his Lord Master's head liquefy as his helmet clanged like a bell thrown down the stairs and fought to keep from vomiting. He had heard of a magic word, a word deemed heretical by the nobles, yet it was his only hope. "Sword en door," he sounded out as he flung his weapon to the floor and raised his hands towards the ceiling. He knew his subordinates would watch to see if the magic word worked. He hoped to the nana that it would. Initiate Highborn Varitzin had gathered about him a strange collection of enraged men and women, from serfs and warriors, unnamed, to even some of the acolyte lords and priestesses who carried the lofty honors of names from the emperor himself. All had gathered to his cry that shook them to their very souls. "Master yourself!" seemed so simple, seemed so obvious, and yet it was wholly new. They would be their own masters, even should it cost them their lives. They came like a storm, full of fury and fire, ready and willing to kill and die to take their own mastery from those who held themselves as their betters. Nothing could stop them. They came upon where the sons of the vengeful Goddess Republic did battle against the forces of the Emperor. They came to a sudden halt. Awe, all tinged with terror, filled them at the sight of these avatars of death, cutting through that which had held them by fear and violence, like a dagger through a tense wall. Towers that had stood since time out of mind had been pounded into gravel. The corpses of the warriors carpeted the plaza before the palace. Vehicles smoldered like angry little campfires of the restless dead. Their newfound fury, their desire to choose for themselves the vengeful kindred of their hearts, quailed in the face of sheer destruction before them. Someone, Initiate Highborn Varitzin, saw not who, said, "Mayhap we ought to master ourselves elsewhere." Initiate Highborn Varitzin found himself wanting to agree, yet he knew here was the field of battle. Here was the yoke he could cast off. "No! We must needs convince those warriors who still do battle to instead join us, or submit to the sons of the vengeful Goddess Republic." Despite his terror, Initiate Highborn Varitzin took his first steps forward. Many followed him. The Drums of War, Chapter 48, Part 1, The Emperor Speaks. Upon the imperial throne of the Exarch Dominion, Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi, the 27th, struggled to hold himself upright. It had been long since he had the choice whether he should sit upright. It had been long since he had any ability to do anything else. The War Master, or as he preferred to be called, General, had explained much over the past few days. days in which he was shown wonders that even he could only weep in awe from. He'd been separated from the mass of tubes and wires invading his body and keeping him alive, painfully alive, and yet he lived. That alone was an act of mighty wisdom and power far beyond his ken. But the sons and daughters of the avenged goddess Republic did not withhold further wonders. No, for they had potent drugs which could banish the agony of continuing to draw breath, and be in mere discomfort. Even more wondrous was that all of those wisdom and power in the arts of medicine made apologies of great sorrow that they had not the power to restore him to full health and youth. He had tried to comfort them with the knowledge that he was already centuries past his natural lifespan, but this seemed to increase their sorrow. Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th found his sons and daughters of the avenged goddess Republic wondrous beings indeed. The time for weeping would come later, however, so he had spent long hours schooling himself to stern resolve. He could finally do as he had desired in his captivity. He could finally do something to protect his people. Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi pulled breath into his lungs and began to speak. "My loyal and faithful subjects, hearken, for I am the Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th, and I have much to say to you, yet little time in which to speak. I begin with a simple fact. My health is failing, though the sons and daughters of the avenged goddess Republic are mighty and wise in their arts of medicine, and have done much to ease my days. They still shall come to an end soon. It is my deep and abiding sorrow that I shall perish before you, my faithful and loyal subjects. Can't even begin to take these next vital steps into the future. Fear not, and cast not your bitter tears at my passing, for my days have run long past what they ought to have been. I have been stretched far beyond my limits, and now the end shall no longer be denied to me. I am grateful to the sons and daughters of the avenged goddess Republic for many things, and allowing my death is among them." Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th clutched the arms of his throne, and the attendant came forward with a vessel of water. He panted, focused on the glass, and took a sip in a trembling hand. It was cool and soothing on his throat. He replaced the glass upon the tray and dismissed the attendant with a gesture. "I know not my fate, for my shell shall not be devoured by Agro. Your fate also is beyond my ken and sight. Yet I begin to cherish a hope in my final days, a cherished hope that you shall chart a new path, one of your own devising." Within POW Camp 23 on Agricultural Planet 48 in the clans of Ultra, Narix Kun wore simple garb in his place. Some of his station found blue uniforms adorned with a single Terran rune across the chest and back, and which were indistinct from those given to the warriors to be demeaning and an insult to their rank. Narix Kun had long since ceased to consider himself an acolyte lord. His ideas on the subject had not been met with welcome amongst his former peers. However, the Terrans' refusal to countenance the demands of distinct treatment due to nobility had led to some more clever among them to seek after him to explain the ways of the Terrans to them. However, this day, this friction of maintaining one's standing had fallen away. The Emperor himself would address all of his subjects. They had crowed about the holographic displays in hushed knots, their elbow and knee horns scraping against one another. Each had his eyes on the horrifying image of the Holy Emperor at his throne. Narix Kun had never thought of it before, but he supposed that Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th must have been mortal. Having it confirmed in this way, however, he felt as if it had been punched in the gut. Narix Kun looked about him and saw many faces showed open fear at the news of the Emperor's impending death, and many were wept with sorrow. His own cheeks were strangely wet. Aboard the glorious man of war of the Arxarch Dominion, Initiate Highborn, Telkulvi Nonexa sat at his station stunned. He was not alone. They had received an imperial edict to cease all aggressive activity some days ago, and all had been shocked to find that the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic did not strike them down. None had understood what this meant. None could have guessed at this. The Emperor himself was speaking to all directly. Initiate Highborn Talqualvi Nerunexa had never heard of such a thing passing in all these days, though his days were few in the vastness of history. The Emperor was not a vision of strength, of clear-eyed will. No, he was the image of a man long broken and misused, a ruined shell of a being that even the most cruel of priest-masters would never countenance in inflicting pain upon even the lowliest of serfs. The mere sight of him had stunned the entire bridge into slack-jawed silence. What he had said was more shocking still. "How come it is his soul shall not be devoured?" someone asked in a small voice. In the exarch trenches on the planet Nendra, Warrior 23841749 sat on a makeshift bench inside the dugout. The lizards had proved hardier than expected, and had even pushed them back to this field of battle. Or so it seemed to him. Such things were above his station, however, so he did not overburden his mind with questions. All he must concern himself with was obeying his betters. Those betters had inexplicably ordered a halt. They had even been told to not fire upon the enemy trenches, which he and many other warriors thought madness. They prayed to the Nana that their acolyte lord had not gone mad. The initiate highborns seemed to be still sane, but it was difficult to tell with the nobility. Then Warrior Lead 74938503 brought forth a datapad and propped it up against the earthen wall. And what it showed was why Warrior 23841749 found his mind reeling back in shock and horror. The Emperor was dying. Such a thing was unthinkable. Without the Emperor, who shall entreat with Exur to take only his need of blood of the unworthy and to spare those of worth? Shall Exur not become enraged and devour them all? Worse, shall Exur abandon his post restraining the stars? Warrior 23841749 knew not the answers to these questions, and he could not quiet them in his mind. Upon the angry world Zuru, Laborer 94830294 was in the press of the crowd. She had already collected a few scratches and bruises as she tried to move through the mass. They had been told that the Emperor himself would speak to all, and such a thing was not to be missed. All those unable to attend this day would surely bitterly curse their ill fortune in the years to come, even though the words of the Emperor were words of sorrow. These words of sorrow cut into her very heart. The Emperor was mortal. That wasn't so terribly surprising, but she had never considered him to be anything other than immortal. Others, too, were stunned by this revelation. The throng seemed to press in closer to the temple, towards the screen upon which the Emperor's frailty had been revealed. He spoke of his death as something which had been long denied him, something which he desired now to hold. And she could not fathom his meaning by this. Neither could those voices around her who began to murmur, "This would not be where our faith stronger. Would that sufficient sacrifice were made? How come it is his soul that should not be devoured, yet he should perish? The blood of great worth may yet save him." Labra 94830294 thought about a salvation for the Emperor, not about appeasing Exur. She thought only about how all she knew would soon change, and in ways beyond her understanding. Another hush fell over the crowd as the Emperor's rasping voice sounded out from the speakers. "It must be of your own devising, for what you thought was a guiding light was a lie which I am now finally free to correct." It seemed to Labra 94830294 that the silence somehow deepened at that. In the throne room, Emperor Nabaquad Nexa Hammurabi the 27th labored to draw breath and steeled himself against what must be said. He did not relish this revelation, and it was a source of the fear that gnawed at the heart of hope that he had begun to cherish. Exur was never a god. It seemed to him that with those words all things would change, all things which were sure shifted, and none could be saved from the ripples of his truth. "I was indeed not chosen to intercede in your behalf, but made as an instrument of domination over you. It is my great sorrow that I could do nothing to wrest myself and you, my subjects, from this control, that of a false god. Agro was itself a mere tool, one created for the purpose by those who built all that which crumbles around us. Emperor Nebuchadnezzar and Hammurabi the 27th slumped in a throne and hung his head, panting from the exertion of speaking. An attendant began to step forward. With a glance, he warded her off before continuing. "You were made by those who came before to fight their battles for them. We were made as warriors to die in their stead in a war against an enemy which has strength and power beyond our comprehension. Yet they failed and we remained, and so did many of the other tools. Agro was one such tool, and its purpose was to ensure that Exarch were strong enough to fight. Without its makers to serve, it went mad. And going back generations out of reckoning, it controlled as puppets those of my line, for only we could survive communing with it. The strength of the imperial house was turned against our subjects, and failed to halt its designs. I and you have been and are guilty of weakness, of being subject to deceit. It is my sorrow that my own penance will be short-lived." He paused for a short moment, as if considering before continuing. "But, lo, my captivity is at an end, and my words are mine and no others. This wonder has come to pass not by my own strength, but that of the sons and daughters of the avenged goddess Republic. For she sent forth her champion to do battle, and they took victory. Yes, we stand now defeated, but her spear thrust comes not, and now avenged, she is vengeful no longer. It is because these champions struck forth into this very place and slew Agro. It is gone and destroyed, once and for all time. It is with gratitude to them that I can speak a word hitherto forbidden to you. Freedom. The sons of the avenged goddess Republic have, with their strength of arms and cunning of mind, did slay my captor, and give unto you a freed emperor. It is regrettable that I were not stronger by the time they knew to free me. I know this word is new, and carries questions rather than meaning. But I have hope you shall grow mighty in wisdom, and learn its meaning in due course." With trembling hands, Emperor Nebuchadnezzar, Hammurabi the 27th, once again signaled for a drink of water, and the attendant strode forward once more. In the Exarch trenches on the planet Nendra, in the kingdom of Jacuvia, the dugout was full of an awful silence. A thick cloud of doubt spread among the men like a noxious fume. Fear, uncertainty, the very foundations of these men's lives had crumbled beneath their feet, and they did not know how to even begin to confront that terrible fact. Warrior 23841749 cast his gaze about to his fellow warriors, to the initiate highborns, and towards the blinding patch of daylight beyond the dugout's doors. He saw no certainty, no confidence anywhere. What he had killed all those people for, his Agro was not a god, but a captor. He knew himself to be a fighting serf of the Dominion, but even if his emperor was just another link in the chain of dominion of a lie, what even was he? What did it mean to belong to the Dominion now? Uncertain eyes splashed around the dimly lit earthwork room, each in search of something. They all eventually found instead the datapad propped up against the wall. Upon the agri-world Zero. It was always a lie, was a question that ebbed and flowed amongst the thronging people like waves in a storm. It was unanswered with, "No, it is now a lie from the vengeful goddess Republic." This was buffeted with, "Agro was slain by her champions." Still others would rejoin. Were we not warned that Agro was a false god? These phrases, in many shades and colorings, from throats despairing to enraged, thrummed through the crowd, swirling and crashing against each other with building tension in the silence left by the Emperor's pause to soothe his throat. And in the midst of that squall, the uncertain and of all stations and ranks stood mute, hoping for answers. Labra 94830294 was among the uncertain, and her throat wished not to shout anything, but to hear something. She knew not what she longed for all she knew crumbled before her eyes, but she did know that she believed her emperor told the truth. Aboard the glorious man of war of the Exarch Dominion, the bridge was in total silence. None could tear their eyes from the emperor. Pain struggled to impart to them a parting gift of wisdom. He had told them to grow mighty in wisdom. And he should highborn Tolkpavan and Nexa desired to take that to heart. He cast his mind to the warriors and serfs that he had been responsible for. He considered whether the methods for enforcing the obedience he had been taught were truly mighty in wisdom. He had visited pain upon many serfs in service of a lie. He had assisted in countless sacrifices. And what had it all been for? A lie? And his emperor had been unwilling instrument of that lie, himself treated as a serf. So what did that make him? What did that make his betters? Within POW Camp 23 on Agro Planet 48 in the clans of Aldra, the little knots of prisoners gathered about the holographic displays reeled under this revelation. Nerex Quinn had some suspicions about Oxur, but this was more than even the discussions aboard the Tiger Lily had prepared him for. The Emperor had told them to become mighty in wisdom, and he was wise enough to know that he'd been a great fool for most of his life. Knowing that, he tried to imagine being in the tent with his fellows, those who were suddenly thrust into the world with what they believed to be beyond question to be that which needs it most. Within him, a wellspring of sorrow began to rise for them, as they were not eased into such a painful and difficult place as he had been since his capture. Knowing this, he cast his gaze about with more care. He realized that while all were profoundly troubled by the Emperor's revelation, some among them steeled themselves to face the truth. He was surprised to see that many of those making their spines stiffen were acolyte lords. He began to think that perhaps they could be as the Republic officers were to their people, men of trust, men whose authority comes not from fear, but wisdom and resolve. Yes, the priesthood should pass into the dust of the winds, but mayhap the men who once made up could be of use, to be useful to the former serfs to, as Captain John Roberts had explained it, redeem themselves and repent from their old, foolish ways. He began to take note of the men who held growing resolve, and not only those of the nobility as such. Drums of War, Chapter 48, Part 2, Upon the Imperial Throne. The attendants were forewarned, and had steeled themselves against the revelations that Emperor Navaquad Nexa Hammurabi the 27th had made, but naught could prepare them for the struggle that they bore witness to. They all, both men and women, wept for their suffering emperor, even as they schooled their faces and bodies to stillness. If they could know the struggle and suffering beyond their sight, they would have wailed. For Emperor Navaquad Nexa Hammurabi the 27th fought with every fiber of his soul to keep upright, to keep his ruined voice clear, to look unflinchingly into the unknown. Axur's delight in tormenting him with the knowledge of what the sovereign should be had turned out to the good of the attendants, at least. Therefore, he gathered what little of his dwindling strength he could and continued. I have called them the sons and daughters of the avenged goddess Republic for a reason. She has been avenged against Axur, and I have begun the process of surrender. A strange word, and the rumors have been true the whole of this time. We shall not be destroyed by the invocation of this word. Many believed these rumors were lies to lure the weak of mind to their deaths. But now you shall see it is not so. From this point hence, it is the will of the Emperor that you shall obey the sons and daughters of the Republic, shall make no hostile moves towards them, and shall make known any requirements or requests you have for them. While the goddess Republic accounts herself avenged, yet her sons have abundance of caution. Next was more difficult. He caught his breath and began once more. It is by their law and custom that we must, as a people, atone for what we have wrought in the name of our false god. The War Master has explained much of this to me, and more shall be explained in the days to come. However, in the here and now, it may suffice to state it simply. In my remaining time, I shall be choosing from our empire a selection of 6 worlds for the whole of our population to inhabit. These worlds will be selected to give you the best chance at forging a path of prosperity and thriving, and thus many of our forebearer worlds shall be abandoned as the monuments to a forgotten people that they are. Once there, our people must content themselves with these 6 worlds only, which I believe you shall find no trouble doing, for you shall have enough to fill your days in contending with what I am sure will be a difficult path. 3 generations of our people shall pass before you may sally forth once more, and in that time the sons of the avenged goddess Republic shall defend and aid you, if and as it is required. Furthermore, there must be an accounting for certain actions taken in war, what we consider to be a matter of course. The sons and daughters of the avenged goddess Republic count to be grave offenses which must be redressed. It is true that these were committed because we were deceived, yet we committed them ourselves, for we were too weak to pierce the deception of Agro, or too weak to resist its dominion. This weakness has led to our offending the sons and daughters of the avenged goddess Republic, and it is their law and custom to call each person who committed such acts for the accounting. Regrettably, they shall not accept your emperor as a recompense for all of these offenses, and shall instead bring forth individuals from the nobility to account for themselves in what they call the court of law. I confess, despite the War Master's best efforts, I do not understand all this shall entail, but it is the will of the emperor that those called out face the justice of the sons and daughters of the avenged goddess Republic with straight backs and open eyes. This will be the first step in your growth towards becoming mighty in wisdom. Here, once again, the emperor was obliged to rest, to drink water, and to collect his strength in silence. Upon the agri-world Zeru, the wide plaza before the temple steps had become a roiling mass of confusion, of emotions running high, and Labor 948309294 was just another grain of sand on that shifting storm. Shouts and cries had filled the silence of the Emperor's resting pause, while she fought only to keep her feet. There was a feeling among the people, an ugly feeling, and Labor 948309294 did not wish to be amidst the press as she was. She still grappled against the idea that their warriors had lost the conquest, that their god had been slain, and the Republic shall order the daunting change in her life. Mayhap her world be one of the chosen. The city certainly had room for more people, empty as they had stood from time out of mind. Listen, O people, her voice, strong and clear, rang out, for the avenged goddess Republic is unlike Agro, and thirsts not for our blood. Her vengeance is sated, her rage is quelled. Fear not atoning to her sons, for our weakness has been cast away, and we can do as the Emperor says, become mighty in wisdom. Fool, another shouted, how could she thirst for anything other than blood? Where shall she gather her strength from? The sons of the vengeful goddess Republic offer up no sacrifices of their own kind. So where is her thirst sated? Fool, it is the slack of faith which caused the Emperor to die. It is you that is being foolish, yet another said. For as you say, the sons of the avenged goddess Republic spill no blood for her thirst, not of their own, and not of the captives. Therefore it must be that she thirsts not for blood. The earlier one sneered in reply, and wherefore do they wish to make some of us to account for actions? Is it to deem those unworthy of life, and spill their lifeblood upon the thirsty sands? And if our warriors had won, would their emperor be giving such a speech? All fell silent at that question, yet the throng did not calm. Within POW Camp 23, on Agricultural Planet 48, in the clans of Altra, Narix Quinn nodded at that. From his conversations aboard the warship Tiger Lily, he knew well that the Terrans considered a man responsible even when obeying orders. It is why he expected that he should be one of those called on to account for his deeds, for he had done things which had held great defenses. He had begun to see that their view on those actions was more correct than the view he held when he had done them, and his sorrow at that was like a maxia coiled about his very heart. His sorrow did little to change those deeds, however, and he should be glad to learn how he shall atone. The others, even those who had resolved, showed signs of bewilderment. He smiled to himself at that. His days would be filled with questions from all and sundries, for all knew, when none could fathom the peculiar ways of the Terrans, that he shall explain their strange ways. In truth, he thought he shall have to request a meeting with the camp commander, or another officer who may be able to answer his questions, to furnish the service to his people. It was strange that he alone had no fear of reprisals for making such requests. Aboard a glorious man of war of the Exarch Dominion, every initiate highborn on that bridge had shifted their eyes to the Acolyte Lord when the Emperor fell silent once more. Initiate highborn Talquilvan and Nurxa thought that his countenance showed troubled thought. He supposed his thoughts were troubled, too. What shall he do with himself if he was not the master of senses aboard a warship? Where should his service lie if his god is slain and his emperor was merely a puppet? Would the sons of the Avenged Goddess Republic demand an accounting from him? Could they reject the orders of their emperor? In the Exarch trenches on the planet Nendra, the dugout was silent. Warrior 23841749's mind could not hold all of the questions raised by this complicated segment of speech, and felt that already he was fading to grow mighty in wisdom. Laws and customs existing outside the Dominion was already such a mad revelation that he scarcely knew how to even begin ordering his thoughts on that itself, let alone the rest. If he was not wise enough to comprehend what comes next, then he was at least wise enough to not add to the confusion with his foolish questions. Within the throne room, Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th had once again recovered enough strength to continue. So he began. It is a great gift our victorious foes to give us on this day. It is time and protection from any on the outside who might find their vengeance unsatisfied by the deeds of the sons of the Avenged Goddess Republic. Time in the wilderness, where we may discover and cast away our weaknesses by its harsh deprivations. Wisdom grows mighty just as the body grows mighty, through contention. And so, when I have passed from this vale into the sands of the unknown, you must contend against an uncertain future. You must master yourselves. You must command where your loyalty, faith, and service should lie, or lie anywhere at all. It shall be difficult, and it is my eternal sorrow that I can do little more than offer parting words in the hopes that they may be wise. Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th shifted his feeble weight on the throne slightly and took a few deep breaths before continuing. To that end, I say to you, my faithful and loyal subjects, look upon a mirror and behold your enemy. Indeed, it is not the outsider, the unworthy, or even the victorious who you must contend with, but yourselves. You shall have 3 generations to find victory in this long war, my subjects, to become self-masters, and should you fail, then even without exer you shall be mastered by its legacy. And then your descendants shall repeat the mistakes we of this generation made. Should this terrible fate come to pass, the sons and daughters of the Avenged Goddess Republic shall exact a deeper vengeance against not the dead god, but your descendants. Do not be defeated about yourselves. Master yourselves and grow mighty in wisdom, such that those who come after you can grow mightier still." Tears fell from Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th's unblinking eyes as he said, "Behold, the one of you who should have the greatest might in wisdom, knowledge, and strength was foolish, unknowing, and broken. Behold, also, that he is not struck down in fury by the wiser, more knowing, and stronger, but instead they use these to help him in his last days. This is the might that our people can attain, should we gain victory over the enemy in the mirror. The strong have laid us low in the weakness of our folly, but do not smite us from the stars, and instead bid us to become strong as they are. I weep now for the generations who come before, who knew not such might could be striven for. I weep now for the suffering my people shall endure to attain this might. May your souls never waver in this battle to come. Farewell." Aboard a glorious man of war of the Exarch Dominion, Initiate Highborn, Talquilva, and Inerxa stared at the main screen as it faded to black inactivity. All things would change, and much of the Emperor's words were difficult. All things would change, and he knew not whether he had what the Emperor said would be required. It was daunting. All things would change. In the Exarch trenches on the planet Nendra, Warrior 23841749 stumbled out into the daylight, blinking and confused. His mind could not hold all of the changes that were sure to come. His thoughts were confused and disordered. A thought of action intruded, and before he could stop himself, he acted. He clambered up out of the trench and stood in the open without even a helmet or his weapon. All who saw were amazed that he did not perish. Aboard a glorious man of war of the Exarch Dominion. "Set course for home," the Acolyte Lord ordered from the command throne. "I obey," and Initiate Highborn choked out. Initiate Highborn, Talquilva, and Nexa said nothing. He stared at his station screen, dumbfounded. "Become mighty in wisdom," his Emperor had said. How does one begin to become mighty in wisdom? Within POW Camp 23, Narek Squedden wiped away the tears from his cheeks. He had not the words to describe how he felt. But should another supply them, he was relieved that his Emperor was just as bound as he, if not more, grateful to have seen the whole of his people freed, repentant of his old ways, and aggrieved of his own sins. He had done great evil by the reckoning of the Terrans, and not only those of the Republic, and he knew that, and wished to atone, to make amending. But he had little hope in that direction. He believed that the principles of their justice would demand his very life as payment, and he had no intention of shirking the price for the evil that he had wrought. However, he took comfort in the knowledge that this speech by the Emperor would save countless who, like him, had great zeal in the service to Emperor and God alike. Even so, he dried his eyes. There was no time for weeping. He had much work to do before he was called to account for his deeds. Deep within the Imperial Palace, Marianne MacDade was not a military woman. She wasn't even part of the SAR Corps, and was in no way a serviceman or servicewoman. She was entirely civilian, and even though she was an RN who had taken a job aboard the Speaking Softly, she had sneered at the men and women who foolishly signed away years of their lives to take cut pay in hard conditions and might even die for the purely ceremonial privilege. She changed her mind about their foolishness over the past year, but knew in her heart that she didn't have it in her to join any of the services. She was a civvy, and she liked it that way. It was just as well, because her job depended on her not being military or paramilitary, since a surprising number of Xenos find military bearings in Terrans, especially humans, intimidating. That wouldn't have been so bad except almost all of the Xenos found humans adorable, which made providing even the simplest of medical services, when necessary, simply untenable. Which explained why she was on an alien planet, holding the hand of an aged Xenos woman, acting as a doula. Luckily, exarch childbirth had a lot in common with human childbirth. Less luckily, what had been done to the woman, well, what had been done to her turned Marianne's stomach. Tubes and wires invaded her body at the base of her skull, in her armpits, behind her knees. And Marianne didn't want to think about the parts of Holy Empress Evaquana Star, the 33rd, that she couldn't see. The Navy had wanted to separate her from the machines immediately and allow the poor woman a little dignity before she died. But there had been a complication. The woman was pregnant. Marianne understood that the attendants told the Navy that she was always pregnant, and she was always supposed to provide a male to take the place of the Emperor in a different machine. They couldn't remove her without killing the baby. And after she explained that there would be absolutely no culling, Holy Empress Invoquana Extar the 33rd was very insistent that any separation would happen after she'd given birth. Marianne tried not to think about how matter-of-fact the old woman and her attendants were about babies being culled like sick and suffering hens. "You're doing great, honey," Marianne said in what she guessed must be a thickly accented version of exarch language. Well, honey wasn't a concept they had, so she just used commercial English for that word. "Remember to breathe," she told the ancient mother, as she gently stroked her hair and tried not to think about how she wished her hands weren't encased in that awful machine. A woman holding birth should be able to hold hands with another living person. Marianne blinked back tears and put on the warmest smile she could. "No!" Holy Empress Envoquana Extar the 33rd shouted, in the throes of birthing pain. "The bride to Exur has dragged him from the stars. Hearken, for the avenged goddess Republic stays her terrible soul toward justice. Heed, for the exarch stand upon the edge of a knife. Though the feet of exarch are cut as they tread, should they fail to walk this narrow path, death herself shall return for another bridegroom, and the avenged goddess shall be vengeful once more." "Shh," Marianne cooed. "Your people have a chance, honey. Your emperor's talking them through it now. Don't worry. Just focus on your baby. Your baby that's going to live, because Exur can't get him." Holy Empress Envoquana Extar the 33rd met eyes with Marianne, and Marianne kept stroking her hair. "Yes, you shall ensure he shall have a chance to live." "Of course, honey." The Drums of War, Chapter 50. Hail the victorious dead. In a destroyer bay on the Speaking Softly. The space usually used to house one of the big stick destroyers was cavernous, and the somber silence filled the space sank into Captain Lena Chen's very bones. She couldn't really call the Republic stuck-up pricks after all they'd done for her and hers, but she wasn't ever going to admit as much out loud. Hell, they didn't even toss her into the brig when she stuck that engineer. She figured apologizing went some way, but maybe all sailors would understand how she felt. He had told her that the warp-speed battle wagon was dead. Her reactor was wrecked, her hyperdrive was fried, and her shield generators were snagged. Her hull was more whole than metal, and her keel had been broken in 3 places. She'd have to be rebuilt bolt by bolt, and by then she wouldn't be the same ship anymore. She had to hit something, and that engineer was right there. Her nose was stuffy, her eyes were puffy, her shoulders were hunched, and her hands would have been shaking if she didn't grip the safety railing, where she stood looking at the twisted wreck of her home held in a set of massive docking clamps intended for a much larger ship. The engineer said that they don't know how it happened, but the reactor should have gone critical. Captain Lena Chen and her crew should have gone out with the warp-speed battle wagon in a blaze of vengeful glory, with Marcus ringing from their furious throats. The reactor went cold at that very last second instead. Captain Lena Chen agreed with the old salts, who said the old girl had a soul and had chosen to protect her beloved crew. Marcus was still in the morgue of the Jupiter's Might, being taken care of by the Romans. She had an idea to honor both the warp-speed battle wagon and her fallen crewmate. They just had to find a place where Marcus and the warp-speed battle wagon could rest together in peace. One day, Captain Lena Chen would join her Marcus there, once she'd lived enough for both of them. One of those old souls in a blue technician's jumpsuit sidled up beside her on the catwalk. He was a tabby big kitty, but his fur was so grey that it was hard to tell at this point. Captain Lena Chen was thinking about telling him to fuck off, but he was just looking down at the warp speed battle wagon with respect. He reached inside his jumpsuit and pulled out a flask from the inside pocket. He took a swig and passed it on to Captain Lena Chen, saying, "Hail the victorious dead!" Captain Lena Chen took the flask and a strong pull of whiskey inside before replying, "Hail the victorious dead." Aboard the Dan Daily. The enlisted mess was a strange combination of boisterous celebration, quiet contemplation, and raw grief. Lance Corporal Maxwell Calhoun had just finished shotgunning 3 beers to celebrate how fucking alive he was. But then it hit him again. Not everyone made it off that rock to drink with him. Specialist Breast Christian hadn't made it. They'd been bros ever since they got into the spillet. And now he was gone. Dead and gone. Really, Lance Corporal Calhoun couldn't claim Brett's loss at all to himself, since he was basically the big brother to the entire fucking platoon. Always ready to listen and store a good advice. True, a lot of the advice boiled down to stop being stupid, but it was still good advice anyway. The smile slid from his face as he remembered cradling Brett's head in his lap, as he remembered watching the mischievous light behind his eyes fade like guttering candles until it was snuffed out forever. Lance Corporal Calhoun looked at the men celebrating, the men contemplating, the men grieving, and took comfort in the fact that he'd taken out the bastard who'd got an anti-tank-sized shot off on Brett, and remembered that every last trooper who went boots down that day helped stop anyone from ever getting killed by the Exarch ever again. Hopefully, anyway. Strike One wasn't a guaranteed success or anything, but at least fewer people would get hurt because of Brett's sacrifice. Because of the sacrifices of the countless other troopers across the front. He cracked another beer and raised it towards the ceiling and murmured, "Hail the victorious dead!" A couple of the other RNI troopers and Navy ratings noticed and echoed him with their drinks. There was enough. Aboard Among the Star Tides we rage. The systems were running quiet, and pretty much all of the processes were running on automated process. Ophelia wasn't even monitoring them. Sure, Digitans live fast and die young, but that didn't mean that it was easy to see someone killed the way that Marvin the Marveled had. Torn apart line by line just to buy the rest of the Digitan assault team a couple of seconds. True again, they were entire seconds, not milliseconds, and a Digitan could do a lot in the computing space with seconds, and that had been exactly what was needed to restore the enemy AI to its original programming, and thus render it neutral instead of hostile. The fact that Sev could have inflicted horrific casualties in the Republican Navy, and maybe even turned the tide of the battle, made Marvin the Marvel's sacrifice a good trade. Still, he had been her friend, as well as a superior officer, her mentor and teacher. The organics, especially Lord Admiral Brixton, felt his loss keenly, and Ophelia deeply appreciated that. He'd been a friend to almost everyone in their little war fleet, but they couldn't really understand just how ugly of a death it was. She couldn't explain it to them. There were analogues to organic deaths that could function as a way for them to imagine it, but it would only increase the pain of their grief. It wasn't necessary for them to understand, for them to honor him. They had done their rituals, the Terrans with their toasts, the Star Sailors with their songs, and now it was up to the Digitans. She watched the logs of Marvin the Marvels losing one Digitan battle against the corrupted Sev in real time. She logged every full second in her memory, and once she reached the end of the logs, she waited for every Digitan salute to go by until nothing followed. Then she added, "Hail the victorious dead," to the many repetitions already in the logs. As the highest-ranking Digitan who survived the battle, it was her honor to log the final salute. She'd never delete the sorrow of these memories. Aboard the Windy Darling, it was quiet. It was quiet mainly because everybody else was in the mess drinking the alcohol rations for the next 4 months, or in the gym beating the shit out of each other, or in the rec room having their rituals of remembrance and celebrations. Private First Class Emmanuel Sasso sat in his berth and stared at Staff Sergeant Kevin Ossie Roberts' empty berth down the row. It'd stay empty when the rest of the platoon came stumbling back once they were done celebrating, or memorializing, or both. PFC Sasso didn't feel much like drinking, though. If he'd only just been a little bit faster, had his head up a little bit better, then the staff sergeant would still be there. He'd seen the warrior lining up his shot, watching him pull the trigger, but he was too slow in returning fire. PFC Sasso blinked back tears and saluted the empty berth and whispered, "Hail, the victorious dead." In a modest apartment in Portstown-on-Sanctuary, the sounds of pencils gliding across paper, on an off-key humming of a small girl melded with a low murmur of a forgotten TV in the living room of Esmeralda Dulac, procrastinating, studying by drawing instead. Sure, she had a test in a couple of days, but math was boring and lame. Besides, she was going to be a famous singer, so she didn't really need to know how to plot algebraic equations on a graph. She stopped her drawing when the voices from the TV caught her attention. Lieutenant Commander Danbury Lake Limited lost her life when her ship, the Ching Li, was damaged in the battle over the Exarcho world. Hail the victorious dead. Her daddy had friends on the Ching Li, and Esmeralda felt a pang of pity for the family of the Danbury lady. The TV people had been reading off KIAs ever since the enemy surrendered, which was why Esmeralda tried to ignore them. She didn't like hearing about how many people got killed in the war. Her daddy was invincible, though, since he was a lost boy, and they were the best fighters in the whole universe. She went back to her drawing and imagined how happy her daddy would be when she showed him her drawing of his ship. Then the doorbell rang. "Mom," she called, "there's someone at the door." "I'll get it. Keep doing your homework, sweetie," her mom called as she swept towards the apartment's front door. Esmeralda tried to look innocent as she watched her mom open the door, and the worst thing possible was standing there in R&I dress blacks. She let out a terrified shriek and dashed her drawing to the floor as she realized her daddy was never coming home. I pulled the ballophone. The pipes thrummed throughout the shuttle bay, where 28 men and women lay unmoving in eternal sleep. The rest of the ship's crew, except for the bare minimum of watch on the bridge, stood in rows in their immaculate dress uniforms and struggled to keep silent as the pipers played God Save the Queen. Some held back their tears, others didn't bother. Able Seaman Arthur Davies was one of the men who didn't bother holding back his tears. Lieutenant Edward Hastings was one of the 26, and the world was simply a dimmer place without the eccentric gentleman in it anymore. If that wasn't worthy of tears, he didn't know what was. The last notes of the song echoed against the bulkheads, and the captain stepped out of the formation to stand facing his men at its head. The crew saluted him. He returned and said, "At ease." The sounds of hundreds of uniforms and boots shifting in the silence was an intrusion of reality against the quiet grief of the Bellerophon. "We have the victory, but the butcher took his due from us. Indeed, we did our bit, and in the face of the cost, I wonder whether our bit was enough. Even so, the whole of the war is concluded, and these 26 helped bring that into reality. Sorrow and pride mingle in my heart, and I believe in yours, too, as I did bid farewell to these brave men and women. It is because of these brave souls and others like them that we can say with pride that the coalition of independent planets stood by the Republic of Terra in an hour of need, and that we did not shrink from the price of duty. Hail the victorious dead." The reply was thunderous, though each voice was barely above a whisper. Hail the victorious dead. The Drums of War, Chapter 51, Honors. In the halls of the fallen, the light of dawn streamed through the eastern windows of the marble monument in golden shafts over the rows of marble slabs, bearing the names of the fallen or standing in silent readiness for a future burden. The sound of Senator Ethan Roberts' footfalls faded into the somber hush of the place as he followed a path well worn into his memory. He wasn't surprised to find a few friends gathered at his destination. They, too, carried memories of the man whose name was graven among those unforgiven fallen preserved forever in stone in their place. It really is a shame duty doesn't allow us time for a trip to repose, he said, as he joined the knot of aging men gathered around the name of the friend missing from among them. You and Malik are the idiots who got elected, Captain retired Ian McCoy scoffed in reply and handed the newcomer a small plastic cup. Senator Robert grinned and said, My senator deserved to be beaten, and nobody else wanted to be saddled with the job. Senator Malik Saber rolled his little cup between his palms and said, The call of duty followed us in life after service. Heavy. I envy the peace that you have won. Peace? Captain Ian McCoy asked Riley. Do you have any idea how far I had to go to get away from those journos that the authors starved for stories of daring heroics? There is no peace but the grave, Master Sergeant retired, Carlos Penna said quietly. Aye, the group murmured as Captain McCoy unscrewed the cap of the flask. The men were silent as they held out their cups for their shots of cheap whiskey, and they all waited for someone to say what needed saying. It was for Senator Roberts to say, May God forgive us for making more men like us. Men like us, his friends echoed, as they tossed back their heads and swallowed the burning cheap booze. Another war was over. More names had been graven onto the hall, but they all knew why there were more blank slabs there. The men shook hands, exchanged hugs, and the knot slowly dispersed. Senator Robert prayed that the men scarred by this war would be spared leading in the next one. However, he knew that it only took one foe to make a war. Aboard the Speaking Softly, Ambassador Sophia Laurent lounged in an enormous armchair and didn't bother trying to make herself appear more dignified. This section of the ship was made specifically to accommodate giants, after all, friendly, blue, four-armed giants who can lend a much-needed gravitas to any negotiations with any of the friendly Xenos that a human was simply too cute to achieve. Besides, they reminded her of being aboard the Among the Star-Tides we sing, since she had been a Star Sailor vessel. Her co-workers, or maybe more appropriately her counterparts, were likewise in a pose of relaxation. However, of the two of them, only Ambassador Travy didn't look ridiculous. Well, she was the only one of the three large enough to properly fit her seat. And these were her quarters, after all. She and her CIV counterpart, Ambassador Mikhail Volkov, on the other hand, looked like small children by comparison. Any suggestion of indignity, though, was absent, because the three were friends. Friends finally able to pause in their labors to remember that they, too, are people, and not mere functions of their government. The news they had learned did have diplomatic implications, but that came later. Travy held back tears and sipped on a herbal tea imported from Terra herself. Ambassador Laurent, no, Sophia. She could just be Sophia here and now. Sophia thought there was chamomile, which didn't have any biochemical effects on most Xenos, but most Xenos found quite tasty. It was one of the Republic's major food exports that didn't require pretty stringent controlled substance regulations, and seeing it always made Sophia smile a little. Truth be told, Sophia was more than a little worried about Travy. This was even more deeply personal to her than even herself. Are you quite certain that you are well? It is less than was hoped for, and I understand that your people have strong traditions about laying the remains of the dead to rest. Travy explained, with a warmth in her voice that only a mother can achieve. Terrans have gotten used to taking what we can get in that regard, Sophia said. William was, well, he was at the center of the reactor going critical. What was recovered is more than I was expecting. Which are you going with? Mikhail asked as he too sipped on chamomile. Repose, Sophia answered. It was important to him that he be buried there. I've never been a fan of star or void burials either, she explained further, as she twisted the gold band on her ring finger almost unconsciously. But I'm not the only one who lost my husband that day. It is our custom to do what they call a star burial, Travy said. Sophia thought that she was going to explain further, but her throat was suddenly gotten too tight. I am hoping grave reclamation services have found enough of his remains for your customs, Mikhail said softly. Yevdril was a brave man. He is deserving all honors that can be given. William would have wanted you two at the funeral. Being in the honor guard, well, it was the most deeply satisfying posting of his service. We made friends, and we were getting ready for him to have a life after service. Aye, Travy softly agreed. The Among the Star-Tides we sing had that effect on Terrans. Sophia nodded and said, We'll have to work out with what we do with her debris. There wasn't another ship like her in all of Terran history. So we have competing ideas. Travy cast her eyes towards the rear of her quarters, where the cabins were, and said, Aye. She was unlike all other ships in our fleet. The Star Queen herself, let alone the Lord Admiral Council, do not know what to do. But she was being your home, Mikhail said. I am thinking that what the Republic is wanting, what the Coalition is wanting, and even what your lords are wanting, is not the important thing here. Indeed. But she was also home of Great George, the man who made your first friendship amongst the stars, Travy said. A ship like no other, Sophia murmured. There is going to be a presentation of the colours. I guarantee it. I know the RNI, and the Lost Boys are the most RNI of the entire RNI. They'll want to return the banner where it belongs, since it was recovered. Not I. That belongs to the Drill paternal line, Travy said. It shall have to be received by Yovdril. I thank you for the warning. Sophia grinned and said, Lena Chen, Bugsy Malone, and Emily Sullivan will all be standing beside him. The Lost Boys feel like those people in particular deserve honours. The Ignition banner for them all? No, they've gotten together with the Second Star Rapid Response Group, the Fighting Pixies, and the Vengeful Vanguard. All groups that we know have prickly honour, Mikhail said, with a light grin playing across his face. I'm hearing all of the time how they are saying that they do not need medals or honours, and that they are doing this. It makes me laugh. Even the Vanguard, they have been a formation for less than a year, and already they are doing these things. The duality of servicemen. Nobody wants to think of what they did as particularly special, and doesn't want what is special to go unremarked, Sophia said, as she twisted her wedding band again. Down the hall, in one of the cabins on a narrow for the Star Sailor's berth, 3 children huddled. The youngest lay with closed eyes, and all 4 arms wrapped around the oldest's middle. Her back rose and fell in a steady rhythm of sleep, despite the swollen dampness of the recent tears on her cheeks. The middle child leaned up against her big brother and lay a protective hand over her little sister's back as she slept. She had no idea that pure relief could make a little kid cry so hard. Yovdril had his 2 left arms coiled around her comfortingly, and he used his 2 right arms to gently shift his little sister's sleeping form to be slightly more comfortable. It was the perfect time for Travy to ask her big brother, Are you still going to enlist, even now that the war's over? Aye, he answered. It was never about the war, Trey. But honor for honor. We owe them, I know. But I won't be tomorrow. I'm still not old enough to embark, Trey. I know. I'm scared, Yov. You can only be brave when you're afraid. Aboard the longshoreman. Life comes at you fast. It were all completely unfair, see? Bugsy Malone and his gang were going to have to go legit. Legit meant no more dodging excise, no more coffee and chocolate runs to the Xenos under the CIPDEI nose, no more raiding shady corporations for cargoes they didn't really need anyhow, no more fun jobs. It were worse than any fate that any of them had ever imagined, see? Worse. They were famous. Famous all across not just the CIP, but the Republic too, which meant that everywhere they went, someone would be paying attention to them. Fabulous wealth was hardly any compensation for not being able to have fun no more. All this had happened by complete chance. Not the chance of explaining to a system sec on how they got into the wrong place at the wrong time and somehow managed to haul away a tidy bay of loot, but real, actual, cruel chance. They were big damn heroes, and there wasn't a thing they could do to change that. Boss, Fingers said, I think I got it. Got what? Bugsy Malone asked as he slumped in his sofa on the ship's rec room. Privateering, Fingers said brightly. We've just got ourselves a letter of marque from the Republic, and we can just go after pirates. Half of our customers are technically pirates, you daft muppet, Knuckles said from behind the copy of Hamlet. Well, we're famous big damn heroes now. I think that we can forget about them either way. Bugsy Malone took another despondent swig of beer and considered that for a moment. Bugsy the privateer, he mused. It wouldn't be the worst thing, see? More anti-hero than hero. Then he'd still get some action and maybe not go out shitting himself in old age. And we'd still get to keep most of the loot, Snake added with a sudden smile. And we can make port anywhere and not have to worry about being arrested. And pay taxes, Slick muttered darkly. Every last bureaucratic bloodsucker in the Republic and the CIP shall want their pound of flesh from our daring labors. Look, Fingers said pleadingly, we tried to just lay low and we found the fucking we sing. If we have to be heroes, we might as well get a say in how instead of doing it by accident all the damn time. At this point, it's go legit or go to jail. Chicks dig the anti-heroes, Snake considered. Did you forget? The shippers think that you're me boyfriend, Knuckles said with a grin. Life were a strange thing sometimes, see? Nobody really knows where they'll end up or who they'll be when they get there, but Bugsy Malone figured that it could have been worse. Well, we gotta go at some weird Republic ceremony. We'll figure things out after that. Drums of War, Chapter 51, Part 2. Once again, aboard the speaking softly. The cleaning robots had all been stowed. Regularly scheduled maintenance had been reshuffled. Drills had been postponed. Systems had been set on automatic. And every last cube thousandth inch of usable space had been made available by sending out the whole of the Big Stick Attack Group to sit in a parking orbit around the nearby gas giant. A full corps of RNI troopers, every last lost boy, the fighting pixies, and a goodly portion of the officer and enlisted naval ratings from both Third Fleet and the SSRRG were crammed into that made available space. Technically, they could have fit every last serviceman aboard, including the Army and SAR Corps aboard, but they'd have to stack them, and that might have ever so slightly damaged the dignity of the moment. Technically, some of the parts of the ship weren't utilized in this way at all. The RNI barracks, officers' quarters, enlisted quarters, guest quarters, the galleys, the engine rooms, the corridors. And corridors were not fit to purpose. So really, they might be able to get some of the SAR Corps aboard in some of the available standing room. Again, it would have not matched the dignity of the moment. Men and women clad in the absolute shiningly reflective dress whites of the Navy, and the patches of night sky made manifest dress blacks of the RNI clogged the corridors anyway, as they slowly made their ways to the various places where their formations would muster for the ceremony. They'd redo the entire ceremony in a few places, with more room and more pageantry, of course. Alpha Centauri Prime Habitation Station, Outreach, New Texas, Rico, Mars, Luna, and Terra herself, to name a few. But that was for the civilians. This was pirate, intimate affair for the servicemen, by the servicemen of the Republic and a few guests. The simple fact of the matter was that there were so many individuals of so many ranks to receive honors that they themselves had to form up into an ad hoc formation in one of the large bays actually intended for ceremonial use, while everybody else had to content themselves with the fact that at least they weren't being saddled with medals for doing nothing more than their jobs in unlucky circumstances. Not yet, anyways. Some of the grateful men and women forming up with their comrades knew that their actions were under review for commendation, and they'd had the dubious honor of adding valor amongst the ribbons of qualifications and achievements of their ribbon blocks in the future. None of them felt the weight of the moment more keenly than the George family. Fame and honor had been foisted upon their name since the day Ignitia burned, but even still, they stood unbowed under the tremendous weight. Major General Eric George was in his dress blacks. His ribbon block carried only his qualifications and training achievements, and beneath that was every medal he had ever been obliged to receive, and wore the golden laurel of the Order of Sol on his head. He rarely ever wore the actual laurel, and he had his reasons. If anybody asked, he'd say there's something about the men who actually deserved the honor never making it out of that asteroid. But the truth was that he was a humble man, an almost genetic trait in his family. Still, he was amongst the formation of men due to receive further honors and accolades, and thankfully was not the master of ceremonies. That responsibility thankfully fell to another. He was content to have formed up in the same block of glittering black as his 3 surviving sons. Paradoxical as it was, since most military men considered medals and accolades to be primarily for civilians' benefit, the old man knew that the men needed to let each other know that their courage and valor at arms was noticed. He just disagreed that he deserved to get such recognition. However, once again, he'd been serving long enough to know that what he thought he deserved didn't matter in this case. His sons still had trouble with that lesson, and they might never learn it. In the moments when he was most honest with himself, he hoped that they'd find life after service before they gained that particular pearl of wisdom. In less honest moments, he looked forward to when his Johnny would take over his command of the Lost Boys. There was no real reason his son had to take over command. They were descendants of the other 4 founders around, but pride was a strange thing. All of that had little to do with the moment. All over the ship, troopers and ratings filed into formations with far less pomp and circumstance than they'd prefer, and nobody thought that holding the ceremony on the planet below would be appropriate. There was no sense in making the former enemy watch their ceremonies. Those poor people had enough to worry about in the next few months, next few generations, really. But in both lights, it would have been inappropriate to hold the ceremony planetside while the locals grappled with everything they knew changing forever. Therefore, the Republic made due. Major General Eric George was getting yet another medal for his leadership during the operation on the Exarch homeworld, and since he was the highest-ranking serviceman there, he was obliged to receive his first. Rank hath its privileges and its obligations. Luckily, a serviceman can only receive the Order of Soul once, so the general was not obliged to wear 2 golden laurels as he saluted the Master of Ceremonies, pinned the 3rd Order of Terror to his chest. The new medal gently clinked against its fellows. The Order of Terror, the Order of Soul, the Martian Cross, the Broken Chain, 6 iron stars, 5 gold crosses, and more besides, all with their deceptively small sizes. So far as the general was concerned, the weight of blood behind each of those medals alone made it a minor miracle that his uniform jacket didn't rip beneath the burden it bore. The Master of Ceremonies finally returned the salute he was holding, which signaled that he may drop his own salute in right place to march back to his place in formation. Now all he had to do was ignore the new weight dragging at his heart and watch. Elsewhere in the formation, Captain John George watched his father receive recognition for his long and valiant service. He knew his father, and he knew that they had a similar view on medals. They weren't for the men receiving them, not really. They were for everyone else, for those who didn't make it out of those fires of war alive without doing anything but being among the victorious dead, for those who were enabled to do their jobs by a critical choice made in a critical moment, for those behind the front line who needed to know that those under fire were honored for their courage, and for the families and civilians back home who needed to be able to say that the Republic cared about valor. The man who received the medal, on the other hand, was picking up another duty. Captain George still couldn't stop the swell of pride he felt when he watched his father receive that duty amongst that which he already bore. He had big boots to fill, and he didn't mind that they'd just gotten bigger. Then he was obliged to wait his turn. He didn't have very long to wait. A couple of lieutenant colonels, 3 majors, and 4 other captains were ahead of him. He knew their deeds on the planet below. He knew they were well and truly deserved to be recognized. But in his view, more alcohol and less responsibility would have been his call. But nobody asked him. Well, that wasn't true. He personally recommended a dozen of the men in the formation, but that was beside the point. It was his responsibility to identify such men, and when the Republic offers a duty you can carry out, you don't refuse her. With precise marching steps, he made his way to the Master of Ceremonies and his staff, came to attention and saluted. His citation for conspicuous valor was read off, but it was just noise in his ears. He had no idea what he'd done to be saddled with another medal, and he didn't particularly care. He'd done his job to the best of his ability planetside, and that's exactly what he'd do in his next drop. It spoiled the moment a little bit, but Captain George had to bend down a little so that the Master of Ceremonies could place the golden laurel for the Order of Soul on his head before pinning the medal to his chest, but not by much. Neither of the 2 men could help the differences in height between them. The Master of Ceremonies pinned another 3 medals to his chest, the Lunar Cross, the Broken Chain, and the Iron Star. He allowed himself a little pride in the Broken Chain, the medal awarded to those who freed enslaved people. Slaveholders and slavers were getting so rare that very few men were awarded that one anymore. The Master of Ceremonies returned his salute. He dropped his, and he marched back to his place in the formation. Now all he had to do was try to ignore the tiny indentations in the inside of the laurel resting on his crimson hair, put there to remind him that honor comes at a price. Sergeant Linus George had watched his father and brother receive their honors, with the dignity and bearing befitting officers of the Republican Naval Infantry, and he patiently awaited when he too would pick up weight to carry it for the rest of his days. He had his suspicions that there might be PR reasons behind at least one of the medals he was obliged to receive on that day. It didn't matter why. It was part of the job, a part of the service. He knew about this particular danger long before he ever thought about enlisting. When the time came, he marched up the aisle to the center of the formation and came to a stop before the Master of Ceremonies. He snapped a crisp salute, and, like his brothers, he had accommodated the height disparity to also receive the laurel of the Order of Soul. The Senate and Vox Populi had both to vote in favor of any recipient of this particular honor. Sergeant George hoped that he could live up to it, as its medal was pinned to his chest. That and the broken chain, the lunar cross, and iron star joined a few medals already on his breast. He did not believe his path led to command, but just like the Order of Sol, he knew that he could not refuse his republic should she call him to another duty. Corporal Peter George was one of the vanishingly few men who did not stand at attention during the ceremony, and that was because he simply couldn't. He needed to lean on his cane to stand for any length of time, even though he had pushed himself to leave it behind in physical therapy. His father and older brothers had received their medals with poise and grace, and despite his own views on what they were, he couldn't help the swelling pride in his breast as he watched his brothers receive their laurels. To him, they'd been heroes since before he could walk, and that sentiment only grew as he matured. When Corporal George's turn came, he couldn't march with as much poise as his brothers in arms, and the sharp tacking of his cane tip on the deck plates rang out like a bell tolling for all those unable to receive their honors. He had a lot of time to think over the past 3 weeks. Time to think, and more time to think helped along by Gideon's innocently cutting questions. The medals, the recognition, the honors, they weren't for him, just like he'd always thought. But they weren't just to make the civvies feel like he'd been properly rewarded for his deeds, either. They were for the men, too. The men needed to know that their R&I notices those among them who had saved their lives, those who had given others up, those who in the churning chaos of chance forged order and victory. It was important to the men that he receive these medals. They needed to show him honor somehow. Only honor can repay honor. He stopped and saluted in front of the Master of Ceremonies and waited for him to finish reading out his citation for receiving the Order of Sol. When the shorter man finished, Corporal George struggled to bend down to allow the man to place the golden laurel with its deliberately uncomfortable divots about his brow. He straightened up once more and leaned on his cane and waited to receive his honors. Then, once again, his cane made a bell toll for the victorious dead as he walked with as much poise as his recovering body could manage back to his place in the formation of R&I troopers. He had a long while to stand in that formation. Nearly every E4 and below who had gone boots down was receiving something that day. The civilian guests watched the ceremony unfold before them, and those who knew a little about the Republic realized that the ceremony was understated because the men giving and receiving the honors didn't need much in the way of pomp and circumstance to understand the moment. Those less familiar wondered why they sat or stood in a small area off to the side that gave them a good view of both the Master of Ceremonies and the formation at the center of the packed hall. They watched the R&I formation salute and right faces one, and watched the blocks and formations march clockwise in order to bring a new formation of Navy ratings to the fore. And the Master of Ceremonies was replaced by a Navy one in dress whites. Then it began again. One by one, the men and women of the Navy received their medals. Some received yet another, while others bore their very first below young faces with 2 old eyes. Once again, the formation at the center of the ceremony saluted, and right-faced before the formations marched like clockwork until the smaller formation from the army in dress grays stood at the center. Then once again, more of the formations marched, and the comparatively tiny cadre of men and women wearing crisp white dress uniforms with sanguine crosses on their shoulders of their jackets that almost burned with the radiance stood and waited their honors and rewards. The SAR Corps, every last man and woman from the other branches, had good reason to love and honor these grimly determined men and women who did their work even though they were too few, always too few, and overlooked by nearly all except the Republic's armed services. They were not overlooked today. Major General Eric George himself had insisted upon the attendance at the ceremony, even if only those receiving the highest honors could be cajoled into participation. Very few of the gathered guests properly understood all of that. However, they all felt something as the hours marched on, a steady realization that they were being included in something private and intimate, that they had been invited to share in a long-cherished family tradition. Captain Lena Chen didn't care whether she was weeping. In chairs behind her, her crew held hands or embraced each other as the final honors came inexorably closer. The last of the SAR Corps received her medals, and the whole order of formations changed. A chief petty officer marched up to the knot of civilians, snapped off a salute, and murmured, "If the ladies and gentlemen would please follow me, it is time for your part of the ceremony." Then he led the way to the place where each of the masters of ceremony had stood and told them, "If you would please stand here. Those of you here as a group, please have your representative stand at the front." Captain Lena Chen found herself standing beside the infamous Bugsy Malone. She smirked at him, he glared at her. Well, if he'd just been a guild merchant like her, he'd have never been a hero. The incongruity of her criticism of him and her presence where would never entered her mind. On her other side, one of the Star Corpsmen stood alone, and a Star Sailor boy towered over them all. Captain Lena Chen hardly wondered if he was a survivor of the Among the Star Tides We Sing. Then the ceremony began. A company of R&I troopers from the Lost Boys marched in silently, and had in their hands ancient bolt-action rifles with polished wooden stocks, and they were joined further by the shipboard trooper counterparts. A company of fighting pixies and a company-sized formation of Navy drill team, and finally the vengeful vanguard. They moved in perfect silence and precision as they marched in crisscrossing lines. Dots of burnished white in the black of R&I troopers stood out like stars in the night sky. And the only sound made was their boots on deck and the clapping of old guns onto white-gloved palms. They never looked to one side or another, and yet reached behind themselves or to one side to catch or toss a rifle to one of their fellows as their complex march unfolded before them. Captain Lena Chen realized that this was a small sliver of the pageantry of ceremonies to come, but this somehow felt heartfelt and intimate. The Lost Boys somehow came together and unfurled a tattered and singed banner. At its center was an orange circle, which Captain Lena Chen had always thought was a star. But the patches of the green in the circle cast doubt on the old name. The two-star banner, the yellow star in the windward part of corner, almost shone in the hall. Then a dozen of them tossed their rifles behind themselves, to be caught and held aloft in the left hands of their fellows as they ceremonially folded the flag. A pair peeled off the flag, folded in half, and then four more when it was folded into a narrow strip. And the man at its end began to tenderly fold the flag into a triangular shape. A pair of men would retrieve the rifles and return to formation until the flag was folded in the hands of the man at the end of the flag. The folder saluted him, took the flag in both hands, and marched up to the Star Sailor boy. Captain Lena Chen watched as the boy struggled to hold back tears and snapped up a trembling salute as he received the banner in his lower hands with tender reverence. Her eyes went wide. Was that the banner? Her head spun with a steady realization of just how deeply she was being honored. She struggled to keep her feet as the Lost Boys did it again, and presented a crisp new banner to the woman in the sark or dress uniform, and she too fought back tears as she received the banner. Then it was the Navy men who unfurled the banner, which, much like the Lost Boys' banner, had a burning world in its center and a star in the upper windward corner. But this had an outline of a Republican destroyer superimposed over a burning world. It must have been raining in that hall aboard the supercarrier, speaking softly, because how else could the drops of water have gotten onto the folded banner? Watching Bugsy receive his banner from the vengeful vanguard, which was a field of red with an outline of the broken form of the Among the Star Tides We Sing at its center, Captain Lena Chen stopped herself from laughing at Bugsy's eyes popping out of his head, since she couldn't trust the laugh did not turn into sobbing. Drums of War, Chapter 52, Dawn. In an officer's mess reconfigured for use in military tribunals. Narix Quinn looked apologetically at the young man, one of the Terran races other than human, somewhat feline, he thought, who was his legal representation. He'd made it clear that he would not turn away the consequences of his deeds. He flexed his artificial hand and cast his mind back to the conversation with the two of them at a few hours ago, before the three high-ranking officers came in to sit in the court over his deeds. Look, I don't think you understand what you're being charged with. The legal representative had sighed to him after fading once again to convince Narix Quinn to ask for clemency. Narix Quinn put up one finger and said, I murdered or caused by orders given the murders of Republican people under false pretenses of diplomatic contact. He raised a second finger. I caused the destruction of a significant Republican vessel without provocation. He raised a third finger. I opened hostilities by an attack against diplomats on a diplomatic ship. He raised a fourth. I further murdered and caused the murder by orders given by allies to Republic. And a fifth finger. I led the invasion of worlds allied to the Republic. Shall I go on? By your standards, my misdeeds are many and dark. My life is a likely forfeit. And I shall not attempt to avoid the fate I have written for myself. No, you think that's the worst they can do to you is kill you. It matters not if such a thing. See, the issue is you're being charged with slavery, and that rates the beaconing. I know that's not an exact word. It translates most closely to, the beacon was taken. What we do is hook the condemned up to a life support system, immobilize them in an escape pod, and launch them into deep space where they'll live out to the very last hour of their maximum biological age in the void between stars until they die alone. You do not want this. Narexquin did not want that, but on the other hand, he had come to realize that making excuses or avoiding even that grisly punishment would set a poor example for the rest of the nobility, taking their first shaky steps away from the domination and into leadership. He thought of his scarlet skin might have gone pink, but he said with resolve, "So be it." The legal representative pulled the long whiskers coming off of his muzzle and said, "Listen, you're one of the few nobles who is trying to figure out how to lead. Your people will need you despite what you've done to mine. I know that your people didn't have their trials before, but we have to actually put forth an argument. You have to actually make your case. We don't just decide on a whim what to do with you." Narexquin stiffened. "We did not make judgments on whims, but on the commands of the false god, Agro. Though we were deceived, we still followed. Apologies, I'm just trying to get it across that a sentience is not a foregone conclusion. So please, cooperate with one of whose job it is to achieve justice on your behalf. But what I have come to understand of justice in the past few months, then I must surely die for my crimes. It would be cowardice to beg mercy of those I would have treated cruelly, should the chances of war have been different. My people need not I myself, but rather those things which altered my understanding. Some they have, Agro is slain. The Emperor has commanded us to master ourselves, and worth must be proven to another, and not to a false god. The rest they must discover on their own, and neither I nor others like me can give it to them. I want to at least argue that you are not to be either spaced or debeaconed. Please, if you think that your death will help your people learn how to be leaders and master themselves, please allow me to win you a dignified execution," the man said. Narexquin was struck by how large the man's yellowish eyes appeared as he laid the triangular ears atop his head back. It was a desperate expression. In the present, Narexquin listened to the strangely musical speech of the officer in the center of the tribunal bench, reading off the charges, and the mechanical voice translating it into his own tongue. It was much as he had said to the representative, but in greater detail and more clinical description. A cold and passionless recounting of the many crimes against the Terrans and their allies, as well as crimes against his own men. "To all you have accused me," he said in a clear, resolved voice, "I declare that I am guilty. I offer no excuse, and I desire only that when I face justice, I do so with dignity, as an example of true courage and atonement to my people." The legal representative sighed with relief. It was the response he had instructed him to give, but Narexquin had not exactly agreed to it when he had been proposed. Then legal representatives began to do battle over how exactly Narexquin would meet his end. Aboard the transport liner, the tales of all who sailed among us are forever in our hearts. Longnose the Namer knew not how these star-sailors could be any other than messengers of gods. Truth, it was that Agro had been a deceiver and was slain, yet that meant not that no gods did lurk out in the vastness among the stars. Who better to deserve such things than those who applied the stars in their very names? Yet they were strange to speak to, for one must utilize a thing of power to translate their tongue to soft music to his own, which sounded harsh and guttural in his own ears by comparison. For another, none of them should agree on the nature of the gods, or even if there were any gods, and who they were or were not. If even these giants who made homes of the stars knew not, what then was the answer? Longnose the Namer knew not, and though it troubled him, he had a duty. There were many aboard the ship who were not yet to be named, for unlike himself, they had not the wisdom to choose their own names, nor the courage to ask for one. He had learned from the war terror that all required a name to have dignity, and all should have dignity. What dignity was exactly was beyond his ken, yet he knew it was important, and thus he had taken it upon himself to ensure that all had it. Aboard the Cumberland. The interior of the ship of war belied its deadly purpose. Leroy had been a warrior, and had been upon many ships of war in his short life. Yet the Cumberland differed. First, the Terrans named their ship. He'd asked after this oddity, and had learned that the Terrans named all of their ships, just as they named all of their people. This had been too great for his mind to contain, and thus he spent long hours on the soft bed afforded to him in the makeshift barracks aboard to ponder the meaning of this custom. He found that he could not bring forth understanding, and this was helped not by how the Terrans acted within the well-lit and cleanly ordered vessel. The gentle thrumming of the ship's systems had an accompanying melody of constant chatter from the Terrans as they walked the corridors, as they ate in the dining halls, as they worked at maintenance tasks or at their stations. Yet there was an order and efficiency to all of this noisy activity, even while not a single commander even held a shock baton. There was much that his might and wisdom was not sufficient to encompass in his mind. Yet one thing he could comprehend: he was on his way to begin anew. He shall step forth onto a world without the bones of the long-dead civilization his emperor had described, and help to build a future for himself and his people. The Exarchs shall make their own path, become their own people, and master themselves. This he could understand, though he was not mighty in wisdom. He was pondering these things and wondering how he might become more mighty in wisdom when a young girl approached him.
I hear that you were named by the very slayer of Agro,
she said. Nay, he replied. It was his brother that slew the deceiver. She nodded slowly.
They say that the one called Keeper of Time pulled me from below the ground, yet I know it was a Terran warrior, and she not.
The tale grows beyond the truth, but I believe the truth wondrous enough, he agreed. The girl considered his words for a long moment.
You speak with mighty wisdom. I would that you shall name me.
Leroy wished at once speak of how little he knew and could understand, but realized that such would be an insult to the small girl who already strove to master herself and to grow mighty in wisdom. He looked at her up and down and said, You I name Constance. May your quest for wisdom never waver, and may your only master be found in the mirror. On the agri-world Max led her. Great rolling fields of rad swayed in the wind. Their ripening golden grain heads spread a fragrant promise of a goodly yield as they danced amongst the swaying stalks supporting them. It had been a place far from the front line of war, far from the clamors of conquest, and far even from the influence of the imperial throne for generations. Here the serfs and nobility alike were concerned with the harvest. Here even the altar's terrible demands came behind the rad harvest and the coaxial herds. After all, there would be no conquests and no new sacrifices if the warriors had naught to eat. Even the surrender by the emperor to the sons of the avenged goddess Republic had changed very little, except that now Agro was slain. Therefore, it would come to pass that the aged and infirm might not find themselves upon the altar, but instead lived in restful peace in their final days. All of this was staggeringly different from the life of fear and domination that had led the former initiate highborn Varidzin to lead many Exarchs to master themselves. Here and there the sons and daughters of the avenged goddess Republic displayed wonders, though they shall be among them only a short time longer. In this place, a Terran contrived to conjure a structure out of metal beams and paneling. In another, they drilled a well through formerly impenetrable bedrock. In yet another place, they crafted dwellings by cutting into the stone face of a useless cliff. In yet another place, they applied their mysterious healing arts to bring the ill and the injured back into health from the very brink of the grave. They moved and worked with a tremendous energy, taking very little time to rest. Also, it seemed to Varidzin. He'd asked after why it was that they worked with such frenzied activity, and the daughter of the avenged goddess Republic said to him, We will not be here long. What you become is up to you, and we cannot force you to become wise. We can leave you a few tools and techniques, though. Indeed, Varidzin had come to realize that might and wisdom cannot be given. Had another simply told him about becoming his own master a scan 6 months ago, he should have called whoever said such a heretic and made to chastise them. Still, though, one might become more mighty in wisdom by asking another. Thus, he found a daughter of the avenged goddess Republic to ask, Have you time to aid in my quest to seek wisdom? She wore powered armor, yet was no warrior. Berenson knew not whether she spoke his tongue, or if the arcane arts of her helmet translated for her. "I have a moment. Ask away." "Many of the ones who were once serfs have become despondent and confused with self-mastery. I see you instruct many others of your fellow sons and daughters of the Avenged Goddess Republic, and they obey your instructions. How is this accomplished?" The daughter of the Avenged Goddess Republic fell silent for a long seconds until she said, "It is not easy to explain. I have shown them that I know what I'm doing. They know that if I follow my instructions, our goal will be accomplished. They know that my goal is the same as their goal, and we have agreed ahead of time what this is and what each shall receive for his or her help in the work. For you, I suggest trying to convince some of the former serfs to join you in a project of some kind. For example, when we leave, there will be a need for structures to be maintained. Does this help?" "You are mighty in wisdom indeed, O daughter of the Avenged Goddess Republic. I have much to ponder from your answer." Drums of War, Chapter 53, Part 1. On the lowest traffic planet in the Republic. For the most part, when Terrans altered planets, they simply got them habitable, and at near terrestrial gravity. Sure, there were some odd ones altered as massive art projects, or some that were ill-fated improvements or iterations on Earth biomes or previous projects, such as Australia 3. But Terrans generally liked to preserve as many unique features as possible when making a planet suitable for Terran settlement. Repose was not in any of those categories. It had been maliciously designed from its very core to the furthest reaches of its stratosphere for one purpose: restfulness. Its tectonics never shifted in any way that could be considered violent. Its volcanic activity was harnessed and vented in such a way as to collect the energy. Its hills were gently rolling waves of grass. Its mountains were merely gentle rolling waves of trees capped with an easy dusting of snow. Its rivers snaked lazily towards placid seas with universally picturesque beaches. Even the weather was highly controlled so that it never stormed. The wind only ever breezed, and the rain only fell in sorrowful, hazy mists. Here was a cemetery reserved for servicemen of the Republic of Terra and her aligned planets. This was repose. Hundreds of thousands of white marble crosses stood eternal vigil on either side of a river here. A swirling spiral of grey granite tombstones held mute memories for those below. Atop a hill in a crown of sorrow there, gilded graven Molnir reliefs glittered in the sun on a bluff overlooking water, lapping at white sands below there. A crescent moon of black marble rectangular tombs sheltered in the shadow of the copse of aged oaks in the valley there. And again, across the planet, the fallen had their rest. The living trod here, lightly and quietly, as if they might by accident disturb the eternal rest of those interred beside those that they had come to visit. But they did come. The living came to lay flowers at headstones, to pour liquor out on graves, to leave challenge coins or credit chits on tombs, or words from the heart. Yes, the living came to visit. However, they also came to lay men and women to rest. Final rest. A group had come to do just that on that day, led by the matron Mary George in all her regal glory. She had vowed that she would not set foot on repose until her Robbie's remains had been recovered at the outbreak of hostility, and that vow had consequences. It had kept her from burying Roger when he too fell in battle. 5. She was the mother of 5 sons, all of whom she loved dearly, and the evil chances of a hostile universe had robbed her of nearly half her greatest joys in life. She leaned against her husband, Eric, Major General Eric George, for comfort more than support, as they carefully wound their way through one of the Catholic cemeteries. She had done her best to respect the vestiges of Ignitian culture. She had researched Cajun and Creole pre-colonization traditions and customs, since those were the sources of Ignitia's ethnicities. But God only knew how many details were lost across the centuries. A slow, soft dirge played, or rather was played, by a brass band that marched behind her and her stalwart husband. Music to soothe the heart of those cut down in battle before the fullness of their years. Behind them, her sons were carried by 2 of her sons. Johnny was the lead pallbearer for Roger, and Linus did the same for Robbie. Linus had always looked up to Robbie, so, And here was one last thing Johnny could do for little Rog. Poor Pete couldn't bear the weight of either casket after his injuries, so he brought up the rear bearing 3 banners, the colors of the Lost Boys, of the 2nd Star Rapid Response Group, and of the Honor Guard. He had insisted that he carry the triangular bundles of starch cloth himself, and could manage the cane without help. The dress backs of the R&I made her boys look too much like hardened men for her liking. They did that today, in any case. The only boy there who looked like a boy at all was the child Gideon. Her grandson, by adoption, walked with nervous steps at her left hand with wide, wondering eyes. She was proud of little Pete for adopting him, but Gideon would be needing a mother, and all 3 of her surviving sons were still bachelors. Behind a younger son came all those who wished to pay their respects and could attend, from those who knew her fallen sons and were their friends, to those who believed they owed the fallen for one act or another in their brief lives, to those who had admired them as heroes from afar. The memorial service had been held, and all who had wished to had their time to say their piece. It had done Mary's heart good to hear how many lives her boys had changed, how many dark paths were altered towards the light, how many acts of constancy and courage had inspired others as they served the Republic with honor and dignity. Many of those who had said their piece marched along behind the funeral procession to say their final farewells. Mary George had long since run out of tears to shed, yet she could hold her chin up in the knowledge that she raised her sons well. She did not need to insist with her husband in honoring her own Irish roots for the Celtic crosses that made up the headstones. He had always been more than happy to adopt her family traditions. 2 open graves yawned in the grass before the stark white marble crosses, graven only with names, ranks, and the dates of birth and death of her boys. Mary knew that their mere presence on repose said more than any engraved poetic farewell or description ever could. They were servicemen, one a lost boy, of the R&I, and a member of the Honor Guard to boot, and the other a commander of the 2nd Star Rapid Response Group Republican naval vessel who fell in service to their republic, each for their own reasons and because they had chosen to volunteer, just as their grandfather had done, just as their father had done, and just as their mother had done before retiring to raise her sons. Even when she did SAR work in the Corps, she knew it might demand of her the very life she cherished, and the services of the R&I and the Navy her husband and sons chose were more perilous still. But she also had pride that the George family did the work that needed to be done. Every serviceman knew the price, herself included. The caskets were laid on the gimbals that would be used to lower them beneath the earth in eternal repose, and the pallbearers each took up bolt-action rifles. The band fell silent, and the buglers stepped forward while the train of mourners caught up and gathered into an anticipatory crowd. Eric patted Mary's hand with one of his white-gloved fingers, and she allowed him to slide his arm around her elbow to take up position over the little guard of honor made up of pallbearers. 2 teams of 8 for a total of 16 guns. "Down!" Major General Eric George bellowed, and the little formation snapped to attention. "Present! Up!" he said, and the men lifted their rifles by the butts of their stocks and held them at a 45-degree angle to form a tunnel leading to the caskets awaiting their descent below the turf. "Sir, the Major General Eric George said, then turned towards the crowd and saluted. Those who had seen such things knew that this was their signal to step forward and pay their respects. The guard of honor's path led to Robbie's casket first, as he had fallen before his older brother, and those who knew him, those who had met him, and those who had admired him filed past the statuesque general, the mother who grieved beyond tears, the young boy who did not understand what he had witnessed, and beneath the shadows of the rifles, they laid flowers upon his casket. They laid challenge coins and medals. They laid credit jets and whiskey flasks. And most of all, they laid a final farewell upon a varnished cherry wood concealing his shattered remains. Last of all came Pete, who laid the folded banners of the Lost Boys and the honor guard atop the bounty laid there by those who regretted that the man that they had given them to could never enjoy them. He leaned on his cane and held the salute. "Guard, forward!"
the general cried, and the little guard of honor turned to face him, their rifles held by the butts of their stocks and leaned against their shoulders once more. Right, face, he ordered, and the little guard of honor shifted their feet, twisted, and had suddenly turned to their right. Ready, arm! The men shouldered their rifles, the bayonets pointed skyward and glinting in the sunshine. Take aim! White-gloved fingers found triggers. Fire! 16 cracks rang out in the silence, and the sound of 16 gloved hands racking back the bolts and ejecting shining brass casings tolled like funeral bells. Take aim! Once again, the white-gloved fingers found triggers. Fire! The cracked guns rolled over the gathered crowd. Someone let out a sob. Take aim! The men once more did as bidden. Fire! The rifles reported, and the gentle hum of the electronic motor was roar in the somber quiet, even as the buglers played taps to send the fallen trooper of many victories and high honors cut down too soon to his final rest. The general walked up and down the line of immobile R&I troopers in their glittering patterns of night sky of dressed blacks and policed the brass from the salute. He paused when he reached each of his 2 older living sons to give them a comforting pat on the shoulder. Mary could see Linus close his eyes against tears, while Johnny's face was like a graven stone. Eric strode up to her and held out a small silk bag of spent brass casings and saluted her. She took them and resisted the urge to embrace him. She knew that if she did, she would not be able to bring herself to let go of him again. The bugles fell silent, and the grave stood mute. Mary George's black lace veil fluttered in the breeze. "Come out, face!" Major General Eric George called, and the men dropped their rifles to cup their socks by their butts and rest their warm barrels against their shoulders as they spun in place. "Forward, march!" the general ordered, as he kept time a few steps ahead of them until he called, "Guard! Halt! Guard! Forward!" The honor guard faced Roger's casket with stern silence. "Turn up!" Major General Eric George bellowed once more, and the little formation snapped to attention. "Present! Arm!" he said, and the men turned to form 2 lines facing each other while they lifted their rifles by the butts of their stocks and held them at a 45-degree angle to form a tunnel leading to Roger's casket, awaiting its time to make its descent below the turf. "Stand, guard!" Major General Eric George said, then turned towards the crowd and saluted. Those who had seen such things knew that this was their signal to step forward and pay their respects. Once more, the people filed beneath the tips of the bayonets, glinting in the sun amid the shadows cast by the unmoving brothers in arms to the fallen as they paid their respects. There were repeated faces, but unlike his little brother, Roger had been a Navy man, and thus more men in nearly reflective dress whites came to leave a ceremonial bolt on his casket, pieces of their still living ships to accompany a fallen voidsman, in addition to the other grave goods offered to servicemen. Mary found a warm pair of hands envelop her shaking fingers, and looked down to see Gideon's too grave face looking up at her with concern. She patted the boy's head and watched her son's many friends, brothers and sisters in arms, and admirers say their final farewells. Pete, even now, was the rear guard, always at the tail end, always chasing the 4 greatest heroes Pete ever looked up to. That count had been crudely cut in half by the evil chances of a hostile galaxy. But little Pete had courage anyway. Pete laid the folded flag of the 2nd Star Rapid Response Group over the collected offerings and bid his older brother one last goodbye. "Guard, forward!" Major General Eric George hoarsely shouted, and the little guard of honor turned to face him, their rifles held by the butts of their stocks and leaned against their shoulders once more. "Right face!" he ordered, and the little guard of honor shifted their feet, twisted, and had suddenly turned to their right, while Mary could see the weight of grief between his shoulders again. "Ready, arm!" The men shouldered their rifles, their bayonets pointed once more skyward and glinting in the sunshine. "Take aim!" White-gloved fingers found triggers. "Fire!" 16 cracks rang out in the silence again, and the tolling funeral bells of 16 gloved hands, racking back the bolts and ejecting shiny brass casings, rang once more. "Take aim!" Once again, white-gloved fingers found figures. "Fire!" The crack of guns rolled over the gathered crowd. Spent brass clinked against spent brass. "Take aim!" The men once more did as bidden. "Fire!" The buglers began to play taps again as the little Rog went to his final rest, and her husband policed the brass. She doled out the spent casings to Roger's and Robbie's closest friends, those who were still alive in any case, outside the family. However, as the buglers fell silent, and her fallen sons lay in their graves, her husband's resolve finally broke as she reached out to accept the second silk bag of spent brass. He had not permitted himself to grieve, not truly. Well, there was still duty to be done. Now, though, now the enemy had been defeated, the honors had been awarded, and now this grim duty had been accomplished. He collapsed onto her shoulder and wept the tears of a father who has outlived his sons. Mary George found that she had not run out of tears just yet. Then jazz began. The band struck up with an old New Orleans favorite, or what was alleged to be one, and Mary and Eric found shaky smiles creeping onto their faces. The only thing that she could find out about Ignitia wakes is that they played jazz on the march away from the graves. Well, it fit nicely with the Irish tradition for wakes, and she had every intention of shaking the bulkheads with their joy for 2 short lives lived well and honorably, despite being ended too soon. Drums of War, Chapter 53, Part 2. Some hours later, in orbit over repose. Corporal Peter George rested on a bench up against a wall. His legs were still pretty shaky, and his back ached from how much physical activity he endured. He was stronger than he'd been, but he'd probably always find a cane to help along days like this. Just another thing to adapt to. He was just beginning to ponder on his situation again when a clear, feminine voice asked in commercial English, "Is a seat taken?" Peter grinned and gestured his assent to Lieutenant Emily Sullivan and waited for her to sit down. "What's the matter?" he asked as he waved his cane towards the throng of revelers sharing stories and libations for the fallen. "Not your speed?" "No more than yours," Emily said wryly. He waggled his cane at her and said, "Doctor orders. I'm still not allowed to drink." "Where's Gideon?" "Sack. This really isn't his speed, and all that ceremony and circumstance wore him out. He said he wanted to think over what he'd seen, to make sure that he could ask the right questions." "You really adopted him, huh?" "Aye. There are rumors. There are always rumors. My name's George." Emily looked at Peter for the span of a few heartbeats before she nodded. "May I ask why?" Because when I helped him on Azad, I took responsibility for him. He needed help. I could help, so I did. He needs a family. I can give him one, so I do. A small family, I know. I pray by all the saints and martyrs that God will make me enough." "Have you considered," Emily began as she laid her fingers across Pete's left hand, "that you might grow your little family?" For some reason, the room was suddenly warm as Pete answered. "The thought had crossed my mind. I'm getting bumped up to Gunny for my instructor job next month, and Command wants to make me circuit all of the MOS schools that include sharpshooting. It's a pretty regular rotation, and so long as—" He fell silent before he could say too much. "So long as I'm available, you have plenty of time off duty to spend." Peter looked at the ceiling and asked, "If duty allows, would you like to give it a shot with me?" "I thought you'd never asked," she said as Peter entwined his fingers in hers. Aboard the Among the Star Tides we rage. The hangar bay had none of its shuttles. There were no hands busy with maintenance tasks, and nobody used it as a shortcut to make a good time to their tasks. That wasn't to say that it was empty. There on the deck lay the shattered remains of the most beloved vessel in all of the fleets. The Among the Star Tides we sing was cold and dead. Her hull was in pieces, and great chunks of her superstructure were missing. However, there had been found pieces in the void between the stars against all chances. Lord Admiral Brixton stood in the hangar bay before the resting corpse of a hero to his people and thought. Lord Admiral Brixton thought about visits to his grandparents and cousins, about how much his mother and grandmother loved her, about how she had changed the fate of the star sailors and brought them their fiercest and most loyal friends amongst the stars. He thought about how she'd fostered a soft, warm place in the hearts of the Terrans, despite having been hardened by attacks from other races and wars amongst themselves. He thought about how, even before the ship fleets shed their names in peace and wore names of battle and war, the Terrans struck out the enemy who had dared hurt their friends. He thought about the George family, who by an adoption in his grandmother's day were his cousins by some degree or another, and how one act of kindness in the vastness of space led to the here and now. He thought of every triumph and joy that she had held between her bulkheads, every sorrow that she had sheltered in her hull, and how his kith and kin had made a valiant last stand on her decks to allow the diplomats and the children to make their escape. All that joy, and kindness, and comfort, and valor, and she was dead and cold, shattered beyond any hope of repair. "No more, no more shall she sail," he nearly sang, as the old funeral chant welled up within him. The funeral for his two young Terran cousins had put him in the state of melancholy reflection, and even their raucous wake had done little to shake the down mood from his heart. He cast his mind to a separate bay in which funeral preparations were underway. The Spugsy Malone would receive his Nova from the Star Queen herself in a few days for his role in the recovery of the remains of the Among the Star Tides We Sing and her crew, and Lord Admiral Brixton owed the man and his crew a personal debt of honor. Scoundrels though they may have once been, but they had chosen honor over profit. "Her heart beats never again," he nearly sang once more, and he thought about his friend, Marvin, who had fallen in battle to give his fellow Digitan commandos time to commit their digital attack, about its children and eggs sheltered beneath the ground whose futures had been secured by the blood of the adults above. He thought about the clans of Aldra, who had lost a full third of their adult population due to both battle and extermination by the Exarch. He thought of the Star Sailors, the Republicans, the Cypers, the Letray, who had made up the brunt of the valor holding the Exarch Dominion at bay. He thought about how the Republic had restrained herself from annihilating the Exarch people, and instead had broken their chains. The false god had been slain, and the Exarch people would have precious time to discover who and what they were without outsiders, either well-meaning or not, interfering. He found no comfort in his thoughts. "She shall carry no more, he sang, as he turned to leave. First, the star burial for the crew, then the Among the Star Tides We Sing would be laid to rest. Some hours later, and Lord Admiral Brixton stood before 60 steel caskets, all of them closed, some of them filled only with printed photograph of the fallen. When a reactor goes critical, even the tiniest pieces of remains are hardly ever recovered. The fact that so much had been in this case was a minor miracle, and he thanked his guiding stars that the Terrans could work such wonders by their stubborn diligence. The hangar bay's main hatch stood open to the cold void of space, and those crowded within had to trust their lives to the shimmering force field for protection against the airless grasp and the burning ravages of the star burning in the distance. Every bulkhead, every door, every hatch in the interior of the Among the Star Tides We Rage stood open, for the hangar bay could not hold all those who wished to bid these fine voidsmen their final farewell. However, the close kin stood at the fore. Travy was there with her children, standing for her husband, and gathered about them were all the living Georges, who, despite being so small, provided a bulwark of strength in that way Terrans do. A touch of the hand here, a quiet word there, a sad smile before an offer for an embrace. Even while they grappled with their own grief, they still endeavored to help others. Then Lord Admiral Brixton raised his arms, shook his braid loose from where it stuck to the back of his neck, and the thrum of grateful, grieving conversation fell silent. Seafarers' negotiations is a quiet language. It had been constructed long ago upon the cradle world to deliberately force hot-headed lord captains to keep civil tongues and not shout each other out when trying to negotiate passage or calling on ports from each other. However, when one voice was joined by many, it began. Lord Admiral Brixton began the chant for those who fell in battle. "Oh, they sailed by their stars. They sailed well and true. Oh, they sailed into peril. Oh, they sailed through. Age and youth by their stars were valor called to sail. Courage and duty shone that they should prevail." One voice became two. "Oh, they sailed by the stars. They sailed well and true. Oh, behind was their love ahead, work to do. Oh, death was before them, yet they hearkened not to fear. Skill and novice, they sold themselves For a price, dear. Two voices became all, and the very bulkhead seemed to join in on the chant. Oh, they sailed by their stars, they sailed well and true, they sailed into the final end, where the living cannot go. Joy and tears we carry now, while they go ahead, let we no sail well and true for their honour to show. Then Lord Admiral Brixton pressed a button, and the caskets lifted from the deck on hovering supports, and crewmen stepped forward to gently push them through the force field. The gaskets drifted weightless in the void, and would eventually fall into the star, where those within would find their way to sail the seas beyond life and death. Aboard the guild ship Thin Margin, this had been unexpected. There had been absolutely no hints that what had happened was possible, let alone likely. And yet there it was. Panes of cubic zirconia held together with gold encased the warp-speed battle wagon in glittering grandeur of one of the most expensive stained glass displays ever created. If Captain Nina Chen remembered correctly, it was the 8th largest in CIP and the 6th most expensive. She had no idea that anyone wanted to memorialize her shattered ship, except for herself and her crew, of course. Well, maybe the Romans, but nobody ever knew what the Romans might do. However, when the chairman of the guild herself had put the proposal to her, it took her an entire day to decide. Marcus laid inside the warp-speed battle wagon in eternal sleep, and she'd made sure that they put a door in the memorial so that one day she'd be laid down beside him. Hell, she'd even set up tombs in there for the rest of the crew in case they felt the same way she did about the old rust bucket. Well, she said to her crew, as they watched the entombed former home orbit a beautiful green and blue gas giant. Back to trade work, or do we take the Republic up on that letter of marque? In one of the dining halls among the star tides we rage, it had been a few hours since the burial, but the mourners were still sharing memories and making plans for the future. Lord Admiral Brixton found his way to the knot that included the Georges, Travy, her children, and a few distant cousins. "Ah, there you are," Mary George said, as she looked up at him with a warm smile. He suddenly remembered when Eric had first brought her aboard the Among the Startides We Sing to introduce her to the adopted side of his family. She was a far cry from the nervous girl with strenuous objections to being called adorable. There was a quiet dignity to her now, and a grace about how she navigated being so little in comparison to any but the youngest of the Star Sailors. Still, though, Lord Admiral Brixton couldn't help but find her a little cute. "Here I am," Lord Admiral Brixton said softly, as he put his lower right hand on Yorkdrill's shoulder comfortingly. He was close to a young man, but he had still just buried his father. "I was just getting to the part where I admit that Eric was right," Mary said, and the old general gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "About what?" he asked, and Travy smiled wryly at his confusion. "That I really can't stand the stationary life anymore. That once I got in a taste of life on the star tides, I'd hate settling down again. I thought that maintaining an address and sanctuary would be a good anchor for the family, a solid place to meet up, but it turns out that for the most part my boys can't stand the place." Smug, beaming smiles surrounded the dignified matron, and she glared at Eric accusingly. "Listen, we're a sailing family, and it's contagious," Eric told her. "All right. So do you wish to find a ship amongst us to join? You have extensive emergency medical training, and could find a ship to accept you on that alone fairly easily," Travy suggested. "No. I have some tidy savings, and I think I should like to commission a ship from the keel up. I intend her to be able to house all members of the family, and she'll be where Eric retires, once he figures out that he's done with his duty to the Republic." "That's a great idea, Auntie," Yovdril said approvingly. "I have a name ready for her. I wish to call her the Among the Startides We Sing, and I wanted the Starsailor side of the family's blessing before I moved forward. I was considering running her as a passenger liner. I know her namesake started a trader, but she became a place for people to come together. I believe that would honor her best." There were details to discuss, but everyone there encouraged her to move forward with this plan at once. Everyone wished for the Among the Startides We Sing to sail again. The Drums of War Final Chapter, Epilogue. Aboard the Mr. Smee. She was one of the newer hulls in the second Star Rapid Response Group, all shiny and clean. She had a shakedown cruise, and now she was off on her first real mission. Sure, the Republic might not be at war at the moment, but to the Republic of Terra and her aligned planets, peace meant that the only people she was fighting were the various pirates, criminals, and terrorists who merely made frontier planets dangerous. In this case, an enterprising group called the El Khalifa and the Al Khani wanted to resurrect the Barbary worlds and their highly illegal practices. The first 3 times various groups had tried that, the Republic smacked them down hard, and now it was Corporal Jacob James J.J. Mitchell's turn to be part of that smacking. He joined the RNI for vengeance, but had found duty instead. Duty had carried him through boarding action after boarding action against pirates, mobsters, and even resurgent slavers, until he was offered a slot amongst the fighting pixies, which is why he was leading a firing team as they waited to be shot in a semi-erratic spiraling formation towards the Al Fatiha in their boarding torpedoes. He had some boots to fill. In a Spartan room in a room below the surface, the barren moon. She had not turned over to the Republic. None of them had. However, she was the first person in centuries the pacificians were obliged to mete out justice. Dr. Persephone Morn turned the page in the book she was reading. It was one of the few luxuries that she was allowed in this place of supposed rehabilitation. She was meant to meditate on her actions and realize that they had been wrong, and come up with ways to make amends. The trouble was that she believed her every action had been morally and logically correct, and she would not only have done it all over again, but gone on to complete her work. The fact that the Republic lacked the spine to see the job through and had allowed the Exarch to surrender disgusted her, and her own nation's reluctance to turn her over to the misguided justice only added insult to injury. She only regretted that she couldn't have killed more. Aboard the Formarcus. Alarms blared in the bridge, and warning lights flashed at various consoles. This new ship had too many safety features so far as Captain Lena Chen was concerned, and her crew agreed with her. Sure, they'd saved all of their skins a couple dozen times, but that didn't mean that the alerts weren't damn annoying. It didn't matter. Jamie still made her dance. The Formarcus was a twisting and darting angel in the void, dodging and weaving through a web of death and destruction by distances so narrow that the safety alerts at his station had burned a line of red exclamation marks into the side of his main station screen. He ignored them. He had to admit, the Formarcus was built for speed and maneuverability, so his ability to defy all logic with his near preternatural piloting ability had grown tenfold as a result. Even while he made their home dance, Maria Santos laughed as she made pirates die. To every twist of the ship brought another pirate vessel into the optimal range of her guns, and she had no hesitation in knocking the scum out of the void. "My," Captain Nina Chen said into her intercom, "how's our engine looking?" "Still purring along. Barely even gotten warm down here." Mei Ling replied with a chipper cheer from the engine room. "Is Bugsy in system yet?" she asked her communications guy. Alexei grinned at her and asked, "Are you wanting to open a channel?" "Do it." Seconds later, the wise guy said from the longshoreman, "What do you want?" "Oh," Captain Nina Chen said slightly, "I was just wondering what was taking you so long." "Maybe I'm not a suicidal lunatic like you guys is," the former gangster shot back from across the battlefield. "Well, you better hurry up before I claim all of these pirates' loot." She cut the comms and laughed. At an RNI ADS school, Private Yorkville Drilvey was short and squat for a star sailor. The ignorant would call him a gene-jack, and so would his fellows. The only difference in the tone of the words, but he didn't care. For him, the most difficult thing about joining the RNI wasn't the painful genetic modifications and muscles and bone augments required so that his 9-foot 3-inch frame could support his own weight in Terra Standard 1G, nor the years of intensive physical training he'd endured just to be able to qualify to join the RNI at all in the first place, nor even getting used to military bearing and discipline. No, the hardest part had been learning RBC. It was a clipped, harsh, and loud language that was amenable to shouting and had an impressive bounty of colorful profanity, and entirely alien to his gentle ways of thinking. However, he wasn't there to be gentle, and that was part of the repaying the debt of the honor to the RNI. A part of his sacrifice. He had joined and qualified for ADS school, and was even being scouted by the Lost Boys, honor to repay honor, and the Lost Boys would be a place that could use valor well. He found fitting in with the privates easy. He found no lack of friends from boot camp and now at ADS school. He gathered friends around him, and helped that Terran generally liked star sailors, and it helped more that he pulled his weight and worked well in teams. Well, that, and his ability to participate in barracks war against his competing class. However, this week, he was on even better than usual behavior. His friends hadn't made the connection yet, but he knew that there would be questions. What his friends thought of him was far less important than what the guest sharpshooting instructor thought of him, though, since that instructor happened to be Gunnery Sergeant Peter George, the ghost himself, and more importantly, his older cousin. Gunny George was not someone that Private Yorkdrill wanted to let down for a multitude of reasons. He had a week to show that he could regulate, that he was strong enough, brave enough, smart enough, and RNI enough to not let Georges down, and void take what anybody else thought. "Hello, Yov," a soft voice said behind him. Private Yorkdrill did not jump, but the hair on his tail standing on end might have given his startlement away. "Hello, Gunny," the young man answered as he turned an about face. "Disregard rank, kid. We're considering this meeting purely social. How you doing?" Private Yorkdrill's heart beat against his ribs as he swallowed his nerves. "Well, I think I do well. No complaints? None," he said, as he relaxed and watched Gunny George lean on his cane. "Life has been well here, though I should be glad to leave this planet and live once more shipboard. Does your back still pain you?" "Some," the man aged before his years said. "It's only a problem if I'm on my feet all day, like today. I wanted to see if you wanted to come grab a drink with me and catch up." "As a student, don't worry," Gunny George said with a wry smile. "Once I get started, there's no way in hell anybody will be able to accuse you of benefiting from favoritism. You have the George standard to meet, after all." "Aye," Private Yorkdrill said with a gulp. "More than they know." "Sorry to be the judge for you, kid, but we all have to deal with that side of fame. Folks will figure out it sooner or later, and you'll get a silly nickname. Might as well make sure that it won't get you killed while we can." "Aye," the young man said. He didn't want to let Gunny George down. Aboard the Among the Startites we sing. A soft humming kept silence at bay. It was the beating heart of the Among the Startites we sing as she waited in a parking orbit over the wild and largely unsettled planet below. It was a comforting sound to Gideon George, whose scarlet skin and bony protrusions on his elbows and knees had gotten him into trouble on the planet below. Well, not him exactly, since all he did was pull his little sister out of a fight, but still, he felt bad about what had happened. Poor Eowyn didn't have the best handle on her temper. She stood there in front of their grandparents on the father's side and their disapproving eyes. "I'm sorry, I should have done a better job keeping her out of trouble," he said. Major General retired Eric George snorted at him, which made him turn even more red, and said, "She's old enough to know better." Eowyn was not as apologetic as her older brother, and she said, "She had it coming. She called Gideon a bloodskin." "And what does hitting that girl prove exactly?" Mary George asked with narrow eyes, and Gideon threw himself onto a beanbag chair in resigned frustration with his sister's ornery attitude. "That he isn't a bloodskin, and if anyone says he is, I'll beat the snot out of them," she said fiercely. "My skin is red. Many folk will not look deeper than that, and it bothers me not," Gideon said for the 1,000th time. Eowyn glared at her big brother and said, "It oughta. They're not just saying that you have red skin, you know." "Other people's stupidity is not my problem," Gideon said, again for the 1,000th time. She snarled her reply, "Stop being such a pushover. Stop being weak. Eowyn, Lucy George, you apologize to your brother this instant." Granny Mary snapped in a tone that brooked no nonsense. Eowyn's cheeks flushed and she muttered, "Sorry, Gideon. I know you're not weak." "I've forgotten already," Gideon said, once again for the 1,000th time. She calmed down once their mom was on leave and all four of them could go camping on the planet. But until then, she'd feel compelled to fight for his honor. He wished that she didn't feel that way. Some people just saw the face of an enemy when they saw Gideon, and some people even had good reasons to make that mistake. It never really bothered him. His little sister, on the other hand, she couldn't stand even the most minor insults. "You'll be apologizing to this," Gramps Eric checked his datapad. "Nancy, tomorrow. No buts. No flight sims until your mother gets back, and don't try running to your daddy to get your punishment overturned. I've already told him about what happened. How is he supposed to focus on teaching the tradies if you're getting into fights with the kids of the base staff?" Eowyn stared at the shoes and muttered darkly, "You can't make me apologize. I'm not sorry." In a once more prosperous mining town in Numidia, since the war had ended, There was an influx of Terrans of all kinds in their little town, and all of the little towns across their world and lakes and canals. Not that anybody minded, seeing as how they'd come to help rebuild things. Then it turned out that a godly portion of them quite liked Numidia, and living amongst the Lutray, and decided to stay. Not that anybody minded much, seeing as how the humans were cute and the other Terrans were tolerable. Corporal retired Jack Stormborn wasn't among those who didn't mind. He minded quite a bit. He was enthusiastically supportive of Terrans coming to live there, and not because Terrans were so fun and dynamic. He and his wife, Ray, knew better than most that having some Terrans around would come in handy if their town ever got attacked again. Besides, most of them had no idea what a Stormborn was, so he could actually have a normal conversations with them. In a briefing room aboard the Agus Hariano, the sound of silent focus filled the air as the SAR team waited for the captain to enter in. Peace or war, people got into trouble all across the Republic, and it was their job to pull them out of that trouble. Captain Emily George strode in, her duty khakis reminiscent of medical scrubs somehow, and began immediately. Okay, people, listen up. We're heading to a place called Okinawa Sake, and something has gone terribly wrong there. Somehow, the silent focus of the room became sharper as she activated the holographic display of the planet, and then zoomed in on the disaster zones. They showed flooding, tectonic activity, collapsed buildings, fires, sinkholes, and other dangerous situations all crammed together on island settlements. The planet's tectonics have turned out to be a lot less stable than the surveyors thought. Sudden quakes under the sea here, and here, which has caused tsunamis to hit here, and here. We don't have a good count on the missing yet, and local first responders have been setting up triage, aid stations, and field hospitals. But frankly, they're overrun. Our operations will be concentrated on these islands here, where the most structural damage has been reported. Lieutenants will have more precise details. Our priority is the rescue of trapped civilians and residents. Let the logistics division worry about setting up more aid stations and resupplying the locals. Any questions? Underwater rescue? Oceanic rescue model power armor has been warmed up and readied. You'll all need to get down to the garage and get yourselves calibrated. Any unique local hazards? Fissures, lava, some sinkholes, Emily said, and brought up an example. Watch your steps out there, people. There didn't seem to be any further questions, so Emily said, Okay, people, get moving. We don't have much time, and those people have less. A probably medtech leaned over to her teammate and whispered, Giddy, oh my God, she said the thing. She got a slap upside the head for her naive enthusiasm. On the prospering world of Mox Leder, Sir Constable Varidson stooped over the woman's mangled corpse sprawled out over her own kitchen table. Scrawled in the woman's blood was a message from the killer. Let Exur rise once more. It was as though such killing in as many months, and this the most brutal yet. Most of the people, the common and the nobility alike, had been striving to master themselves and to grow mighty in wisdom. Most. There were a few who longed for the return of bondage, who yearned to be brought to heel, who rejected the wisdom of the Emperor's final commands. Fools, dangerous fools, willing to kill in the name of a slain false god. And Sir Constable Varidson would bring all such fools to face justice. And so the stars danced in their courses, and the people lived their lives. The courageous, the cowardly, the kind, the cruel, the wise, the foolish, the general, the greedy, and all kinds of people lived and died amongst the stars, each adding their own brief tale to the tapestry of life. Somewhere, another person awoke in a world that would demand that they become a hero. But that is another story. End of chapter, end of book. If you've reached this point in the book, I'm going to assume that you enjoyed it. So maybe head over to the author's page and show some appreciation. I'm sure you'll like that. Anyways, cheers. I'd greatly like to thank our Tier 5 channel members, Casper Arnholt, John Creighton, Manatharia, 050, Dragzoon WRE, and Elijah Silvercross. Thank you very much.